จงกลายเป็นจุดสนใจซะ
This your moment.
Let it go. Be the best of the best.
Dorong dirimu di setiap langkah.
Tunjukkan keberanian seorang pemimpin.
Chúng ta lại gặp nhau rồi. Cảm giác được mời thẳng vào mùa này với tư cách là nhà vô địch mùa trước chắc không phải ai cũng hiểu được. Vậy nên mục tiêu của chúng tôi thì cũng đơn giản thôi, bảo vệ chức vô địch.
เรื่องนั้นมันก็หลายเดือนมาแล้วนะแต่ได้ข่าวว่าพวกนายเกือบไม่ได้แชมป์ในรายการเวียดนามทำคะแนนเท่ากับอันดับที่2แล้วยังจะมีหน้ามาบอกว่าจะรักษาแชมป์เอาไว้เนี่ยนะ
Brother, I advise you all to be more realistic. Set small goals like us. Something like getting first place.
Hai, kita ketemu lagi ternyata. Waktu liga kemarin kelihatannya gampang banget ya untuk menang. Yuk pasti udah nggak high lagi nih.
ทีมของพวกนายอ่ะมาเพื่อล้างแค้นแต่ทีมของผมอ่ะมาเพื่อทวงคืนเกียรติอยู่ต่างหาก
Korang tak payah beria lah. Si spring lepas pun saya tak nampak korang. Kali ni korang rasa korang boleh ke?
ทีมของพวกนายอ่ะเข้าไปได้2 ครั้งอ่ะอย่าพูดมากเลยรอกินกระสุนของผมในสนามดีกว่า
Di aturan nggak ada poin buat tali sejarah deh. Kalian percaya diri banget ya. Gue jadi nggak sabar lihat muka kalian waktu aku kalahin.
รอบนี้มีทีมไทยเข้าร่วมทั้ง6ทีมแค่นี้ก็ดูออกแล้วป่ะว่าภูมิภาคไหนแข็งแกร่งที่สุด
Mùa này có nhiều đội hơn thì đã sao? Mùa trước Thái Lan cũng 5 team nhưng nhà vô địch vẫn là DX đấy thôi.
Tapi peluang korang untuk kali ni nak juara 1/16 terlalu nipis lah.
This GIDS a bit overconfident. But no matter where you go, I will make sure you guys as the backdrop of Geek Fam Championship.
ทุกคนน่ะคิดว่ายูไฮเป็นเดชิยะแต่พวกผมไม่คิดงั้นนะพวกผมเองอ่ะก็เป็นตัวแทนประเทศไปเจอในสนามดีกว่า
Don't stress so much. Losing to us is actually not that embarrassing.
Gue yang di akhir gue tutup ya. Kalian semua tim teratas dari setiap region. Kata-kata tauntingnya juga udah gue dengar semua. Gue tunggu kalian semua di PMGC.
Dear PUBG mobile players, welcome to the new version. In this video, let's take a look at the game's new and improved social system. In the new version, we've fully upgraded the gifting system. An even greater array of awesome gifts are now available. First, we've added popularity rankings and clout value. This measures an individual's generosity by how many gifts they send to other players. As a player's clout ranking increases, they'll unlock prestigious rank perks. Go see which of your friends is the most generous. In this update, we've added Guardian Gifts. Guardian Gifts last for a period of time. Once sent, the players form a Guardian relationship to reflect the significant connection between the players. There will be a dedicated ranking for Guardian duration. The gift wall is another new feature. After players receive gifts, the gift wall will display the progress of gifts received. When a player gets all the gifts of a particular theme, this will unlock a themed medal. Furthermore, in the new version, the player who sends the most gifts becomes a gift sponsor. A ton of new gifts have been added to the shop, including those with special effects. Go and buy a gift for your best friend. In this update, we have revamped the Synergy system. We have created a new Synergy Anniversary gift. During special anniversaries, players that have built connections will receive rewards via in-game mail. What's more, players that have built connections can obtain Synergy ranking rewards. We have added a Synergy recruitment system to help players post recruitment information and add friends. Go and recruit some friends. In this update, the number of friends a player can add has increased from 200 to 300. Friends can now be pinned to the list. In order to make it easier for players to use team reservations, we have lowered the threshold for making a friend reservation. The Synergy requirement has dropped from 50 to 5 points. In the new version, reservation info will still be displayed in the chat window. Players can send more kinds of invite messages and view the real-time status of reservations. At the same time, the in-game display for reservation requests is now clearer. Don't miss a reservation invitation from a friend. For Team Up Reservation Chat, we have added a quick chat feature to send Team Up reservations. This will allow players teaming up in the lobby to quickly send common messages. Try it for yourself. These are all the major improvements to the social systems in this update. There is more content for players to explore in the game. If you want to learn more, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Have you gotten your hands on the new weapons in Nusa yet? Let's start with the tactical crossbow and firebolts. Firebolts are a new type of bolt that can only be used with the tactical crossbow. Ordinary crossbows can only be used to ambush one enemy at a time, while the tactical crossbow and firebolts can set certain buildings on fire for blazing tactics. This is especially useful against enemies who are hiding inside. Next up is our highlight, the NS2000 shotgun. It uses 12-gauge shells when hip firing and shoots single-round slugs when aiming down sights. If you encounter an enemy at close range, don't bother aiming down the sight. Just take them down with one shot. Even if you're fighting alone in an urban area, you can easily wipe out all enemies by yourself at the tap of a button. You can also aim down sights and use the single-shot mechanics to easily eliminate enemies at a distance. Nusa is a small map, so the play zone shrinks really quickly. Not only is it important to offer exhilarating gunfights, exploring the map has to be fun too. That's why we've prepared the quad for you. Climbing slopes is a piece of cake with the quad. Now, you don't have to avoid rocks anymore. Ignore the terrain and charge right up to enemies whenever you see them. They won't have the time to react after hearing you. The quad is fast and doesn't flip over easily. It doesn't matter even if it flips over, as it can recover quickly. Call your friends and try it now. Zip lines in the elevator can both be used to help move about. So what are the interesting ways to use them? Zip lines usually appear at places of high elevation, such as the roofs of buildings or at the top of a mountain, allowing players to quickly travel between them. Players can quickly search for supplies and escape the blue zone. When being pursued by enemies, a zipline can be used to quickly get away. It's even possible to drop from a zipline halfway through to catch enemies by surprise. Furthermore, ziplines can be destroyed. Players can use the zipline to quickly reach the other side, then destroy it to prevent enemies from giving chase. Damaged ziplines also make good locations for ambush, as enemies may try and repair them. The elevator can be found in the tallest building of Telepack Town. The elevator can be used to quickly go between different floors. In actual battle, players can use the elevator to quickly get to the roof and to intercept enemies that come up from the lower levels. It's even possible to hide in the elevator and wait for unsuspecting enemies to enter to score a surprise elimination. Ziplines in the elevator are sure to help players out in battle and create all kinds of unexpected situations. So play PUBG Mobile and try it out!
Hey there, fellow PUBG mobile players! Along with the version 2.2 update, we have made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Let's take a look at the improvements. First, improvements to the controls and display. We have increased the display priority of the wheel when the throwing wheel is activated. Now it'll be easier for players to select the items they wish to throw. In this update, a countdown will be displayed whenever the play zone is going to shrink. This way, it will be made more aware of the next play zone, and players can plan their routes more effectively. We've improved the feedback effect of marked items. Whenever you tap and hold to mark an item successfully, the feedback will be more obvious. When the player is aiming down sights, the markings within the scope have been optimized, so the sight is less obscured. When a player jumps, after respawning or deploying an emergency pickup, it's now possible to mark the battleground with light columns. After a team wins, the buttons for MVP likes and summon statue will be combined. Now players can send a like automatically whenever they summon a statue. On the results screen, we have added teammate numbers, so now players can use the number to identify each other and give likes to their favorite teammates. To make spectating more convenient for players, we have tweaked the button size on the spectating screen. This reduces the chance of tapping the button by mistake. I'm sure firearm balancing is a concerning issue for many players. In this update, we have significantly improved the burst shot of both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Perhaps these two firearms will become your weapon of choice after the enhancements. For airdrop weapons, we have made some adjustments to the controls and damage dealt to better balance the airdrop weapons. In the new version, there are lots of new features worth checking out. When you acquire a firearm finish of your liking, you'll definitely want to admire it from time to time. In this update, we've added a firearm inspection feature. Players can now use this to admire their favorite firearm. During combat, players can tap the emote to enter first-person perspective to inspect the current active weapon. A friendly reminder, never inspect your firearm during combat, or you might overlook the enemies before you. Do keep in mind that this feature is currently only available for certain firearms, but it will be gradually rolled out to other firearms in later versions. The recommended layout feature is one of the many new features. When players customize the controls, it's now easier to apply a custom layout recommended by the system with one tap. We've also added a trunk system. Players can now make exchanges while riding vehicles. Use this feature to exchange supplies with teammates. But remember, the size of the trunk depends on the vehicle type. The visual presentation of profile cards have been improved. Players can now set their gender on their profile cards. On the results screen, we have streamlined the results process and improved on the layout, as well as the MVP results emote. On the new results screen, assists will be included in the stats. In future matches, you can try cooperating with your teammates. Even if you don't make the final strike, assists will help boost your results. We have added stationary targets to the training grounds. After firing, the damage dealt and bullet trajectory will be displayed. This helps to more closely recreate situations that players may face in matches. To make it easier for players to practice shooting, the most recently used firearms configuration will be applied by default when entering the training grounds the next time. These are the major improvements for the basic experience in version 2.2. If you want to learn more about this update's content, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open. and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepak Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepak Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with many banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Nusa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Nusa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time!
everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so the players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka military base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat, because there are tons of random discounted items. So, keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
It's here! The long-awaited new Nusa map is finally here. With a size of only 1 by 1 kilometer, Nusa is currently the smallest map in PUBG Mobile. It may be small, but it definitely offers a massive amount of content. Not only are there new firearms, what's more, there's also the highly interactive tactical crossbow. Setting huts on fire and repairing zip lines are not a problem. Speaking of map interactivity, Nusa is simply full of surprises. An elevator that lets you go to different levels of a building, a pool that restores your health, fast-moving zip lines, and crates in the wilderness can all better assist you in drawing up tactics to defeat enemies. Even if you get careless and get defeated, there's no need to let it get you down. Nusa's Super Recall will allow you to respawn once more. The small, fastest-paced map lets you rank up faster. Alright, I'll leave it to you to explore the rest of the content for yourself. Hope everyone ranks up and gets that chicken dinner. The new map officially launches on September 13th. Stay tuned.
GT Neo 3, Neo Speed Awakens.
Hello and welcome to finally we are here. This is the 2022 PMPL SEA Championship Fall, brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, as well as Lightspeed and Quantum Studios. We would like to thank our official smartphone partner, that is a Realme with the GT Neo 3. As you can see here, it's an amazing phone with a dual chip gaming level flagship. And as well as our official livestream partner, that is TikTok, hashtag #BeTheOne TikTok Challenge, and follow our official PUBG Mobile page, PUBG Mobile My Official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, as well as PUBG Mobile Official PH. And also we'd like to thank our official food delivery partner, GrabFood, with 50% off GrabFood order, promo code PUBGM only for new users. Terms and conditions apply.
50%.
My name is Sir Cloud, together with Choo Choo, and we will be bringing you the action for day number 1.
Yeah, well, speaking of breakfast, hopefully you guys are ready for your meals, because it's going to be a really hectic first day, because we're talking about PMPL Southeast Asia Championship Fall this year 2022. which is going to be an interesting one. Recently, we already got the Clash of Regions, which is going to be the PMRC, and most major teams already partake themselves in this tournament. So it's sort of giving us a bit of a sneak peek what's going to happen today. But there are still some teams that we haven't witnessed them when it comes to PMRC. So today we'll be looking for including Buriram, example Buriram United Esports, TEM Entertainment, also NFT Esports coming from Indonesia. There's also Box Gaming and SLD or ShineLikeDiamond is coming up from Vietnam. Vampires that didn't play on the day of the PMRC. So we're looking for their performance, how they fare when it comes to the sea.
Yeah, Thailand has the most representatives into the Southeast Asia Championship because from the play-ins, they had 3 representatives from there, making them having like 6 teams among all our teams here today. And of course, the format, we'll talk about the format a little bit on later, but there's a reason why we have 20 teams as a start. And if you're familiar with the PUBG Mobile format, even during the PMPL and even previous seasons, you know that this is sort of a league that will qualify onto the grand finals later on.
Yep, not just that, they need to secure themselves for the PMGC slots. So coming up from Southeast Asia, there will be 5 during this Southeast Asia Championship. 4 slots will be given for the qualified team going to the PMGC League in the future, including that already got himself in the top spot. It's going to be Bigatron Aliens, Evols, and Infinity, Bacon, Geek Fam, 4 Rivals, DZavies, and Box Gaming. Those are actually not mentioned just now. They still have to book themselves a slot. Today we're going to start off the Southeast Asia Championship Fall League, coming up from today, Wednesday, till Sunday, 28th of September. Then we're going to jump over to the top 16. Out of the 20 team, only top 16 will qualify to the Southeast Asia Championship Fall Finals. It's going to be only 3 days of 6 matches per day, where we got 5 more slots given for the top 5 in the PMGC League in the future.
And the point system, well, if you watch the PMRC, well, that was a different point system. We're back to our regular point system. So first place, winner chicken dinner will receive 15 points. Second place, 12 points. Third place, 10 points. Fourth place, 8 points. Fifth place, 6 points. Sixth place, 4 points. Seventh place, 2 points. 8 to 12, 1 point. 13 to 16, no points. As usual, 1 elimination equals to 1 point. But this time, the total prize pool a little bit different than the countries. It will be a $200,000 US prize pool up for grabs.
Especially if we convert to MYR, which is going to be the Malaysian rate, there's going to be $500,000 ringgit Malaysia to be grabbed for all these guys. But for the bonus point, we still have like how our recent season actually commenced, which is going to be there's weekly bonus awarded for each week for weekly rankings. Then we do have the league bonus where the points awarded for the overall league stage ranking, and the total bonus point will be the both weekly and league bonus point accumulated. That's going to be dragged into the grand finals, going to be the initial points when it comes to the start of Southeast Asia Championship Finals.
Yeah, and as usual, well, if you follow even the previous country leagues and so on and so forth, it's pretty much the same. So there will be the points as you can see here on screen. So there will be the 20 point up onto the 1 point for the weekly bonus points. So all these will be taken into account as we enter the finals, which will happen later on. But let us introduce our participating teams. So we have Group A, we have DX, Xavier, the team that was superb in the last Southeast Asia Championship. We have 4 rivals, Buriram United as well as TEM Entertainment. And in Group B, we have the Infinity, the PMRC champions, BN United, Alter Ego, as well as Yoodo Alliance.
Coming up from Group C, Ego Esports, and we have FaZe, NFT, Sam9. Group D, starting with GIDS, Don't Break Dreams or DBD. Box Gaming, once upon a time used to be one of the most fearsome team. I'm not sure where they are now. Vampires, and also Groups E, we have Geek Fam, Boom, as ShineLikeDiamond, and Bacon Time.
And here's today's matches. So the format, pretty familiar. So it's going to be Sandhawk, the start of the day. We're going to play in a round robin format. B, C, D, E is going to start off first. 2 Miramas back to back and 2 Erangels to end the day. So it's going to be A, B, C, E, A, B, D, E, A, C, D, E, A, B, C, D. Don't worry about the sequences. You'll get to know it as we go along the format. Now, of course, it's GMT +8, so if you're watching this from a different time zone, just adjust accordingly and enjoy the show for the rest of the day.
And speaking of Sunhawk, I think this is going to be a really good start for the teams that don't really have a grasp when it comes to Miramar and Erangel. We do know when it comes to Miramar and Erangel, with recent performance of Infinity, it's really tough to go against them. They've been really crazy the past few days. But before we get into more the official match later on, there's more for you guys at home watching and you guys want to play more of PUBG Mobile. We do have the new tactical crossbow map in Nusa. Nusa map is already available for you guys to play along with, and it's gonna be one of the most shortest chicken dinner game that you actually can play within just 5 minutes.
Yeah, you probably saw the advertisement during the loading time or the countdown time, so a little bit of a preview in case you haven't had the opportunity to try that inside of the game, so you don't want to miss out. Go try it out. Trust me, it's amazing. 5 minutes all you need. But here we have the Clairvoyant Fox set and the Midas Fortune set, which is the new Royal Pass that is currently available right now. So the RPM15 is now in store, in game, and look at how amazing it is. How would we describe this sort of? It's an opera setting, right?
Feels like a Phantom of Opera.
Yeah, it is.
You know, but it's gonna be. I'm not sure how you're gonna play with a Midas Fortune set like with a piano like that. Looks a bit too lavish. But also we have Spectral Swan set and Cosmic Inquisitor set, which is gonna be the new ultimate set available for you guys right now for the first double ultimate set. Lucky spin for you guys to get yourself and flex your cosmetics when you actually play the game. You know what? It's okay if you're not really good at the game as long as you got the style.
Yeah, like what the vocalist of Aerosmith says, Steven Tyler. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose.
Yeah.
It's
all about style.
Yeah, it's all about style. Yeah. So go get it, ladies and gentlemen. It's available right now. We teased this during the PMRC, and now it's available in game for you guys to take home or just keep it permanently. But anyway, speaking about what's going to be happening permanently is our tournament today. Whatever happens to the teams will definitely be immortalized in the world of PUBG Mobile. Whatever points that they gather will be accumulated onto the finals later on.
I mean, this is what the player's been working for. You do know that there's so many in between tournaments, like the one that just for flexing, but this is the one that actually how do I say this, carving their path towards being a professional player as a career. So if you cannot reach to this point, it's going to be a really tough one. To even reach in the first place is already a challenging task to begin with. So for these guys to actually get into more higher level, this is where they start, and this is one of their stepping stones. Definitely, even day number one with the current season format, definitely they have to give all they have when it comes to the first day.
Well, let's check out our first prediction for this SEA Championship. So BN United and Sem9. I would say even like for yourself, your prediction, right? Like Sem9 doesn't 100% play the healing game. They do move as well, so they do stand a chance of getting their chicken dinner.
I mean, like for first game, especially Sanhok, usually the teams that really have a bit more motivation, this is a team that, I'm sorry to say, but these are the team that also have a bit of a problem when it comes to stamina in the next few weeks. So the first week is always the teams that really will surprise us, including Sem9, BNU, or even the teams that we hardly see them before, or even ShineLikeDiamond might actually have a shot at this, because first day, nobody actually marked their territory yet. So it's up for everybody to snatch it over. So it's going to be one of the very interesting days setting off today.
It is. And of course, we're playing by a round-robin group, right? So teams need to adapt game after game after game. But of course, we'll only be playing one Sanhok today and every day, in fact. So they just need to focus on this one Sanhok. When it comes to the Miramar game, when it comes to the Erangel game, the challenge is a little bit different because it's the same map, but it's different teams. So you need to just switch it just like that.
True. And when it comes, speaking of a different team, every single team that come in and out, when it comes to this is the problem, or this is more towards a challenge for the players. To fight against a team that's rotating between the groups, they have to adapt based on who drops certain spot, or if you really want to snatch it. Do you think that you can really fight it? Including when it comes to Sanhok, we always have our eyes on Bootcamp, who can be one of the most heated players when it comes to the first match. I'm looking for, because we do know, including previously, I think FaZe love to drop there as well sometimes. So who will they challenge?
Yeah. That'll be the question, right? Like during
Yeah.
the PMRC, they challenged SMG, but obviously SMG isn't playing today. But we won't know because it's the first game, right? We won't know if any team really wants to challenge Bootcamp. We've seen it time and time again that Bootcamp, regardless, even during the country PMPLs, Bootcamp is still challenged by multiple teams. So somehow this Bootcamp is just that focal point, especially coming into game number 1.
Not just that, remember Chem Alpha, how many teams actually occupied that last time as well? We talk about recent PMRC because it's going to be our benchmark, even though we don't have a Chinese region joining us right now. But for the teams that actually get to play PMRC, it's already a lot of boost of confidence because they're fighting one of the best in the world.
Yep.
So they were going to start off really strong and they already got themselves quite warmed up. You compare with the team that actually not participating in the PMRC.
Yeah, I know, right? So maybe a little bit of an advantage for them. Plus, they get to experience playing with teams that they're not used to. So adaptability is very important. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, can't wait to get the game started. Let's go, game 1.
Are you guys ready for our first day, week 1, day 1 of the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship Fall Season 2022? Coming at a very beautiful flight path as well, from Chem Alpha down to Escampo. The moment we mentioned about Chem Alpha before, we do remember minimum usually they have 3 teams there. Already show us quite early on with Delta, Ego, Sem9 going the same direction and with one more team behind there somewhere. So I want to see, do they have any sort of contest too early? But Sem9, we're looking over, they're spreading quite wide when it comes to Hartin on the right side. And also, we do have Geek Fam dropping around on top of Ruin, occupied, but Bootcamp will be very interesting.
Oh, Chem Alpha, 2 teams inside of it, and we see a first knockdown. And the point might be given on to, it's going to be Alter Ego. So 2 Indonesian teams going head-to-head with each other. Capone's down, BN United. They're down to the last man, and it's not even like, what, 2 minutes?
This is way too fast. Speaking of day number 1 here, everybody wants to show their dominance. But BN United not doing great. Shunos, I think that's going to be last member possibly, and it's going to be the end. BN United, less than 2 minutes out, but they're jumping over Paradise Resort. We have DBD versus Boom coming from Indonesia.
There goes my prediction. But anyway, DBD now, having the high ground advantage. Jimmy, he sees his opponent. Spray coming up for Jimmy with Michael Uzi. Connects most of it, but not enough to take anyone down.
It's going to be a tough one, DBD. I'm not sure how much loot they have already, but on the side of Boom, they are pretty much having the same power for like how DBD is actually at. They don't have much, but DBD have the high ground with the Micro Uzi and UMP. Boom Octea actually trying to retaliate on the other side. But I'm not sure it's going to be enough since they got 1-2 members. DBD trading for 1-1. Never mind, Jimmy OP and the rest of DBD might just actually win over Paradise Resort their first game. But Infinity, they're butting in as their business. Here comes in.
Oh, they want the points. I mean, we saw them during the PMRC. They are such an aggressive team. Yeah, now 1v1, second team to be eliminated is Boom. And there you have it. So 1 Indonesian team, 1 Vietnamese team currently out. The Infinity, like what you said, they want to butt in, but unfortunately one of them is currently down. It's going to be Gatuni. So 3v4 is going to be the situation now.
Infinity feels like being finished off straight away, losing 1 man in from the start. We're not surprised. But Infinity have been going crazy since day number 1 we saw back then until today. They're trying to do the same thing, yeah? Mela spotted out on Jimmy, knocked Jimmy down, tried to find 1 more. Zix and Yen tried to actually fight on the other way. But the problem is Infinity coming up from 1 angle only. Nusa and Mela or the bridge in. Now Logan will actually give the support fire from behind. Mela spot out Echo. DBD in a bit of a turmoil right now, kind of stuck in between. Yen didn't have to have time to reset themselves and straight away going for another war.
Perfect nade from Mela. In fact, Mela didn't see where his opponent is at, but then again, that nade was just on point. Now this gives an opening towards a Nusa to come in with the DBS in hand as well. So it looks like it's going to be Echo, the last man standing for DBD against the Infinity. Logan down to 10% health. Echo needs to get away, but he's super duper low. Nusa charges in with the DBS, and that's going to be the end for DBD.
3 teams down in less than 4 minutes. We're talking about DBD just and have themselves a minor victory fighting against Boom before. Didn't have time to reset. The moment they tried to reset, Infinity butting in. Infinity, their movement is so swift that they actually managed to loot quite a number of loot to get into that business along the process.
I know, right? It is just like on point. Their timing, despite them losing, got Tuni. But the trade back is that they got 5 elimination points as a start. I mean, we're not even 5 minutes into the game and they already got 5 points just like that. But you know what, you? This kind of gameplay today in the first game of Sanhok kind of reminds me of Sanhok back in the day, where players don't really focus on trying to play the healing game, trying to play passively. This is the Sanhok that we know of. That's why it's the smallest map. We expect a lot of action to happen, and it's given to us.
That's kind of true. At the same time, there's not many loot for a lot of players, including NFT. They're having a bit of a problem to loot themselves where they fancy. Because of Empires giving a lot of information by their footsteps, but around cave, we do have ShineLikeDiamond or SLD having a bit of a long-range fight against GIDS to just try to, I call this as compound hopping between the teams there. But GIDS do have a very strict eye towards the side of
Quan Ji.
Quan Ji. So it's Chuan or Quan? Chuan.
Well, I would read it as Quan unless in Vietnamese it's read differently. Because you have like you can call it a Quan, you can call it a, let's see, Chuan? Yeah, that could be as well. But I'm not too sure how they pronounce it in Vietnam.
Well,
maybe some of the Vietnamese fans can, just enlighten us.
We would love that. We would love that.
that.
Yeah, do tell us how to pronounce. Sometimes English version of pronunciation is going to be very different. Back to us, GIDS booms. But FaZe seems like they're having a very clear day here, taking on the Junction compound, which is going to be not many teams passing by. Did we actually get ourselves a first circle just now?
No, because the action happened too fast. Yeah, so we may need to wait for the next circle before we know exactly where it is. But what's interesting about the boot camp is that no other team seems to be challenging FaZe Clan. So FaZe Clan had an easy start. But what's not going to be an easy start for you guys is the road to become professional. PMCC 2022 is happening. So do register right now. Scan the QR code away. Stand a chance to win 40,800 ringgit worth of prize pool. And build yourself a career in the professional league.
Yep. This is going to be your step one towards being not just the coach in the comment, but you can actually perform yourself in the game if you want to. Like, show us what you got. We want to see that in action, not just by words. Words are cheaper than actions, so definitely want to see you perform. Box Gaming, now what happened to this team? Used to be one of the most respected teams out there. And then the Xavier came in. Box, one of the very OG team, came in long line of it. We're talking about since the dawn of PUBG Mobile tournaments, PMCO days. But the players definitely, they have swapped in and out quite a number. Not the 100% same roster as before, but things haven't worked out quite right for a side of Box Gaming to actually, is that the problem with the adaptability with the current format and the current meta for the team?
I think it's the current meta as well, and I do think that it also depends on like how other teams rise up. Like you talked about D Xavier, right? So D Xavier, that they're not playing this round, they'll be playing the next round. But for D Xavier, just look at the gameplay. They're really aggressive. They're really smart. They know how to strategize themselves. They're ruthless. And that seems to be the trend nowadays. Even if we look like how Infinity is playing, that's why they're PMRC champions, because they're ruthless, they are very tactical, they're very solid. Each of them are like solid individual players. And if teams don't live up to that or don't catch up to that kind of meta, they will fall back. So I think that's what happened to Box Gaming at this point.
Now, speaking of another team coming up from Malaysia, Sem9, this is sort of a revamped lineup that we witnessed. Yes, they used to be one of the best in Southeast Asia. Then they have an entire roster swap down to Putra, Lokham, Dips, and also that playing now. But feels like they haven't got their momentum yet. It feels like they didn't got their comfort sweet spot yet. They might actually try to challenge FaZe next. Ego Esports, on the other hand, having a good day. So I'm kind of miss the PMRC point right now. When this happens. You cannot disagree now.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I mean, 3 teams got eliminated early on. So the action already happened. So to be fair.
And that's the only action we have so far.
Yeah, now that we're down to 13 teams, right? So naturally, we're still in the first phase of the circle, though. So naturally, you'll be like, okay, kind of chill. But I think the real measurement will be in the regular maps or the bigger maps.
Especially Erangel.
Erangel especially, right?
Especially
it's kind of just nice there. So if we do see like an aggressive gameplay again in Erangel, then I think people are just like adapting to the current meta. But if they do fall back to like a passive gameplay, then well, we'll be missing the PMRC point system.
Yep. Speaking of PMRC, Infinity set a quite high benchmark based on the last championship, which was the PMRC, getting themselves quite a number of eliminations, okay? Now, the circle will actually shrink, will be quarry, high chances they are, because we've seen that before. But for the side of Infinity, having a good start like this is really strong, because we're talking about them. They are dominating when it comes to Buriram. They are dominating when it comes to Erangel. So if nothing's stopping them in Sunhawk, they can have a clear day today to have such a head of a gap when it comes to the point. We do have Paradise Resort might be visited by Infinity later, which they quite visited early on, but they might go towards the same rotations. Seems they are going straight down south later if they want to go on to our quarry, but that's going to be just our prediction when it comes to the circle. Alpha Ego got themselves 4 eliminations fighting against I think it was a BNU before in Camp Alpha.
Yeah, Alter Ego had a good start. Well, I don't think it was intentional that they wanted that. It was challenged by BN United, so they just had to win the fight, and ultimately they did. So with that win, they have pretty much the entire left side of the Camp Alpha for themselves to loot. So looking at their timing, looking at how they're playing by the blue by now, expect maybe Alter Ego to be one of the teams to play the healing game.
I'm expecting not so much for this match yet, so far. I mean, like, it's Sunhawk. It's sort of a wildcard map here. But you're talking about healing games. So far, we haven't seen any play that actually have more than 10 first aid here. So definitely, most of the team are taking their own sweet time to make sure they got enough loot to get themselves on, just to be sure they can survive. But you guys, while waiting for something to happen, don't forget to scan over for the PMCC 2022, and you can actually have over 40,000 ringgit Malaysia of prize pool and get yourself maybe a chance to qualify in the 2023 PMPL in the future. We do know how hard it is these days to get into the official professional league. So you might actually have a shot there.
Oh yeah, it is. It is absolutely difficult. Like even like let's see, like there are a couple of like amateur level tournaments like happening right now concurrently, right? So when I got the opportunity to cast some of them, then I watched some of them as well. So looking at the quality of teams, I can say that a lot of teams deserve to be at that pro league. But then again, in the pro league, you only have X number of slots. So you can't fit everybody in. So they're not there not because of they're not good. It's because of the slots are just that much. So it's starting to be super duper competitive from my view, and a lot of teams definitely deserve it, and that's why it's going to be super tough to get through. But of course, if you don't try, you never know.
Ego Esports knocking on the door of Box Gaming, one knockdown. Didn't see this one coming. Namshin tried to actually trade back to 1-1, but they have one more player. The rest of Ego Esports quite late to giving extra hand there. F1 and also Duanzi tried to actually revive their teammate, which already on the ground, finish off by Box. Break on the ground as well. It's going to be 1-2 trade here. But for the side of Bansu, Box Gaming and also Soaz coming up from the flank side, they're guarding this compound so tightly well. What a nice defense coming up from Box.
The two Vietnamese teams going at each other. Soaz tries to knock down F1, but F1 is still kind of okay. But no, not for long. Looks like F1 will be burnt down. It's going to be Twanzi, the last man standing.
And Ego Esports, another team, will be finished off in the hands of... Who was it again just now?
Box
Gaming, there you go. With Twanzi left, I'm not sure if he actually wants to still going for it. I feel like he will go for disengagement and go for a retreat. And just going to take his own time for survival. He does actually have first aid, but it's not going to be enough for him to actually last that long. FaZe still taking the center of a circle. It's going to be Quarry, like I expected before. GIDS already parked themselves on top of Quarry. Box Gaming coming out from the junction. Same goes Twanzi, who just fought back with Box Gaming before. I think it's best to actually Twanzi coming out from the southern part, going into K for a bit, just look over in the nearby houses or nearby compounds. Yes, they might actually will bump into ShineLikeDiamond, but at least like ShineLikeDiamond feels like they have no contestant so far there. So if Twanzi going on the south side, it feels like a bit more vacant if you compare those coming out from Buriram area.
I will keep an eye on the Vampires for now because they just left Painan, and on the right side of Painan there's a lot of hills, and if the other team that share the same compound with them moves, that is NFT, I mean they can move north, they can move south, yes, sure. There will be another option, but if they choose to move straight up, then they'll be gatekept by Vampires. So Vampires have the advantage against NFT, and both of them know their existence. Let's see how does NFT deal with it, because right with this kind of circle, Vampire has the advantage. So do keep an eye on Vampires just outside of Painan. I'm pretty sure that they'll play that gatekeeping role.
He bombed himself into a tree just now. Lucky enough, it didn't spot out by the guys coming up from Yoodo Alliance. But some non being pot a bit here when it comes to the junction. Is going to wait here for a bit more, holding their grounds while waiting for whoever passing by. Yoodo Alliance, including in this case. FaZe still not going to move as well, but we do have ShineLikeDiamond spotted out Bacon Time Ice already on the ground. But I feel like it's going to be quite a distance here. SLD want to finish off Ice from afar. But I feel like there might be a third party try to steal over these eliminations from quite a distance.
Shine bright like a diamond, but Ice unfortunately is down, and no way he's going to be picked up in such an open area. So his teammates got to let him go, unfortunately. There goes Ice officially out, and Bacon Time will be playing as a 3-0. Now speaking as a 3-0, so it's going to be the Infinity now at the high ground. They've been moving around trying to find a good compound, so far so good. Good scouting coming from the Infinity.
Infinity, a lot of eyes on them right now. They're quite one of the most aggressive teams out there. Already got themselves at #1 spot based on the eliminations only. But it's still too early to say so, since it's the first match of the day and still a lot of warming up to do, warming up the fingers for the players, just to push the jitters away, making sure they are prepared when it comes to the official match of Mirama and Erangel later on. But back to the Vampires, you said to watch out for them here, Cloud. Definitely they are one of the teams that's not going to sit quietly and waiting for the fight to happen, as they are the one who will be bringing the fight over to the side. In this case, ShineLikeDiamond.
Yeah, I mean, the Vampires, they play superb in the PMPL SEA play-in, so they definitely know their stuff. One of the teams that actually graduated from that route and making up one of the 6 Thai teams inside the PMPL SEA Championship. I mean, Thailand has been bulldozing so far this season. Even like the Xavier, during the PMRC, they weren't that hard. So, I don't know. It does look really bright now for Thailand in general.
True. But back to the side of SLD. They have to cut across Vampires. Just look at how many teams right on top of Quarry there. We're talking about 4 to 5 teams. And GIDS is the one, might be the gatekeepers against Vampires, who NFT are trying to force a fight here. Alter Ego fighting against FaZe at the same time. Trying to skirmish himself, get into the circle on the northwest side. And it feels like NFT having a very good glimpse on the other end against Vampire, who got sandwiched within SLD. Yeah, but FaZe knock one down. Alter Ego remain with last member Renault right here. Playing around the corner, ring around from Zazy. They go for spray. And didn't manage to secure a FaZe, winning that CQC and a mid-range distance, and manage to revive and have a reset.
Well, it was a left and right encounter, so it's going to be tough. But now we move over to NFT versus the Vampires. Vampires seems to be in trouble where Ramon's nade onto Shrubs taking it out. And NFT, 2 points in the bag right now. Batman gets one for himself as well, as Stone will be eliminated by Sorvel. Gunned down by Damroot from Geek Fam.
On the other hand, Batman spot out on SLD players. Quan having a bit of a problem to spot the shots coming out from. He's looking the other way. We have Bacon Time coming up from the back line, but Bacon Time play don't have that much anymore as they lost men along the process to transition into the circle. We're down to the fourth phase with 1 minute 30 seconds left. These guys have to figure out how to get inside of a safe zone as soon as possible.
Ooh, we got two teams close by with each other. SLD has eyes onto Bacon Time. So now it's going to be Shirty. Still on the outside of the circle. In fact, all of these teams on the outside. Ravenclaw as well. But I believe Ravenclaw is somewhere within the circle. So now they're going in for Shirty. Shirty down to 40% of health. Not looking good for Shirty though. He'll be pressured by the blue at the same time.
Smap wants to take Shirty out, definitely. But like you mentioned, it's going to be blue zone closing in. But Mika OP coming up from the flanks there. Geek Fam taking advantage. While SLD taking a fight against Bacon Time still. There's a bit of a betrayed coming out between these teams. But NFT spotted out by Damru. This is one of the players that want to go and contend when it comes to the top terminating this season. GIDS having a move, but Geek Fam, they are not in the circle, but closing off. They park one man inside just to make sure if they were to advance for the entire team, it's going to be a clear pathway. SLD, ShineLikeDiamond. Finished off by GIDS. Nusa coming up from sneakily behind. This is what I mentioned. GIDS. This is going to be a huge farming point for them.
Yeah, it's going to be big for them. But oh, Ravenclaw, last man. Ravenclaw gets one beautiful coming from Ravenclaw to Sorvel. Now 1v2. Can Ravenclaw do it? Oh, so close. Almost coming out with a clutch. Almost eliminating NFT. But then again, Ramones had to be the hero.
Now circle shrinks even further. It's going to be on the left side. Only one compound and Geek Fam, the closest to it. But feels like Victorious might reach to that spot first. Now Snipes going on the left-hand side. Now this is going to be a bit of a problem if they give FaZe that compound straight away for Geek Fam. But ShineLikeDiamond goes to taking on Shirty finally after such a long time gatekeeping. GIDS spotted out on Geek Fam. This might be a Kobe. Feels like a perfect angle. Waiting for it.
Ooh. Oh!
Alan.
Oh, actually, it's a double knockdown from Alan. Mika as well as Damru, both of them down. Now it's going to be Yuhai at the forefront. Yuhai, what you going to do? Are you going to pick up your teammate? But then again, time is not on his side. Zone is starting to close in. Yuhai may need to survive with his duo snipes.
This is overcommitting on the side of Geek Fam. They should have gone to the circle first, but they want to fight for more. And this seems like Booms from GIDS taking a lot of eliminations, but he doesn't have a lot of healing here. Only 7 band-aids, but he's still committed to it, trying to finish off UI from the start. And Snipes, on the other hand, hoping that UI can actually get behind the rock here and smoke a couple of smoke, but the Molotov will stop him from being revived. UI will be taking a bit more downtime here as Boom's trying to push forward, but there's going to be a bit of a trade of utility from these two guys. Snipes managed to actually revive UI. Hopefully they have enough time to reset, but GIDS will not give that opportunity for them as UI being finished off by Snizzle from that bomb or the hand grenade just now.
Oh, and ShineLikeDiamond looks like they're down currently, but at the same time we can see that Sem9, well, the out taken out by the zone. Booms will move further forward, takes out Geek Fam, and Geek Fam out number 9, 1 elimination point. And look at the amount of teams on the outside the circle at this moment.
FaZe, Tony K taking on Yoodo Alliance, and FT will be eliminated at 8, while Yoodo Alliance fighting just next to Sem9.
Olio?
Adib is spotted out. Olio going to try out Kobe, but Victorious taking on Adib's first. GIDS keep pushing forward. They got themselves the most strongest compound who was FaZe supposed to be in, but they were quite too late here. They were too distracted with around the fight surrounding them. Sem9 and Yoodo Alliance just next to each other. Olio is spotted out on Putra. FaZe want to butt in as a third party, but at the same time, how can Putra just bring forward with the last member coming from Sem9?
No need for both of them. They'll need to fight with their guns, but look at the circle. It favors GIDS together with the compound. Now they are in the prime position, but at the same time, fights happening all around the FaZe Clan going up against Yoodo Alliance.
Yoodo Alliance chug into the blue, burned by it right now. It's going to be really painful as 40 seconds left, less than 10 meters. It's going to be like right across them. Yoodo Alliance, they have to take the fight into their arms, taking on one. Adeglu managed to secure MR5 on the flank side, tossing out, cooking up the nade. It's going to be less than 10 meters there. Really feels like a perfect angle. Adeglu right on point. Keep quite a bit. MR5 looking another one. What the Blues are burning them off. They don't have time. And my 5. And also Sonic have to secure their placement first. But it's going to be one by one being chipped off by Yoodo Alliance. And then Luke still trading for one more. He don't have enough utilities. First H running down really fast.
Only 2 more first aids for the side of Adelu, but hopefully he'll be able to get something out. The box is just right in front of him. Will there be enough time for Adelu? That will be the question. Alan seems to know where Adelu is at, but Adelu now will play the healing game. He'll hold on as long as possible in the blue.
Now, Tony K having a bit of a problem to cut across with Boom on GIDS already being knocked down, bleeding out. I have a feeling they might actually save him. But Infinity, despite the loss, turning too early on, but they still managed to secure themselves in the top 3 again with the most eliminations on the board. And Imela just going to keep on tossing that hand grenade. He got one more left. It's going to be 30 meters away. GIDS still inside of a compound. How can Mela flush them out with one hand grenade and one Molotov in his pocket here?
Well, at this moment, the Infinity, they got 8 elimination points and they're still looking for at least a second place finish. They have one representative playing the healing here at this moment, but Tony K and MR5, they are trying to sneak in onto GIDS. MR5 reveals himself. The shot's coming in from Tony K. Tony K will be pressured by the right side. Tony K down to 50% health. Booms! Will be cut down by MR5. What a duo they are.
1-2-1 tray. MR5 trying to find for the last person coming out from GIDS.
Whoa!
Oh, MR5 solo right now with 3 first aid. He don't have time to reset. Snizzle is going to just build this one now. It's not worth fighting. Tony K will finish off by the Blues and with the help of Alan and be finished off straight away. We're down to 2 Team Infinity. Are they taking the first chicken in off Sunlock? Just keep on going from PMRC.
Yeah, the Infinity, they are not playing the healing game. They changed their plans. Looks like they're trying to go in for chicken dinner. But that it's not going to be easy as GIDS, they have the circle, they have the compound. 20 more seconds for the Infinity to decide what they're going to do.
I love the spread coming out from GIDS. As long as they got themselves the compound, it's great. But in the meantime, they got themselves the circle as well. Now, this is going to be really tough for Infinity, but this is the Infinity we're talking about. There's no such thing as impossible for them. UMP in their hands, waiting for the right time to just push forward. But I love Snizzy, so crucial his point.
Can you?
Mela! It's going to double spray for Snizzo! What a perfect sight! Clean! First sight, looking over there. Snoozy trying to actually just try to make a bit more play for the team. But it comes Naybot down to Snizzle and Alan to make a play. But it's going to be 2v1. Newsy, can he clutch it with 5 grenades? But
can
not going to be enough DBS.
Close.
DBS.
Oh, Newsy.
It's 1 versus 1 right now. Snizzle, mono to mono. What a DBS. My God, what a close game here.
Can you do it? Snizzle versus Newsy. There's no way that Alan will be picked up. Newsy has the DBS. Snizzle with the UMP. Newsy's recovering himself. He still has first aids to play with. And now they're on even on their health. Newsy with the DBS. Newsy! Wow! What? One-man army Newsy! The Infinity is the team to beat for Southeast Asia Championship!
My God, that is just phenomenal ending from Newsy. This is what we talked about Infinity. No matter how the odds are against them, Newsy, they lost first, man, straight off the bat. They started with 3. It was so hard for them to push the compound. What's one? It was GIDS. Game Snizzle got a perfect straight line of sight. The crosshair was a perfect double down spray. But Newsy, that DBS play, goodness me, what a monster.
Holy smokes, Newsy. I mean, remember the PMRC, him against LGD? And now he's showing it again, time and time again. How many times has this guy clutched everybody? There is no one else that I could think of. To me, he's one of the best players in the world, no doubt.
One of the best shot calling and also Terminator on the one of the highest chart right now. This is what we feared for the other team. If Infinity take away the first match this strong, this early, how can they be overrun later? We saw that before. Their consistency, their stamina, when it comes to the long fight, they can take it all. And if it's given off like this as a start, How much can they gain within a day?
How much? This reminds me of like D Xavier during the last SEA Championship. It was crazy. Our head producer Jikit is like, you know, he's so proud to show us, like, yeah, he's wearing the Infinity jersey today. He's so happy all of a sudden. But then again, I mean, with this kind of start, right? How are you gonna stop them? Like they're bringing the momentum from PMRC.
This is insane. This is just remarkable. But a lot of teams having a bit of a problem about the clash of the drop spot early on. But the best man wins as we speak. Venturas and the rest of FaZe Clan. You know what? This is where I noted we're gonna go into the. I think we have a post recap later for the map later on. I do want to mention such a crucial point, which GIDS, FaZe, and also, if I'm not mistaken, it was Semna or Yoodo Alliance that actually have a shot at winning, but they lost it the moment they attracted too much towards the fight that's happening behind them. But Nusa, this Nate, I'm not sure how he clutched 2v1 just now. It was one of Nusa fighting that one half of that freaking DBS. It's just so incredible.
I cannot. This one, I cannot. You know, they traveled so far. They spent time in the blue. They switched from just playing the healing game up to just going all out to secure that chicken dinner. I mean, this team, how are you going to stop them? They can play anything at this moment. Even if you give them a crossbow, they can clutch anyone. God.
That was a. Imagine if all of them actually survived. They were starting with 3. We're talking about Sunny out 4 minutes into the game. Okay, 4 minutes. When we're done, Sunny is already out, and they got themselves quite early skirmishes. They're not the teams that are actually just sitting on the back line, just trying to be gatekeepers. They forced themselves to get into the Paradise Resort too early on, and they got themselves 11 eliminations as the start. Yes, this is the first game, but we're talking about Infinity here. Infinity, they can just ballpark themselves #1 spot all day, all league, if they want to, and they can.
I've said it time and time again, I'm a big fan of the Infinity, and again, they are proving why they deserve love, why they deserve the support from the fans. It is insane, the Infinity. Okay, I'll give one benefit of the doubt, you know, one benefit of the doubt. D Xavier hasn't played. I would want to see them go head to head with each other.
Oh, we've seen that before. But Mela, you saw how he actually just eliminated himself. Well, this guy, I have to call him, he's the grenade god, okay? He knows exactly the certain angle. He got a double down nade. Every single time he tossed his utilities, somebody will be knocked down. If it's not knocked down, it's going to be eliminated straight away. And this guy, day #1, match #1, such discipline coming out from Infinity, won themselves PMRC with the most number of eliminations. They are not arrogant. They are still there to win everything. They will take conquers when it comes to 2022 ending by this league.
Shout out to Mela. He was the one who handed me the jersey. So thank you, Mela, by the way. You're awesome.
I didn't got myself jersey.
Well...
Mela! Why?
Well,
I know you longer than he does.
Well,
I deserve more.
Sawadee Mela. Send jersey to her, Mela. Yeah.
My God, I mean, like, this is a scary prospect for the other team.
It is.
If it's already given off, you know, I don't know, is this going to be something that positive or negative for Infinity? I say why. Infinity, if they're giving off such vibe, there's going to be a lot of bullseye behind their back. They'll be targeted by most of the teams. Secondly, if that happens, we do know they can fight back. But for Infinity, a different vibe will be given off for the other players. Like, that is Infinity. You don't want to fight them. So they might actually having a very clear pathway the entire day.
Yeah, you have a point. Because we are a league, right, this time as compared to the SEA Championship. Before this, it was a 3-day final. But a league gives you room to be targeted.
Hey, I love this graphic, by the way. Thank you, production.
I know, right? I'm loving it. I'm loving the players, very clean as well on the side. The Infinity especially looking amazing. My goodness, I am like, slurp, the Infinity, you know.
But we actually did mention about bootcamp earlier. While we're talking about FaZe Clan, they actually got there quite early. Same goes for the sort of GIDS. Now, Infinity, they fought against Boom, and it was DBD winning over Boom, and they being a third party from Predators Resort, and they realized that, you know what, we don't have enough men, so they take a bit longer rotation. Now this is where the problem came in, okay? So GIDS, FaZe in Yoodo Alliance actually reached there way earlier than all the teams before this circle. It was the fourth phase that time. If only they parked themselves in the center of this compound first, take it away, they might actually have a shot at winning. And that's what happening to GIDS. They're taking over this compound. I love their spread. They got everything done by the book, perfectly executed. But what I mentioned before, it's going to be Snizzle that's really crucial for the side of GIDS. The moment he bailed his post on the right hand side, that's where everything gets wonky. Let's get everything just a bit too bizarre for them to handle, because this is Infinity we're talking about. One person or not, they don't care.
They don't care. Exactly. It's like Nusa or whoever actually in the Infinity, right? Every single player is like a full squad.
Sure.
It's like there are one person, so there are like 4 people inside the Infinity, is actually times 4. That is how good they are as a team. They are like, you fight one person, it's like you fight an entire squad.
I mean, like, one person or not, never take lightly for teams that actually don't have a team. They are not solo anymore, they're just a squad, you know, one person. I mean, like Infinity, starting off really strong, but this is not giving away, the other teams cannot contest it. We're talking about Vampires that we haven't seen them performing PMRC, and also the Xaviers haven't been playing at all. We're talking about Group A, the Xaviers for Rivals, Buriram, and TEM Entertainment also, one of the teams that actually have a lot of promises coming up from their performance. But the next one is going to be Marama. We don't have Group D playing, which is going to be GIDS, Don't Break Drinks, Box Gaming, and Vampire. But this is where you want to see the Xaviers versus Infinity. Is it gonna happen or not?
Oh yeah, I want to see that. I want to see that. So after this, it will be A, B, C, and E. So Group D will be taking a break. But of course, before we talk more about the groups, we check out the head-to-head from the previous round.
Else.
Who else is there? I mean, it's only the Infinity and everyone else, right? Mela and Nusa back-to-back with each other. 5 eliminations, 4 eliminations. I mean.
The graph is basically the same. It's just Nusa lasted longer than Mela, but Mela being open up the space so much for the rest of the team just now. His nades were incredible, but Nusa, his DBS, his shot calling, his game sense is just incredible. Infinity, I mean, like, this is the same player we've seen for the past few years. But how can they be better than the rest of the team? They also have the same sort of lineup, including FaZe at MR5 with the most assists, but they have a bit of a problem when they try to get themselves transitioned inside of a circle, because they're being held up by a lot of fights out there.
I want to know what sort of eyeliner
Nusa
is using. Like, I would so use that tomorrow. Like, can I do an eyeliner thing tomorrow?
I think he uses the pan eyeliner because the effect, there's a smudge effect on it. It's not the, we women know this kind of stuff.
Okay, thank you.
So you can use the pen eyeliner that you can smudge a bit.
Okay, I'll do that tomorrow.
Yes, please.
Just for the Infinity.
I can see better eyes now.
Oh, wow.
After you do that, it makes your eyes looks bigger. That's why he's using it. His eyes can actually be bigger.
Yeah, every season he has that eyeliner in the photo shoot. But but anyway, ladies and gentlemen, so Group D is going to take a break after this. We're going to see the introduction of Group A. That's going to be TEM Entertainment, Buriram United Esports, 4 Rivals, and the Xavier, the champion for the previous season, who's here to defend the title.
You know what? Sometimes I told myself something about PUBG Mobile that's really beautiful. Even though it's the same team, even though it's the team that used to be the champions, but you can never be the same every single season. You know, every single season it's going to be somebody, even it's new or old players, veterans or new season players. It's going to be a different team entirely, having a different ball game, showing us what they can offer. I'm waiting for teams as example, like 4 Rivals, we do know they can actually do something. BNU, I mean, like, we do see BNU not having a really good performance PMRC.
Yeah.
Now, how can they fix this when it comes to Southeast Asia League?
They have to cut the internet of the Infinity.
Cut everybody else's
Cut everyone else's internet. especially the Infinity, the Xavier.
Maybe they need to use Realme GT03.
Maybe they need to switch it up. But what needs to switch as well is you guys. You guys got to get ready for this. Bobo Boy, still going to tease it to you. It's coming soon in October 2022. We're a couple of days away.
Bye-bye!
Okay.
September do have 30 days, was it?
Um,
I think it's 30 days. So it's going to be like only 2 more days and it's going to be October. So can we actually get to... I think we're going to have a bit of a trailer maybe on October when this happens because it's only the start of the league. So the league going to end around mid of October. So we're going to get to see... I'm still waiting for Dragon Ball Z one, but never mind.
well, we'll be casting the first week of October, so we'll be one of the first few ones to know, hopefully.
Yay.
But then again, this one we already know. It's the Rabu Padu. So phase 2 is still in effect. And how many points have you guys collected though? So collect your points during this period. And if you play every Wednesday, you get extra points. And of course, if you happen to have a good gameplay, amazing clutch just like Nusa, do share with us with the hashtag Rabu Padu Menang Selalu.
And also today, finally, it's going to be shown on Wednesday. And it's today!
Oh, yay, today!
It's the first time we're actually having Rabu Padu on Wednesday. On live. Yay! Finally, we did something right today. Congratulations, everyone. Don't forget to log in your PUBG Mobile and play and rank it up. And you get more prizes today. Because today is going to be the double point while waiting for the match to happen. Might as well go for one round of Nusa maybe, or any games, or Livik example if you want to play a fast game.
Yeah, and during the longer break after this, of course, we're going to head on to the Margaret break. That's time for you guys to mind now, play a couple of extra games, or why not, right? Yeah, feel free to check out, especially the Nusa map. But after this, we're going to jump into the first Miramar of the season for the PMPL SEA Championship.
It's the first of everything today.
Yeah, I know. Everything is the first one, right? So,
I want
how
to
you feeling
see,
about this?
I want to see the record right now. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to relate it to PMRC because that's gonna be one of the toughest championship as well.
Yeah.
Right. So the highest elimination we got is still 19, was it? I think that was it. There's nobody breaking the 20 elimination point. Now I want to challenge Infinity. If you really are a monster, give us the 20-ish elimination for once.
Guess who did the 19?
And it's gonna be Infinity.
Yeah, I know, right? So they're like trying to break their own record now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do that because right now feels like they are in different ball of game entirely, different level of tier of play. But who do you think closest can actually challenge Infinity for now?
Well, my money will be on the Xavier, to be honest.
True.
Yeah, just because of how they won the SEA Championship last season. They were I've never seen a team that's number 1 from game 1 till the final game. So it was crazy. So if I were to put my money on it, would be them. If not, okay, if I were to have another team, right? I think the Xavier is the obvious choice. But if I were to have another team, I would probably want to put it on
Vampires.
Okay, I'll put all the Thai teams aside, right? There's just too many of them.
Yeah.
Right. So let's give a little bit of mention to other teams. So I'll put it on Geek Fam. Okay, so what would you put it on?
Geek Fam is like, for me, it's going to be hot on core. Okay.
Alright.
For me, aside from the Xaviers, so many Thai teams, by the way.
I know, that's why.
GIDS actually might have a shot.
Okay.
GIDS might actually have a shot.
Okay, yeah.
That's gonna be for Indonesia's side, but for Vietnam, definitely Xaviers. On the side of Malaysia, between 4 rivals and Geek Fam, honestly, it depends on how well can they have a grasp about themselves. I mean, like, all Malaysian teams have not been performing for the recent times, and it's like really heartbreaking for us. I mean, like, even my voice is breaking off, but it depends on how motivated they are, because right now I'm looking at them in a slump for the Malaysian teams. They're having a bit of a problem to do the call shots there.
Yeah, I just think that is adaptation with the overall current meta, right? Like we see how the Infinity or generally teams that do well, especially PMRC again is our best example, teams that are playing very, very aggressive. It's as if they don't really think much. If you look like how the Infinity played Sandhawk early on, they just take like what, three vehicles, and then they just go around as if like it's a regular map, and you don't always see that in Sandhawk. That's why they're like fearless. They just don't think so much. They just like, okay, I just want to find a team and I'll take them out and I'll take over their compound, and that becomes their prime position. Just like that. I think that the Malaysian teams really need to adapt to this kind of thing.
That's kind of true. I mean, like, I'm not surprised if DBD actually adapt better than 4 Rivals and Geek Fam at this point.
Yeah.
Because DBD is one of the teams that, you know, they sneak quietly and slowly trying to catch up, and they learn faster from these guys. Whilst on the side of Geek Fam, their meta, sort of their read of the meta, is either they get it or they don't. For 4 Rivals is always a late bloomer, so when it comes to consistency, I do believe in more in DBD. But if Geek Fam can actually show us they have what it takes from day number 1, they might actually have a shot when it comes to the entire league. It's all down to day number 1 to see how their mindset or mind state is.
So we'll put aside the Sandhawk, right? Yeah, because that's done. But let's see, we got 4 more games to play. But speaking about the next game, right? So, well, I said it, right? So the Xavier, FaZe Clan, actually no surprise for FaZe Clan as well. They are one of the teams that are fairly hot.
Yeah,
they do stand a chance.
I mean, like, this is going to be a huge map, by the way. So the teams that love to get themselves around the high grounds, including St. Martin Mountains, I mean, like, whoever get there first, depends on circle, they're going to win this one. And I do want to see when it comes to Picardo that this is going to be a hot spot, right? Like, we do know Chumasero is going to be either Bacon time on Ego Esports, or Los Leones is going to be a really tough one for Bacon, and including even Monte Nuevo. Monte Nuevo and Picardo will be the hottest drop spot.
Yeah.
But Power Grid will be some other contenders, because these are the teams that some of us don't have any idea if they want to clash or not.
Yeah, I mean, we sometimes we think that, okay, they have some sort of like a gentleman's agreement or some sort of like a truce, but
I hate that.
But yeah, that wasn't the case in Sandhawk. That wasn't the case in Sandhawk. We saw a lot of very, very early clashes. Paradise Resort was one of them, and Cam Alpha is one of them. We probably can expect the same inside of Miramar as well. Maybe like one or two spots being challenged. But we'll find it out really soon. But like what you said, I do agree. Keep your eye on Picado, maybe even Power Grid, maybe even Monte Nuevo. These are really high tier loot areas.
And I so far that we got quite a bizarre circle for the past few days. Quite a number of bizarre circles when it comes to Miramar. So I'm looking forward that we haven't got ourselves the circle. We had lost Higos in Valdemar. Even Chumasera, quite a number of it. We got a lot of Impala. We got some Los Leones. We got some Montenegro. Did we actually get La Corberia for once? I don't think so. Did we actually got it?
It's been a while.
It's been a while on the northern side.
Yeah, it's been a while on La Corberia. It's been a while on Oasis. Even like Ruins or Trailer Park, it's like, I think there was like once in a million or something like that. It's also very, very rare. But let's see. Our first Miramar of the SEA Championship. Let's go.
I missed that transition, by the way.
Me too.
Boom. Yeah.
Oh, wow. With a pia. Okay. I'll take that.
Okay, what do we expect when it comes to this sort of flight path? Not many teams love to drop on the northern side, so those who want to drop around Impala, including Alter Ego and Los Leones, will be quite a hefty journey. I'm talking about them try to drop themselves, get the vehicles to work, and straight towards their drop spot, especially if this circle happens to be on top of a Los Leones or the southern part of the map. It feels like it will go that way.
Keep your eyes on the Tierra Bronca. I think there might be 2 teams going there. We got Bacon Time, and we have another team that's, okay, try to see, because it's like overlapping at this moment. But we got Bacon Time, one of it. I think it's going to be Boom, the other team as well. So 2 teams heading towards that side. And also to keep an eye on somewhere in the middle, Hacienda. 2 teams, Hacienda, St. Martin. It might be 2 teams there. ShineLikeDiamond is one of them that we can see on screen. I think we're going to see an early fight there inside Hacienda. They are dropping into it right now. It's going to be, okay, yeah, here we got visuals. So it's going to be Geek Fam. Let's go.
The Patron, ShineLikeDiamond versus Geek Fam. Well, I'm not surprised. This is the usual spot for these guys. Whoever got it first, it's going to be a really good one. It's going to be the marking of their drop spot when it comes to day number 1. Well, the circle will comprise a lot of Los Leones, might be in the center in between, which might ended up in Minas Generales or La Bendita based on this kind of pattern. But Smap only have a shotgun, and Yuhai got himself quite a number. Not really too much. No vest, only a helmet, and not even a bag. It's going to be a bit too much for one building to be looted by 2 teams.
And the first need for this round has been throne. And it's going to be SLD. Unfortunately, they're kind of stuck here without much to play with. Just look at their utilities. It's just level 1 helmet, not even a first aid. So they're kind of stuck here. Geek Fam has the upper hand, obviously, because one of the players from SLD is down. So it's going to be 4v3. Geek Fam not going to make any mistakes. They're going to take this chill and easy. They're in a circle anyway, so they're not really in a hurry.
Taking their own sweet time. Just to make sure they got enough gears to use. These guys have to be extra careful. BN United versus the Xaviers. Now, I'm hoping if BN United can win this, honestly. Yeah, we're talking about the Xaviers, definitely. But, I mean, this is where you get to push yourself. The good thing about the league is you have time to improvise along the process.
Yeah, true enough. This is, of course, the first Buriram, so it's an adaptation period, right? The drops could change next, and some teams might want to, like, let it go, or some teams will, like, want to challenge it again. It's hard to tell, but then again, that is the fun of the league, right? It's not the same thing. Although it's the same map, but it's not the same thing every round. Every round can be different, and the round robin helps that matter as well.
Does it really? Some teams having a bit of a tough time, even though it's the entire league out. Especially when it comes to day number 1, if it's already a stretch. It's going to be really demotivating for them sometimes.
Well, I mean, it's a league, right? So, and that's what differentiates like these teams compared to a lot of other teams. They're supposed to have the mental fortitude. I mean, if you don't, then it's tough, right? And plus, they played in their own country league, so they felt that kind of format.
Well, it's going to be a quiet before the storm here. 30 seconds. Before a circle just going to move again. But Mika with the AKM spotted out on Gosu. I think they both can read out. And this is a sneaky entrance coming from Mika. But I think Gosu kind of get the idea.
Oh, he saw it.
Hey, they exchange a bit of a stare just now. And Gosu straight away calling out for extra hand or assist coming out from Trong. Gosu thinking about how do we play this one. Mika already cooking up the name, but they toss over first. Mika straight off the ground. Trong sees everything. He calculated everything perfect. And now here comes the rush. Getting on 1 eliminations. 1 trading to 1 between Geek Fam and ShineLikeDiamond.
Oh, they even up the odds, but not for long as Geek Fam, damn rude. Gets 1 for himself. 2v3. So now Geek Fam has upper hand again with Yuhai securing that elimination point. Gosu just waiting at the corner with the UMP for the right moment. Gosu has a nice opening there, but Geek Fam, I mean, these are pro teams. They know not to go to those blind spots. They know not to rush in certain areas. They're not going to take the bait from their opponent.
And Gosu still taking sweet time here. Making sure he's not making mistakes. No mistakes can be done, or to be one of the first team will be a bit too soon. Geek Fam lost 1, while SLD already on heavy casualty their side, only with 2 men. Damn rude, and toss a couple of smoke just to make sure that they can actually make an entrance. Yeah, as that map.
Ooh.
Dot sniped from the back. UI is really low. Geek Fam, this is going really down south. Smap with shotgun, trying to make a bit of a damage control. UI and Dammer still well and alive. Finish off 1 straight away. UI, I'm not sure he got any healing utilities or not, but Dammer giving a bit of a pressure onto a Smap. It's going to be a really tough one for him to actually play with just 1 micro Uzi.
Yeah, micro Uzi together with the shotgun.
He tossed nade. Was that a smoke or a nade?
That's a smoke. So that's kind of like to bait Smap in case he's not alert, but. Well, Smap not biting the bait. So Damroot, Yuhai, the duo, 2v1. It's tough for Smap, right? Considering that these 2 players are just amazing players. Yuhai, of course, a lot of firepower. Damroot, a lot of experience plus firepower. I mean, Smap, he might want to bail this, but looks like he's going to just try and go for it.
Peekaboo, I see you. Smap, waiting for the door to open. Well, we're hovering around the Xavier's movement coming up from the left side of a map that's going to be just walking over or passing over the St. Martin or the one of the highest mountain in between the map. FaZe spotted out 79, who's just passing by as well. Ventorious making sure that information will be back with the rest of the roster. Whilst map, he cannot get out from here, Cloud. Look at how well guarded the side of Geek Fam is.
I know, right? Like Yuhai went to the ground floor. Damru's at the top floor. Like, where you gonna go, man? I know you're in the circle, but you know that's pretty much about it. But for you guys out there, you guys know where to go. You should go to the PMCC 2022. Scan it away for a chance to win 40,800 prize pool ringgit and a chance to go to a PMNC 2022.
NFT also start to move here. That just shows that
Snap
circle will
down.
be really tough. But
Yep.
there's going to be last member of FSLD eliminated. It's a win for Geek Fam with 4 eliminations, but a heavy casualty still on their side. It's not really an entire win, but good enough to live and last longer for the next couple of circles. But we're talking about very veteran players here. So even though it's a 2, we saw Nusa played 1v2 and 1v3 before. It's not impossible for Geek Fam to still have a shot at this chicken dinner.
Such a big comparison there. Just saying.
I agree.
Just saying. Your comparison is like, you know, I don't know how to describe it.
I
But
feel
okay.
like everybody start off with a clean slate here when it comes to South Asia League.
Okay, yeah. But NFT and Sam9, okay, not that clean as well. I mean, they had their own downfalls in the previous round, but now they're going up against each other. So this fight is going to be super interesting as NFT is not going to let this compound go.
True. Sam9 used to drop on top of Power Grid now.
Buriram.
Graveyard. Spot out 1 for NFT. Batman gonna go for the rush here. Graveyard very noisy. Not that quiet. Ramones can just cook up the nade, but cancel it out. He couldn't spot it. Spot definitely around the corner here. I'm looking for Buriram to butt in from afar, by the way.
Oh, but first, Adibs needs to win this fight, and Adibs won it against Batman. Adibs, 20% health left, but Adibs will be gunned down later on. NFT, they managed to even up the odds with Ramon trying to pick up his teammate, but it's going to be Deb being taken down as well. Harm, the last man standing for Sam9, 1v2 at least.
It's gonna be just them. There's so many teams hovering around here as well. They are passing by. I have a feeling both teams might actually have to go through a lose-lose, even though they got the win here. That's gonna be a big win for NFT. They lost the man first, but the Saviors just came in. I'm not sure if they heard the gunshot just now. If they happen to stop here, NFT with them, it will be in a big problem if they don't have enough time to reset.
The good news for NFT is that Buriram, who was overseeing whatever happened, is just too far away. They couldn't come down in time, at least. But FaZe Clan against the Infinity, the two Thai teams. Mela seems to be alone for some reason.
Oh, here it comes. One knockdown. Mela finished off straight away. One of the MVP in the last match just now. FaZe already knows exactly how Infinity plays. Tony K trying to just cook up Nick from the corner. Ventura spotted out. Logan with picks a shot. It's going to be less than 10 meters fight between these guys. The CQC, but Tani from afar. TEM Entertainment out of nowhere now butting into this business as well.
Well, I mean, okay, Logan onto Lycan. Okay, that's a start there for the Infinity. Logan coming in from the left. Nusa! Another nade. It's like 1 nade per knock. The Infinity, what an amazing gameplay so far. Now they managed to even up north, but Nusa being shot down from behind.
We have one more team joining in from the back line. I don't think Infinity have a lot of men this time. Only left with Logan. And FaZe MR5 will secure. Bavi is there from TEM Entertainment. Nusa will be finished off. Mormon on the move from Lambedita across towards the warehouse. Bavi cooking up the nade. And Nusa will be finished off with Smoke still hoping to recover. But Logan couldn't jump over the wall.
Ooh, are you not entertained? TEM Entertainment is in the house. 3 Thai teams in the same compound. Everyone has the same mindset of playing super aggressive. This is the Thai meta. Gatuni finish off. Nusa finish off as well. The Infinity is out.
From the first towards the third of the last with no points set for their elimination 2 points there. It's going to hurt quite a lot. And this gives so much room for FaZe to actually make a bit of a stretch and even catch up when it comes to overalls. But the thing is, FaZe don't have enough manpower for now. So I'm looking over to Yoodo Alliance and Bacon Time, especially Bacon Time. We do know the Thai is going to be one of the most hardest competitive league when it comes to their country finals.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, like, you pit 3 Thai teams together, anything can happen. Like
5 of them this time.
Yeah, I mean in the previous compound. Sorry, my thought process just got cut off there. But anyway, So what I was just trying to say is that there's a reason why there's like 6 teams here, right? And that was mentioned in one of the interviews with all the Thai teams. I forgot exactly who it was. I think it was Vin Torres, if I'm not mistaken, that says that, you know what, there's a reason why there are 6 teams there, and you know which region is the scariest, and they're just still proving it.
You know what? The only Thai team that's not playing this round is going to be Vampires. And this is the grouping where there's going to be the most Thai teams playing. Out of 6, 5 of them are here. And like I mentioned before, it's going to be Lambendita, Minas General sort of circle, and it's going to be in between Los Leones and Impala. It's going to be in between the junction. 4 rivals park themselves in the center. Buriram is doing the same team here. TEM Entertainment coming in already. Boom, coming up from the north. And it's going to be really heat up on the left and the northern side of the circle. Nobody coming from Impala. Whoever comes very late, they can actually take a longer rotation. In this case, Alter Ego or Yoodo Alliance, who happen to be furthest away and might bomb into each other. I have a feeling both teams will actually lose this one.
Yeah, it's a lose-lose situation. I do agree. It doesn't feel that good. It doesn't feel that good. But it doesn't feel good for Geek Fam as well. Just look at, okay, where they are. They are going towards Alter Ego and Yoodo Alliance. They still have room to play. Hopefully, they'll be able to make that right decision going into Los Leones and coming up from the other side. But if they choose to go all the way down south, I mean, they're going to bump into 2 teams, and playing as a duo, bumping teams on the outside circle is not a great idea.
Yeah, I have a feeling Alter Ego kind of saw as one team right in front of them, Yoodo Alliance, so they're taking a longer rotation. Feels like Alter Ego want to park themselves around Impala because they want to avoid as much unnecessary fight as possible. Yoodo Alliance on the other end try to play the late game here. We're talking about playing at the rim of a circle or the edge of the blue zone. But no clash between these 2 teams. That's already a good sign for both of them, since both of them will survive a bit longer. But the Xaviers, well, we're talking about Lambendita. Definitely they are almost in the circle, already in the circle. But how long can they defend their post for whoever plays the center?
Yeah, the Xavier right now, still looking okay. I mean, we haven't seen much from the Xavier yet in the debut. For 4 rivals, on the other hand, they are in the circle. They are spotting out the Xavier from afar. Now, they have information, but because the circle is still huge and not like that position is like, you know, super duper important for 4 rivals, don't expect them to crash in yet. More like warning shots from 4 rivals, that's about it.
Yoodo Alliance coming up towards between the valleys. There's one more team behind them just now. Which team was the green one? I do know TEM is in front of them, but this is going to be a bit of a problem in Yoodo Alliance if you're not being extra careful. It's going to be Geek Fam, and that's going to be the last person. No, there's 2 more. High. Also 1 more player, damn rude. The Malaysians have to fight each other here for the survival. High on the other end. Well, Damru is too far to actually give extra hand. Damru being knocked down by Olio. What a nice spray there. Not even whiffed it. But I don't think he can do a bit more damage control. The Blues are clipping in now. Both teams committed to this fight.
It's tough, right? Yuhai doesn't have another vehicle. Maybe he could turn back to get a vehicle there. Oh, okay. So he got a buggy on the side. Okay, lucky for him.
Can he actually reach there on time? Though?
Yeah, he should be okay. He should be okay. It's still the 4th phase. If it's the 5th phase, I'll be a little bit worried, but it's fine now. Damn rude. Looks like his points given to Olio, and immediately Yuhai. He's going to switch to a very passive mode after this.
Minas Generalis, bacon time, gatekeeping this one, NFT, Popel. 1 more tap, he whiffed it for Shirty with that kind of taps, multiple taps. But a mini 14, now spot out on the side of the Xaviers, bacon time. They are trying to farm the elimination, playing around a very dangerous area, which is going to be on the outskirts and at the rim of the blue zone. Now, if they are committed, wasted their time too much here, they have a bit of problem to push into the safe zone when it matters.
Ooh, Mormon as he tries to go towards the compound where Buriram United is at. Unfortunately, his vehicle exploded. TEM Entertainment notices that later on and decides to just, let's build this. Let's not go towards the compound, but they're heading towards somewhere else where another team that's there. But speaking about other teams, BN United and Alter Ego, let's go.
Finally, Alter Ego reach Impala. The moment they reach out towards Impala, it's going to be a war zone for them. Finish off Max there. And also Fnatic taking on Shunas. Down to only Capone left. It's going to be Pombit taking this fight head on. But Capone is really so fast when it comes to reaction time. It's going to be 1v1. Potato versus the side of Capone here. And can they actually seal the deal? Potato have a bit of a problem being spotted out from afar. Capone, this is a nice shot. That one nade can rule them all. Finish off this fight instantaneously. But Capone, what do you have?
Potato?
Jump shot coming up from the
Oh, jump shot. Oh!
With a micro Uzi, swap the M416. What a nice call.
That was so close. Look at the amount of health there left on the side of Potato, and now he can still pick up all of his teammates. Alter Ego can reset to a full squad.
Bacon time. Try to flash out Buriram in the compound. We do have Yuhai still survive on the other, and TEM Entertainment smoke in between an open field. 4 rivals just gonna use whatever they have, which is gonna be the terrain right now with a bit of a slope there. Spotting out Xavier's in an open ground, quite in a flat area. Xavier's having a bit of a problem with NFT. Shot down on Buffel. They're trying to rotate in the center, but it's gonna be a war zone here. Xavier's and NFT both being in the center of a hellfire, with so many teams trying to just steal all the eliminations from here.
And NFT 5 elimination points, they're currently dominating, but then again, how long can they dominate this? Only down to Batman, the last man standing, and teams are starting to come towards them. 4 rivals coming in from the other side, but Volky gunned down by Yuhai. Yuhai, despite him being the last man standing, he still tries to get those elimination points.
Longer survival time, but Appy giving such a problem for NFT. Now Batman cannot reach out to Ramones, even though it's just 5 meters away. It's just too far here. Buriram Tiger spraying towards the side of Yoodo Alliance, who just wanted to squeeze into the circle, but it's not enough. We have one more team everywhere, every angle of the circle, having a war zone right now. Boom, taking on an NFT as well. Oh man, being in the center of attention right now is not great for these guys, but we do have Osaka, Boom, NFT for rivals, and Lamborghini as the last member of the Xaviers will be bowing out quite early. We do have Yuhai still on the corner.
Yeah, I know, right? He was using the Mini 14, tapping away from afar, securing an extra elimination out of Yoodo Alliance. But look at the southern side. Yoodo Alliance, Buriram United, Bacon Time, and another team that we have like, what, 4 or 5 teams just on the southern side itself. It's going to be tough for these teams to get into the circle.
I feel like there's going to be only one team coming up from the south side.
Yeah.
So far, by the way, it's like 500 meters, or not even more than that. I think around 300 to 400. Back to the side of Bacon Time, Yoodo Alliance. Try to gatekeep this one. Whoever tried to move forward, he will try to shoot it down. Buriram spotted out on the team that tried to move forward here. It's going to be Alter Ego. Will be punished first. But also whoever's trying to move forward, there's also gatekeepers there. Eagle Esports taking on Alter Ego. What a long rotation. Just ended up here, where it's going to be a crossfire, being halted for a bit more. FaZe on the other hand. 4 rivals there as well. But in the meantime, Appy shredded his vest even with 10 band-aids and 3 first aid. Flushing nothing in front of him.
One team from the southern side, Yoodo Alliance have been eliminated. And now Boom, they have the high ground advantage. They still have a full squad. Boom seems to be in a good position as Shirley goes down to Kingzo. And that's going to be 9 Norse, 50% of health left. 9 Norse, 10% of health. 9 Norse needs to build. 9 Norse get away, but 9 Norse taken out by Buriram United.
That's gonna be the winning wall coming up from Buriram. They partner themselves so well. They just know where to look from, and they just use the wall so well to fight against Alter Ego. Next, gonna crash into it, and Alter Ego in a bit of a pit situation here. Gonna crash into the party. Buriram coming all fours here. Full cylinders out. Buriram cornered every single play with Fnatic. The last one. Let's not gonna buy Ego Esports. Where the shot coming up from? Namshin putting his nose into this business as well.
Ego Esports putting on the eagle eye, shooting from afar, but now focus on the Boom again. The Eagles as well, they're being pressured by the blue. Alter Ego managed to defend their location, but looks like it's gonna be Fnatic. One more player against My Name. Can he do it? My Name comes around. My Name 1v1. My name eliminated by Fnatic.
Eliminated by Boom. We're down to 5 teams there with Geek Fam. You guys still survive. Oh, boo. Abby tried to finish him off, and it's going to be a tough drop for Boom there. Nobody can actually save him, as the rest of the team are too busy to fight against FaZe. 4 rivals building a bridge of smoke just to cross over, and they can actually be unharmed, but Boom already attracted to the smoke. They definitely will pin them down, and 4 rivals lucky enough they got themselves this bigger trap to actually rotate in.
4 more teams left on our second chicken dinner for today. April scopes out, notices where the Eagles are at. Currently 4 rivals on the outside of the circle, 15 seconds on the clock, and the zone will put pressure onto them. It's either going to be FaZe Clan or Boom Esports, the Eagles, or 4 rivals for the chicken dinner, but Boom seems to be in a good position in the circle.
And at the same time, we have a play on the high grounds, as Boom and also FaZe going to be a really tough climbing down that hill here. FaZe having only 2 men, while 4 rivals have a bit of a reset time with 3 players. The only team having 4 men is going to be Boom, with MR5 now taking a fight against the side of Eagles, kind of stuck there, but they're still inside of a safe zone, so most of the teams still can just be where they are, but Boom not going to leave it easily, get into it for 4 rivals. Definitely there's going to be a put of a hole for them to advance forward.
I mean, 4 rivals has the toughest position at this moment. Octa with the nade, going to toss on the side of 4 rivals. It could be 1 nade to rule them all! 1 nade to rule them all! As expected, 4 rivals all clumped down in one area. There's no way they're going to get away from that.
Now challenging a side of Ego Esports from across the corner here. Octa spraying over to a side of F1 to our solo. MR5, Venturus knocked down with 1 more member left for FaZe. Barely making into the circle, got himself on a high ground, but Venturus still can be saved, as Boom is too attracted to the shots coming from Eagle Esports, challenging them from afar. But Boom, we have Boohoo with no helmet on, but level 2 Vast. And no healing utilities set from Band-Aid Smokes. MR5, this is a huge risk. He knows exactly where Boohoo is. Waiting for the right time. Calculating the time here.
Go. Pick up. Yes, he will go. That is it. Venturus out. Boo-boo-hoo. Still in a good position. 1v1 versus MR5. Now backup is there. MR5 not in a good position as he'll be taken out. That could be it for FaZe Clan.
There goes my prediction team. On top place is going to be Boom taking the most of the dominance when it comes to this sort of circle. And Eagle Esports down to only 2 to 1C. Boom, now they have 4 men and there's no way they are losing this anymore. There's no way they're gonna flaunt this one.
No way, just look at the circle. They have the high ground. They have everything on their side for Boom. Eagles, no way. I don't see even a clutch happening here. They're covered by all angles, and just look at what Boom is doing. They'll be like, okay, we just want to have dinner earlier. Let's just finish up this round. Chua, right at forefront. Texas goes in. They get 2 knockdowns back to back, and it's going to be Boom finishing this round with a chicken dinner for themselves.
A good start for the Indonesian teams coming from the side of Boom Esports, and it's a chicken dinner for them. A first chicken dinner for the side of the Indonesian team. And this definitely will help them when it comes to overall ranking, especially in this case where Infinity being eliminated way too early at 13th spot. And I have a feeling FaZe might actually catch up when it comes to overall ranking since they got themselves in the top 3. But will Boom can actually be one of the Indonesian teams that stay up there the longest as well.
Oh, it's tough. It's a tough call. I mean, there are a lot of teams. There are a lot of teams that can take that spot as well. But then again, even if we say the teams like the Infinity, we hype them up in Game 1. This round isn't really their round, but yeah, that's just the beauty of this game, right? It can be anyone's game. It's so hard to maintain a top, and if Boom wants to do it, they need to be super consistent.
That's true. And consistency, like we mentioned, is the key, but the problem is to get the key is going to be the hardest task for these guys. Congratulations again for Boom. I'm not sure how much they secured the elimination just now. I think it's still quite a number since they got themselves the vintage point, the prize spot that everybody tried to fight for, especially when it comes to FaZe trying to sneak it from behind on the mountain, on the outskirts of between La Benita and also Impala just now. But because of a circle really favors the high ground for a bit more, they got such a huge space to get that farm of eliminations. Infinity didn't expect this early fight against FaZe, especially because of a flight path. Just now it's on towards the northern side all the way. A lot of the Thai teams love to drop around on the southern part. Hence, a lot of few early skirmishes happen in Buriram.
I would say that for the Infinity, they were disturbed by TEM Entertainment. TEM Entertainment had to shoot from afar because the Infinity, despite them 2v4 at some point versus FaZe Clan, they managed to even up the odds by those nades especially from Nusa. So if only TEM Entertainment didn't shoot from behind, I think the Infinity might have just clutched it again.
But when it comes to the first day, you have to always put an idea behind your mind and put the back of your head, like, there must be somebody anywhere else. There must be a third party watching you all the entire time. If you're thinking about, oh, this is one of the biggest nicks from Okta. He got the entire team obliterated straight away. But it's the first day. It's all about marking their territory and show your dominance. Whoever get the place first will get the alpha of it for the entire league. So when it comes to the first day, always put in your mind, there's always going to be somebody trying to snatch it over. But boom! With a lot of throws and utilities, but this is not the most we've seen yet. We do know it's going to be 20-ish by the middle of a league, but still a good start for the Indonesian team.
Of course, no doubt. Despite them tanking out the blue a little bit more, spending the most time as compared to these teams, but they still managed to get the chicken dinner, and it was worthwhile for them. What they got was that superb high ground, and it was that kind of high ground. As long as you got a circle, it is unchallenged. Now, so far, of course, the highest elimination so far goes to Boom. Actually, it's the same though. 14 eliminations as compared to the Sandhawk round for the Infinity. 29 points for them. The Eagles coming in with 16 points. FaZe Clan 14 points. Geek Fam, Alter Ego 11 for Rivals 10, and the rest one digit all the way down.
But first match, I think Infinity got only 24. They got 11 eliminations. So it's a bit more for Boom this time. But I'm not sure how much when it comes to overall ranking because of FaZe. FaZe still got on top 3 in the previous match. Yes, it's still day 1, game number 2. What do you expect? It won't be that much. But having a good start is the key for this side of format this time. You do know there's the bonus league ranking and a weekly league ranking bonus point. So this is going to be quite a hassle for this team to keep on grinding since day number 1. Boom, Razy got himself the MVP with the highest eliminations by far as a single player with 6 eliminations. 700 over damage for 6 eliminations. Now, that's a very intelligent use of resources.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, it's kind of just nice, like 715 damage, 6 eliminations. Yeah, he did work that he gets returned for. Usually
nice. It's 6 elimination that we saw before. It's like 1,000 over damage, but you know what? He gets it still. Why not?
Yeah, because to eliminate one person is about 100 something.
True.
150 or something like that.
It's fair enough.
Yeah, so he kind of like whatever he did, he got back. So yeah. But anyway, so it's going to be FaZe Clan now, currently at number 1, 33 points. Boom with 29 points. Number 2, the Infinity slide down a little bit to number 3 with 28 points. GIDS 21 points. Number 4, number 5, the Eagles 17 points. 15 points for Yoodo Alliance as well as Alter Ego 6 and 7 respectively. Geek Fam 13 points. Number 8, number 9 goes to Bacon Time 11 points. 4 Rivals with 10 points at number 10.
You know what? Looking at BN United performing, I really want to root out for them. I want to give them all my energy here so they can actually really perform in all the entire league. Yes, it's too early to say anything, but every single time you mention that towards yourself, it's still too early. It's okay. It means that you're walking the path of a failure. Every single game, every single match have to be played as though there's no more next and there's no more tomorrow. That's the winner's mindset. And for these guys, especially coming up from Indonesia and the Thai teams, day number 1 has been really strong for them so far in the first 2 matches. But to see where the drop coming up from most of the team, I did mention before, the flight pod coming from Ahumada really make it so hard for the player who love to drop around Los Leones or even Puerto Paraiso to reach over there.
Yeah, of course, it is the hardest part, but then again, the circle happened to be somewhere okay, somewhere kind, I would say. It's not like really at the side. I would still take this circle as a pretty okay circle. It's just that the advantage of if you come out from the north, you have better access to the hills on top of Impala, and that is like the the spot that is like, if you are able to get there first, you're gonna be pretty much unchallenged. And especially if you're at the circle, then that's awesome. But if you don't, the flip side is that you have to jump down from the circle, from the high ground, and that's where it won't look pretty to your team. But Pome happened to have that sort of a movement from the northern side to that circle, so that gave them that slight edge towards the end.
True. With 100 distance of meters between some of the teams like Ego Esports, but boom. The thing is, the winning point I have to say is really Boo who giving so much information for the rest of the team. Look, the spread coming out, how wide it is coming from Boom, because they can. Because of why? Boo who being the watchman for the side of Boom, giving so much movement, information of movement for the teams that's still fighting down there. They don't need all 4 men. Since, you know what, it's okay for Boo to just snipe it from afar. And that's what's the winning point for them. Like, even though he's a scout, even though he's the one that giving the information, but information is the most crucial thing for these guys to know where to shoot.
Yeah, I mean, gotta give credit to Boo, right? He went against Ventores, and it was very smart. He had that trigger discipline. He waited for the right moment for Ventores to kind of like picked up his teammate. The time I think it was MR5, and then he took advantage of that. But you guys should also take advantage of our official smartphone partner, that is a Realme with the GT Neo 3 that comes together with a MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset and a dedicated display chipset.
Yep. And definitely it's going to be your speed awakens when you play with this map. And also, don't forget, whoever tried to sign up with Grab, this is going to be your time to shine, because you can get 50% off Grab free order promo code. And before that, I'm going to take also the official live stream partner TikTok. Don't forget hashtag #BeTheOne challenge, and also follow our official PUBG Mobile page, PUBG Mobile MY official, PUBG Mobile Esport.my, and PUBG Mobile Esport.sg, and PUBG Mobile official PH. Now that's a mouthful. And also, speaking of Grab, we want to have a bit of our dinner right now, but see you guys in after a bit of a break here for our tech match. See you guys after this.
Chúng ta lại gặp nhau rồi. Cảm giác được mời thẳng vào mùa này với tư cách là nhà vô địch mùa trước chắc không phải ai cũng hiểu được. Vậy nên mục tiêu của chúng tôi thì cũng đơn giản thôi, bảo vệ chức vô địch.
เรื่องนั้นมันก็หลายเดือนมาแล้วนะ แต่ได้ข่าวว่าพวกนายเกือบไม่ได้แชมป์ในรายการเวียดนามทำคะแนนเท่ากับอันดับที่ 2 แล้วยังจะมีหน้ามาบอกว่าจะรักษาแชมป์เอาไว้เนี่ยนะ
Brother, I advise you all to be more realistic, set small goals like us, something like getting first place for 4-week straight.
Hai boy, kita ketemu lagi ternyata. Waktu liga kemarin kelihatannya gampang banget ya untuk menang. Sekarang kita ketemu di SEA, yuk pasti udah nggak hype lagi nih.
ทีมของพวกนายอ่ะมาเพื่อล้างแค้นแต่ทีมของผมอ่ะมาเพื่อทวงคืนเกียรติยศต่างหาก
Korang tak payah beria lah. Si spring lepas pun saya tak nampak korang. Kali ni korang rasa korang boleh ke?
ทีมของพวกนายอ่ะเข้าไปเล่นได้2 ครั้งอ่ะอย่าพูดมากเลยรอกินกระสุนของผมในสนามดีกว่า
Seingat gua di aturan nggak ada poin buat tali sejarah deh. Kalian percaya diri banget ya. Gua jadi nggak sabar lihat muka kalian waktu aku kalahin.
รอบนี้มีทีมไทยเข้าร่วมทั้ง 6 ทีม แค่นี้ก็ดูออกแล้วป่ะว่าภูมิภาคไหนแข็งแกร่งที่สุด
Mùa này có nhiều đội hơn thì đã sao? Mùa trước Thái Lan cũng 5 team nhưng nhà vô địch vẫn là DX đấy thôi.
Tapi peluang korang untuk kali ni nak juara 1/16 terlalu nipis lah.
This GIDS are a bit overconfident, but no matter where you go, I will make sure you guys as the backdrop of Geek Fam.
ทุกคนน่ะคิดว่ายูไฮเป็นเด็กอัจฉริยะแต่พวกผมไม่คิดงั้นนะพวกผมเองอ่ะก็เป็นตัวแทนประเทศไปเจอในสนามดีกว่า
Don't stress so much. Losing to us is actually not that embarrassing.
Gue yang di akhir gue tutup ya. Kalian semua tim teratas dari setiap region. Kata-kata tauntingnya juga udah gue dengar semua. Gue tunggu kalian semua di PMGC.
Dear PUBG mobile players, welcome to the new version. In this video, let's take a look at the game's new and improved social system. In the new version, we've fully upgraded the gifting system. An even greater array of awesome gifts are now available. First, we've added popularity rankings and clout value. This measures an individual's generosity by how many gifts they send to other players. As a player's clout ranking increases, they'll unlock prestigious rank perks. Go see which of your friends is the most generous. In this update, we've added Guardian Gifts. Guardian Gifts last for a period of time. Once sent, the players form a Guardian relationship to reflect the significant connection between the players. There will be a dedicated ranking for Guardian duration. The gift wall is another new feature. After players receive gifts, the gift wall will display the progress of gifts received. When a player gets all the gifts of a particular theme, this will unlock a themed medal. Furthermore, in the new version, the player who sends the most gifts becomes a gift sponsor. A ton of new gifts have been added to the shop, including those with special effects. Go and buy a gift for your best friend. In this update, we have revamped the Synergy system. We have created a new Synergy Anniversary gift. During special anniversaries, players that have built connections will receive rewards via in-game mail. What's more, players that have built connections can obtain Synergy ranking rewards. We have added a Synergy recruitment system to help players post recruitment information and add friends. Go and recruit some friends. In this update, the number of friends a player can add has increased from 200 to 300. Friends can now be pinned to the list. In order to make it easier for players to use team reservations, we have lowered the threshold for making a friend reservation. The Synergy requirement has dropped from 50 to 5 points. In the new version, reservation info will still be displayed in the chat window. Players can send more kinds of invite messages and view the real-time status of reservations. At the same time, the in-game display for reservation requests is now clearer. Don't miss a reservation invitation from a friend. For Team Up Reservation Chat, we have added a quick chat feature to send Team Up reservations. This will allow players teaming up in the lobby to quickly send common messages. Try it for yourself. These are all the major improvements to the social systems in this update. There is more content for players to explore in the game. If you want to learn more, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Have you gotten your hands on the new weapons in Nusa yet? Let's start with the tactical crossbow and firebolts. Firebolts are a new type of bolt that can only be used with the tactical crossbow. Ordinary crossbows can only be used to ambush one enemy at a time, while the tactical crossbow and firebolts can set certain buildings on fire for blazing tactics. This is especially useful against enemies who are hiding inside. Next up is our highlight, the NS2000 shotgun. It uses 12-gauge shells when hip firing and shoots single-round slugs when aiming down sights. If you encounter an enemy at close range, don't bother aiming down the sight. Just take them down with one shot. Even if you're fighting alone in an urban area, you can easily wipe out all enemies by yourself at the tap of a button. You can also aim down sights and use the single-shot mechanics to easily eliminate enemies at a distance. Nusa is a small map, so the play zone shrinks really quickly. Not only is it important to offer exhilarating gunfights, exploring the map has to be fun too. That's why we've prepared the quad for you. Climbing slopes is a piece of cake with the quad. Now, you don't have to avoid rocks anymore. Ignore the terrain and charge right up to enemies whenever you see them. They won't have the time to react after hearing you. The quad is fast and doesn't flip over easily. It doesn't matter even if it flips over, as it can recover quickly. Call your friends and try it now. Zip lines in the elevator can both be used to help move about. So what are the interesting ways to use them? Zip lines usually appear at places of high elevation, such as the roofs of buildings or at the top of a mountain, allowing players to quickly travel between them. Players can quickly search for supplies and escape the blue zone. When being pursued by enemies, a zipline can be used to quickly get away. It's even possible to drop from a zipline halfway through to catch enemies by surprise. Furthermore, ziplines can be destroyed. Players can use the zipline to quickly reach the other side, then destroy it to prevent enemies from giving chase. Damaged ziplines also make good locations for ambush, as enemies may try and repair them. The elevator can be found in the tallest building of Telepack Town. The elevator can be used to quickly go between different floors. In actual battle, Players can use the elevator to quickly get to the roof and to intercept enemies that come up from the lower levels. It's even possible to hide in the elevator and wait for unsuspecting enemies to enter to score a surprise elimination. Zip lines in the elevator are sure to help players out in battle and create all kinds of unexpected situations. So play PUBG Mobile and try it out!
Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka military base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat, because there are tons of random discounted items. So keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepak Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepak Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with many banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Nusa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Nusa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time!
GT Neo 3, Neo Speed Awakens.
back, ladies and gents, to the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship Fall 2022, which is brought to you by Tencent Games, PUBG Corporation, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios. I'm Joe, and this is Sir Cloud. Will be your casters here today. But before that, definitely we have to thank our official smartphone partner and also our sponsors, which are going to be Realme with GT Neo 3, the dual chip gaming level flagship. Both is outstanding with the latest chipset media, which is going to be MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G. Definitely the phone that you want to grab right now to play in PUBG Mobile. And also thank you so much for our official live stream partner TikTok. Don't forget that we have the challenge going on TikTok, which is going to be #BeTheOne. And also follow all our official PUBG Mobile page, which is going to be PUBG Mobile MY Official for Malaysia, PUBG Mobile Esports.my also for Malaysia, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg for Singapore, and PUBG Mobile Official PH for Philippines. Also, don't forget, if you just had your dinner or you want more dinners or a supper later, don't forget our official food delivery partner. Thank you so much, GrabFood, with 50% off GrabFood order promo code PUBGM for only new users. But just to recap again what really happened on our second game just now, Boom got themselves that chicken dinner. You saw that Boom alternate with Razy getting #1 with most elimination. Also Alter Ego Fnatic for this round. All Indonesian teams getting really good Miramar game.
Yeah, the first round was like more towards the Thai teams, and the second round was more towards the Indonesian teams. But then again, most damage. We have F1 slipping in between these two players, so 816 damage. But then again, if you manage to dish out the damage but not able to finish, doesn't really matter at the end of the day, right? But it just shows the potential of Ego Esports, and they're actually okay. They have their moments, so let's see. Maybe they're warming up to a game. But speaking about the game, Group A, B, D, E will be coming up next.
Yep. We're leaving out Group C, which was Ego Esports, even though they got themselves most elimination just now. FaZe, who plays himself in a #1 spot, will have to rest for a bit. NFT and Sam9, if they didn't perform in the last two games, it's going to be a bit of a problem for day #1. But for Group A, B, D, and E now, this is where things get really heated up. I think all the Thai teams are playing. I mean, like out of 6, there's going to be like 4 or 5, still 5 of them. So this is going to be a really tough one for all the teams, especially for Group B. We have Infinity in that group, right?
Yeah.
So I did mention about BN United just now.
Yep.
It's unfortunate for BN United. We'll have to share the group with Infinity and also Alter Ego, who's been performing quite well. So this is going to be really tough for the 3 teams sharing the group with Infinity.
Yeah, it's tough, But what's not tough is for you guys to play the latest map inside of PUBG Mobile. It is the Nusa map. So head onto the Nusa map and experience the new tactical crossbow inside of Nusa. So Nusa, great small map, just takes about 5 minutes to play. I mean, you can even play while waiting for the game to start. It's going to start in about 5 minutes or so. Or even during the break later on. So give yourself a opportunity to try out this new map. And if you saw during the break time, the advertisement, some of the graphics is being shown on how some of the unique places within Nusa is being played out. So you can try it out for yourself, especially that flame village right in the middle. That's pretty unique. You can burn down the house.
Yeah, you can burn a lot of stuff in there. For those of you who have anger management problem, that's going to be the map for you. But here comes for our Royal Pass for this time. It's going to be the latest Royal Pass available for you guys with Clairvoyant Fox set and the Midas Fortune set, which is going to be more to its set of on the stage, you know, the performance that, as I call it. So you guys play big and win big for the RPM 15 available right now.
And we also have the new Ultimate set that's currently available right now. There's the Spectral Swan set together with the Cosmic Inquisitor set. And normally when we introduce this sort of Ultimate sets, we'll come with the lore, but not this time. Just straightforward. You know, the first double unlimited set is currently available now. Before this, it's usually only 1. But this time it's 2, so go for it. I mean, a lot of opportunity for you to collect more of these sets and show yourself to the world.
Not unlimited, Carl.
Oh, sorry. It's ultimate. Yeah, ultimate set.
If it's unlimited set, it's going to be really happy for all of us. But speaking of unlimited or not, I'm looking for the teams to perform today. Especially when it comes to Infinity, they bowing out quite early in Miramar. It just shows that they're different when it comes to the greeneries of the map, including Erangel and Sanok. Speaking of the next Miramar map, lucky we have 2 Miramars today.
Yeah, so second chance for the Infinity. I mean, a lot of eyes still onto them. We can't look down on them. Especially like what they've been doing in PMRC, right? It's insane. They are bringing the momentum at least in one in the first game. But we have still many games more to go. And it's not only the Infinity. I mean, a lot of other teams can still climb up. And hopefully, BN United would finally get their first few points.
I mean, like, it's really tough for BN United. No matter how they want to part ways with Infinity, they can't. Every single game that we're playing, they will be sharing with the same group. Infinity just shows that, you know, at least sometimes some of the teams that's not in the same group as Infinity, they can still have a shot like, you know what, Infinity is not playing, we can take over their compound, we can actually try to play how Infinity plays or try to get a lot of eliminations. But the case of Group B, which is going to be United, Alter Ego and Yoodo Alliance, they're stuck with it for the entire league.
I know, right? That is tough. I mean, if you're in the same group as, well, the Xavier, I would say the Xavier, the Infinity, the two top teams in the Southeast Asia Championship, it's gonna be a bit tough. That means every round you will have a chance to meet them. Whereas other teams or other groups, they'll be like, okay, they will have at least a round without meeting those really big teams. So I mean, at the end of the day, the group drawn is random. They just need to deal with it, right?
Just whether you're being destined to have a really good team or really good group, or you're just doomed to actually having one of the toughest one. In this case, I have a feeling that we compare the group, right? I think the group D feels like the most balanced. All the other groups are quite balanced, though.
Yeah.
Honestly speaking, except for the group B, BN United, Alter Ego, Yoodo Alliance. This is going to be a really tough one for them because the 3 teams we mentioned. Now, Alter Ego do have a bit of aggressiveness on their side. It depends on the circle. But for BN United and Yoodo Alliance, they're playing more towards the outer rim or playing a bit more safe. So this is going to be a really huge advantage for Infinity, the team that actually in the same group who love to go full aggressive, and they might actually take the fight against all these teams.
Yeah, they might. So it's gonna be tough if you're in the same group as them. But yeah, if you want to, at the end of the day, right? If you want to be the champions, if you want to take home the trophy, you want to take home majority of the prize pool, you still need to beat these teams anyway.
Yep.
So you might as well, right? But and of course, our objective right now during the league is to get into the top 16 and move on to the grand finals. That is where they will really battle out. But we also battle our prediction today. Who will get the first one between the both of us?
The Xavier's for me this time, Alter Ego for you.
Yeah.
I mean, like, this is Miramar. I mean, we didn't get the Xavier's Miramar yet. They didn't play. Did they play last?
They played the previous Miramar.
Did they play? But we didn't see a lot of them.
Yeah, we didn't see the best of the Xavier yet.
But Alter Ego had a really long rotation just now. They're coming up from the southern part really all the way. So they kind of know the judgment call when it comes to things really tough. They know how to evade it. But for the Xavier, they're trying to force a lot of fight, which they try to play how they used to, but it's just not up to par yet.
Well, as any other gamer would say, right? It is the first game for them. They're warming up to it. They're getting used to... They're flexing their fingers, basically. So, let's see. I mean, if they do come back in this round and they do well, then they would just say that, oh, you know, it's a gamer's day. You know, we needed one round. It's a warm-up round, and now we're back on track. But I wouldn't rule out any of these teams as well. I think both of the teams that we predicted, they are pretty solid. They have a good chance of getting the next chicken dinner.
I just hope our prediction ended up a team that we're rooting for by the end of the day. You know, we've been there before. That's not going to be the team of prediction. That's going to be the team.
Yeah, United, right? Yeah.
I mean, I really want to see BN United emerge in the really tough spot here. But when it comes to the Xavier, you know what? I'm a bit, I'm not sure about where they stand right now because they're sort of in a middle bracket where they don't shine as much, but they're not they're not down there, but it's just waiting for their time to bloom. But they haven't been there yet for the longest time.
I know, right? Okay, so during PMRC as well, like the first 2-3 days, they were really at the bottom for BN United. But at least like the last, I think 1-2 days, they climbed up a little bit. So they were okay, not the best, but they were okay. But at least they're not the bottom. So maybe they're one of those teams that are like a late bloomer sort of team.
Not too late though, because we have a league. It's different from PMRC. It's just within days. But listen, we have weeks for these guys to really improve. But can they give us a great start again when it comes to day number 1, Mirama?
Mirama! This is going to be the second Mirama for our PMPL Southeast Asia Championship. And let's go. Will anything change in this round? Will we see the first team to get a back-to-back chicken dinner? Will it be Boom again, or will it be another team? Obviously, we want to see another team. Let's even up the odds again, and we'd like to see BN United do their best.
And also, this flight power really helps a lot of teams that love to drop. We mentioned before, Picado, Montenegro, Chumacera. Really a hot spot here. Even Alpozo is reachable, within reach for these guys. But for 4 rivals, I think they are playing here right now as well, right? So it's going to be quite a far-fetched, including Boom, who love to drop around here, Bronca, and also Campo Milita. They also love to drop around on the northern side. We have a bit of a journey to go. But Bacon time taking Los Leones this time. Ego Esports definitely will go towards the side of... there's no Ego Esports, sorry. Boom, taking on the downside instead of going towards Tierra Bronca this time, because I have a feeling that Ego Esports not playing, but the circle. Wow, if we ended up on top of Minas de Ville, it's going to be a really tough and interesting circle.
Yeah, that area for now, Boom is in it, and they're closest towards those high ground areas on top of Minas del Valle or Chumacera, around that area, so they have a good advantage of securing those hotspots first. And I always talk about this kind of circle. If you're able to get up there very, very early, you have a good advantage of being in a very prime spot that you can farm eliminations, you can fend off other teams, and you might get the chicken dinner from there. But we talked about PN United again bumping into another team. This time happened to be the Xavier round 2.
Let's go again. Not enough gears for some of these guys, but they still have a lot to actually work with. They can actually have a lot of weapons around, even though they don't have a lot of gears. But Shurnar's having a really low when it comes to looting. I think it's going to be okay for now. They're quite far separated between these two teams. They have their space to just loot up. It's going to be the usual PUBG Mobile. Drop, loot, get up, and have it a go. And just survive as long as you can. That's the simple route of PUBG Mobile, basically. But it's not going to be easy when you have a lot of nosy teams coming over. Well, Los Leones, I think there's around 3 to 4 teams around here.
Yeah, there's like 3 teams inside Los Leones. We've seen the meta of 3 teams inside Los Leones before. At first, I kind of questioned it, but after a while, it's like, okay, I accept that you can have maximum of 3 teams inside of Los Leones, so that's kind of fine. And it's like divided by the north, south, and the left side of Los Leones. So looking at the spread that we saw earlier on, seems like they have that kind of understanding for now.
Now, I think it's quite an understanding between these guys. Nobody having early skirmishes. 4 rivals scouting over to box position as they rotate around Box Gaming's drop spot here for 4 rivals. Definitely they want to target them. April is dropping very late. April is playing this time, by the way. Not looking over jumper, but back to the side of 4 rivals. Jacinda de Patron. Been very peaceful for now.
Yeah, it's a slightly late drop there for the last player of 4 rivals. So his teammates kind of like scouted out the vehicle for him, and he knows exactly where to drop. So, okay, this could be a quick and easy one for him. But for Geek Fam today so far, it's a day where they've been okay-ish. They won their first fight inside of Picado. So looks like by winning the fight against SLD in the previous round, they managed to get themselves this area. And it's interesting that SLD, after that one round losing that fight, they just let it go.
I'm interested to see what's happening in Picado, because usually FaZe drop there somewhere, but seems Group C not playing. That's why now Geek Fam going to drop there instead of where they used to, Hasidade Patron, where they have 4 rivals dropping. This is what we mentioned about the unique of having 5 groups alternating between the teams. How they want to drop, depending on the team that's not playing. as well. So it's going to be really interesting when it comes to the grand finals. Whoever gets certain spaces or certain drop spot, if they can actually win that over than the rest of the other teams, now that's going to be really interesting. Back to the side of Infinity, nothing much. I have a feeling the moment they got themselves enough utilities, enough loot, they will start to bulldoze everyone there is, you know? We've seen that before many times.
Oh yeah. Expect them to do that again. I don't think, despite their fairly early exit in the previous round, they're going to stop anytime soon. Because at the end of the day, what really works for them is that kind of gameplay. And one round wouldn't hinder them from doing that. So we can expect them to, like, okay, once they're suited up, once they're geared up, they will go with 4 vehicles. They will find one of those prime positions. They'll try to take over teams. While taking over teams, they will try to get elimination points. I don't think they will give opportunity for other teams. They will remain ruthless in this round.
Well, that's what being shown on the side of the teams here. Alter Ego. Having put it, I'm not sure where are the rest of the other teams. Yeah, we've seen, haven't got a glimpse there. But definitely a lot of teams climbing up from Chumasura on top of Voldemort in this case. Because of the circle just now. Back to us, our viewers at home, you guys watching everywhere you are. Don't forget to scan over for the PMCC 2022. Because you might be the next professional team that will be casting about your game in the next year if you got yourself that PMPL slot. Bacon time, circling around Potato, got himself only Micro Uzi to work with. Well, Alter Ego tried to reunite with the rest of the roster. We're looking over Bacon time, chasing the tails around Minas de Vel, possibly.
Yeah, it is. It is around the areas of Minas de Vel, and we talked about, like, this area is like prime position. It's all these high grounds on this area. So I can understand why Bacon Time they really want it. This area is not only like a vantage point, but it's also a point where they can gatekeep teams, like trying to move around the roads. Because the options here will be very less. If you go to the high ground, you will bump into these teams. If not, you need to take the road, and that is where teams on the high ground, whoever that is, will have a clear advantage from this area to shoot down vehicles. Now, what's interesting right now is the movement from Fnatic. He's good going for the backstab on the Bacon Time.
It's a really steep cliff here. Playing with a really steep idea for Fnatic. Spotted out a noise. It was the one more knockdown. Oh, that was really close of losing it with a UMP in his hand. Charge forward, try to finish it off straight away. Here comes the rest of Alter Ego. Trying to make sure that Ice and also Shirty cannot help his mate Noise from the other end. But at the same time, he's just too far off. Noise will be finished by the side of Potato. He will flip over his buggy just for the sake of translating into 1 point. And that's going to be the mountain loss on the side of Bacon.
And that's a very smart backstab, in fact. Fnatic, of course, what he did was he moved with the pan in the hand. He just, he struck a little bit, and then that wouldn't make a sound as he moved closer towards his target. And with that one knockdown, they just needed one, and that's how they control that high ground. They took over the hill, and it is theirs to call home.
Less than 100 meters away, BN United taking a fight against these Xaviers who have been waiting for this. I'm actually rooting for BN United winning this because I want them to push themselves even further. And these Xaviers, we know how firepower coming up from their side. They definitely can actually force this fight if they want to. With a Mini 40 on the guard on the side of these Xaviers. Doc making sure that BN United has no way to breach in. Lamborghini waiting on the flank side. It's going to be a 2-2 formation for the side of these Xaviers around. I think this is going to be La Rilera, maybe, around this area. But at the same time, feels like a bit of a stalemate between these two teams since the terrain is quite hard for the Xaviers to spot the entire team of BN United.
Yeah, it's tough. The terrain doesn't really help. On the minimap, it looks like a flatland, but actually it's like multiple levels of terrain. The good news is that there are rabbits at the really high ground, so he has a little bit of information, but to really shoot down BN United, just look at the terrain. It's tough for them to take them down. And it's kind of smart for BN United to kind of like play by the ledges. So the moment they know that, okay, they're at a disadvantage, there is one person from the Xavier on one of the high grounds supporting his teammates, they won't go in for it because they will definitely lose the fight if they choose to. So bailing out is the best decision.
You know what? I think Group C right now, most of them are really disappointed they're not playing this round because of Flight Palm and Circle really mostly are the spots for the Group C players. Ego Esports, FaZe, NFT, Sam9. I mean, like, this is going to be towards all the way down south for the teams to actually fighting against each other. But we still don't have any team to be ousted too soon. Bacon Time lost one man, Noise, earlier, fighting against Alter Ego. He's being very sneaky, very smart, ingenious play even. Tried to backstab them from behind without them actually realize that they are the one being cornered. But the other teams, on the other hand, taking their own sweet time to loot over, which is going to be ended up on top of Chimacera. Infinity parked themselves on the high, not really in the high ground, in the lower ground, in the urban and the cities of Chimacera. But many teams wanted to take on the high grounds there, including TEM Entertainment and Boom. And also, we might have be joined by BN United and Deserves, who's actually coming down from La Durela towards the Minas de Val.
Very smart from Boom. I mean, they dropped somewhere around that area earlier on. So for them to park themselves in this super prime position, it is great. And I believe that even though the circle kind of moved away, it's easier to go up to down rather than going down to up. So based on those chances, you might as well go in straight for the high ground, especially if you drop in that kind of area. And Boom has the advantage at this moment. Just look at this. Teams know that based on this timing, it is too late for them to overtake this high ground. That will force a lot of teams on the lower ground, and they will start to fight with each other. That means that Boom, despite them chilling here, they can automatically go up a couple of placement points.
At the same time, they have to make sure that they don't put out too much resources there. Definitely a hard one to reloot or replenish the resources if it's running down quite quickly. Just like we saw unnecessary sprays coming out. Shamil from Yoodo Alliance taking it out on Vampire just now. I think it was Shrap's, but back to Trongs in from SLD. Spotted out by the side of Geek Fam. You know what, damn root, when it comes to sniping from afar, it's one of the best that we notice. There's always know where the perfect spot to look out from, to sneak in the shoot from afar. But for Yoodo Alliance, even though they knocked down Shrap, a bit hard for them to execute it because of the distance. It's like almost 400 meters away, but Shamil still managed to take it down Ravenclaw. Now, if only they have one flanker to push forward and rush in it, that would be really perfect for them.
But it's tough, right? I mean, this kind of terrain, it will take forever for you to go in for the flank. So, because we need to consider that, okay, if it's like going up one of the hills or if it's through a bumpy road, then the vehicle will move a little bit slower. Or if they try to move really, really fast, it could flip and it could put them in a very dangerous position because vampires could counter back, considering there's a lot of distance still between the both of them. So it looks like it's more like a warning shot towards the vampires and at the same time forcing them to use their utilities. But speaking of forcing fight is for rivals onto Box Gaming.
Yep, a finish off break. It's going to be free for the side of Box Gaming. So lost that CQC against Pamburu as well. Now, slowly 4 rivals enclosing into us these warehouses. And Box Gaming having a bit of a problem to have a grasp on every corner here. Now, they don't have enough set of eyes to see what's happening around them anymore, as Trisme will actually slowly be covered by Apel and Pamburu on the other end, and Soaz will bleed out slowly. Pamburu flushing in, but a different side of the corner entirely. Trisme is right in front of him. Soaz finished off by Appy. Down to 2 person here. Bensu on the other end. Trisme got cornered. No way out at all. It's a 2v1. Different angle entirely. Now, last member, Bensu. They will rush into this apartment, like it or not. Voki start to push in already. Both of them are cooking Nate for Bensu. He cancelled in the last minute. If only he tossed over. And right now, a bit of perfect time here.
It'll be interesting if they toss the nade like from the bottom up and from the outside to the top, like at the same time. It's like there's nowhere for Bensu to go. But anyway, it's 4v1, so it's going to be an easy, straightforward cleanup there for 4 rivals. Good start so far, 4 rivals. Not too shabby, I'd say. Even the previous round, they managed to last a fairly long.
I saw just now Vampires want to put their nose in this business too, but the moment they stop firing, that's why they said, well, it's too late for us to actually get into that business as well. But DBD feels like they might actually have a clash against the Vampires if they start to move. Now, most of the team want to hold their ground here, not to get out too early if they got quite a vintage spot. In this case, TEM Entertainment, who tried to fight against Alter Ego earlier, go for disengagement and parting ways. But Buriram and TEM Entertainment, now they will be close by the blue zone the earliest if they don't get out from here soon.
Yeah, so it's going to be a third phase. Definitely won't look good if it goes on to from 3 to 4. So besides the blue that they need to worry about, they need to worry about them who's currently like gatekeeping them. You can see that Buriram Tiger, he's like going back and forth. Yes, he has like 5 first 8s, that's great. But you don't know where the circle will go. It moves further away from you. That's one. Secondly, is that because TEM Entertainment, they have the circle advantage. They can play the gatekeeping role, and that's exactly what they're still doing.
That's true. But at the same time, they gatekeeping here, it's not really great for TEM Entertainment. They're not in the center or not even in the safe zone yet. We do have Alter Ego waiting on the other end now. Now, where Buriram will actually try to fight against first? Is it going to be picking the poison against TEM Entertainment or picking the other poison the other end? And Buriram got stuck in between on top of Chumasura Mountains there. Esso making sure they cannot get out from here. And Bavi doing the same thing. Boom already parked himself on the high ground too. Spotted out. It's going to be the spray coming from Bavi. Almost chipped half HP of 2 players at the same time. Miller. Infinity also start to move here, Cloud. GIDS in a bit of a problem.
But speaking about problems, Snipes as well. Not too sure what happened to them, but the Infinity, they are not stopping, and now they're going up against Boom. And the Infinity, not only Boom, GIDS is in the same area. Bacon Time is right. Geek Fam, 4 teams in this area. And that's what I talked about, right? Because of that kind of circle, because of the timing, because of Boom was on the high ground. Now, all these teams are forced to play on the lower ground, and that's where they clash.
4 rivals coming in too, and GIDS. They were fighting Malaysian teams, all the way Bacon team is there as well. Geek Fam left with only UI. 4 rivals really low when it comes to the HP. Knocked 2 down on 2 men there. 4 rivals have little time to reset with Bacon Time and Infinity. I feel like these are the teams that's winning. Infinity and Bacon Time, who's sitting quietly, and GDGIDI as well. Alter Ego fighting on top of them on the same compound too. While UI trying to make a bit of damage control with him only the sole survivor again for Geek Fam. We heard gunshots everywhere. Buriram eliminated M15, but Bacon Time taking the steals from across the street.
And look at this, Mela finishes off happy. There's going to be another point there for the Infinity. Already 3 points for them in this round. Now 4 rivals going up against Yuhai. Yuhai 1v2, and Yuhai gunned down by Apu. It's going to be Geek Fam number 14. No points for them in this round, but Apamburu, someone's being naughty.
Feels like a bit of an off-angle grenade just now. Accidentally knocked down among themselves for 4 rivals. And worst part is, it happens where all the teams are fighting right beside them. DBD trying to shush away Yoodo Alliance from this high ground and try and take a flat field of Chumasra on top of it. All by themselves. And the other end will be sandwiched by Alter Ego. DBD got crammed in between with Yoodo Alliance and also Alter Ego. Potato just gets sprayed from afar. And then Fnatic taking out on Shamil across again. And look at Alter Ego slowly pushing in here. Yoodo Alliance just so hard for them to breathe.
Yeah, they can't breathe. DBD's coming on the left. And now they are playing with 3 players. Shamil went down. And now Olio as well might be taken out by Ripple Boy together with Adelu. They need to pick up their teammate quickly as DBD is closing in.
But wait, it's actually Infinity from the 4, taking the steals away from these guys. Nobody actually tried to fight Infinity, but Infinity taking all the fights around them as their business there. Definitely they got extra elimination just from that distance. 4 rivals with 6 eliminations so far. Lost 1 man already, but at the same time, they're not in the circle. Yoodo Alliance really cram up here. Not much spaces to go, but Yen tried to flush them out from that corner. At the same time, Alter Ego also try to gatekeep these guys from moving forward. There's a lot of teams. We're talking about 7 teams possibly in the same area of compound here.
You talk about the Infinity, it's hard to counter them at this moment because the area that they're at, firstly, there's an elevation, there's a lot of compound to play with, and it's easy for them to especially see teams at the bottom inside of the Chumasera town. So they are in a prime position within this sort of circle. Great decision making coming in from the Infinity, but now we move forward to the Xavier. against 4 rivals.
Lamborghini, Rabies on the ground. Abel, that's a bit of a chip there. But I have a feeling that Xavier's having a bit of a problem here. They're losing men way faster than can actually count. With Frankie on the outskirts, Lamborghini and Rabies nowhere for them to actually be safe. As 4 rivals making sure they got more points. Definitely going to secure 7 to 8 points just by the side of 4 rivals. Tapping it out with Yoodo Alliance. Echo with an SLR. Taking advantage to a side of Yoodo Alliance. Ulti Ego still taking a compare for themselves. But 4 rivals couldn't spot on Frankie. Finally, April found him. These Xavier's bowing out early.
Wow, we're only in the 5th phase of this game, and we're already down to like, what, 12 teams? It's running hard and fast. Okay, just look at the position of the Infinity. It's like the only team that can possibly really challenge, I would say, is probably even Yoodo Alliance, maybe, unless Mela spots them out. If not, it's going to be Boom. It's going to be the best team that's able to challenge the Infinity from behind. If they're able to fend off these 2 teams, they will be in a key position within this circle to just overlook other teams and farm eliminations.
That's kind of true. Depends on who will backstack Infinity from behind, but those coming up from this area of the compound is going to be on the northern side. Vampires. We have also the side of SLD right next to them, but they are not being favored by the circle. It depends on the next circle. Infinity taking on 4 rivals. Now Infinity not being spotted out. Yoodo Alliance taking on Boom. It's going to be finished off the members there. Down to only 1 more player of Boom. Mokhtar. There's nowhere for him to run. The moment he will run forward, advancing, he's going to be straight into the lair of Infinity. If you want to fend out, it's going to be Yoodo Alliance 2v1 there. He needs to build that 1 spot out. Infinity just having the greatest time all their grounds and taking all opportunity that they can just take all the steals there. Answers on his ground. TEM Entertainment didn't actually thought that it's going to be Infinity gatekeeping them, but it's just almost impossible for them to cross this road.
Ooh, Olio trying to find a way through. Now, he should be able to do so, but in this kind of situation, he needs to deal with the Infinity at some point. Now, the circle kind of moved further forward down. That means the Infinity, just look at this, there's already movement on their side. They're not hesitating their move. They are very confident. Gartuni at the forefront of the Infinity wants to take out TEM Entertainment.
It's a really huge blast, but he can just barricade himself with a vehicle for now. Tony, a very bold man, going against TEM Entertainment, who's busy with Capone, the troublemaker from BN United. The only person left. Again, Capone left, the last survivor for BNU. But Bavi tried to pin him down slowly. Capone bleeding out here. We're talking about Bavi just finding the right angle on the high ground. Just going to boost himself for a bit more, as we do know Nusa waiting on the other end. Even though they're winning this for TEM Entertainment, it's not going to be the end for them yet because they have 1-1 fight to go. Capone could get the nade. Not good enough, Bavi. Just having a perfect angle with 2 of them. That's going to be with Esso. Oh, BN United.
It's going to be tough, but look at this. The Infinity is going up against TEM Entertainment. They want to find revenge, but Bacon time also. Where did that shot come from? Takes out Mela. Indirectly, Bacon time cannot help TEM Entertainment now, putting focus on the Vampires. DBD in the house, but GIDS has something to say about that.
Coming in late into the circle. Good luck. Have fun facing the gatekeepers. And so many teams, 360 degrees of that circle. They'll be crowded by some teams there. SLD, kind of not sure which way to shoot anymore. Infinity taking out on Boom. They know exactly where all the teams coming out from. Tony is the only person guarding to the side of TEM Entertainment, making it so hard for them to just squeeze into the circle. And Tony, being aided by sort of Logan for the support fire from back line, just keep on giving the pressure towards the TEM Entertainment with a bit of slope of a heel. They cannot pick out at all for TEM Entertainment, but Tony, he's on the ground. This is opportunity for TEM Entertainment to push in if they want to.
Yeah, it was because of the nade coming in from Bevy, and now it's going to be Logan, the last man standing for the Infinity. He's playing by the edge of the circle, needs to move in further forward. He has a compound to play with, but the compound doesn't seem to be within the circle, so he has to be in a little bit of an open area. Let's see how he slips in, but now we move over to Bacon time. The nade coming in from Ice. It does land on the booms. It does give damage on the booms, but not enough damage to take him down yet.
Now Bacon time, they got 1 GIDS, but SLD still busy with TEM Entertainment. Bavi on the ground. At the same time, this sort of skirmish is giving a bit of a space, even though it's Logan, 1 person for the side of Infinity. But we do know how much 1 person for Infinity can do. SLD still taking a bit of TEM Entertainment towards them, and it's going to be tough for TEM to just get onto the high ground. It's just they're having a really long height before, and we do have one player, Smap from SLD being revived back. Alter Ego finish off the last member of Affinity. They bow out at 5th place, but feels like a lot of team dropping back-to-back, including TEM Entertainment just now.
SLD now in the clear on the northern side. No one's going to challenge them, but we full focus on the southern side. It's going to be 4 rivals making time. Going to go up against each other in the same compound. Alter Ego is going to wait on the left. 20 more seconds on the clock before the zone closes in. The SLD now in the prime position. Ice goes down. What a good shot there coming in from Drone from the high ground. Bacon time will lose Ice.
Now back to us 4 rivals doing surrounded. Even though they got themselves the compound to work with the buildings to take covers from. But there's 2 team eyeing out to us. Alter Ego try to rush it in. SLD goes to, on the other hand, focusing on towards the back line of Alter Ego instead of front line who are pushing towards 4 rivals. Bacon type stuck in between with SLD, got themselves the elevation advantage. But in the meantime, they got the advantage of the terrain only, not really in the circle. Potato on the lower ground here, tried to flush out 4 rivals from afar, but the wall's really making it so hard for him to get a good angle at this toss.
Yeah, he doesn't have a good angle, but then again, the knee will not connect to. That doesn't help him. Looks like Kwang Ji from afar tries to take him down. Kwang Ji kind of fire upon by Renaure. Now without a vehicle, Kwang Ji needs to continue on surviving. 45 more seconds before the zone closes in onto them. And now Shirley's going to be pressured by the blue.
Dirty and also Bacon time. There's no room. There's no room. There's a corner. They need to push forward. Do they have enough smokes here? Because SLD might just obliterate everybody from above. And Alter Ego can spot out Kwang on this side. That's more Shirley. Cornered himself. Alter Ego is where SLD want to close the deal and they can just secure the chicken. They got the most men. Nobody can see them from on top. And Bacon time flushing into their own graveyard here. Bacon time surrounded by the rest of SLD from the high ground. And Ghost coming up from the flag. Potato popped out. That's free. So close. Go to SLD. They're shining bright like a diamond. And that's going to be that chicken dinner for this round.
SLD didn't start off that well today, but now coming back after the break with a bang is going to be SLD. Finally, we see a very, very different team. In fact, SLD, they are a new team in the Southeast Asia stage, and they are coming in. It took them a couple of games, but now they're in the first Vietnamese team to receive a chicken dinner. SLD in the house.
Fine, we're looking over a Vietnam team that's really strong when it comes to the first day here. A lot of us rooting for the Xaviers, but you know what? SLD is here to win it and shining brighter than ever. Just now with their performance, I have to say that was an ingenious call from SLD. They're not in the center of a circle, they're not rushing it. They are at the rim of it, but they do know at the rim it's a bit of a risk if they cannot spot it out their opponents. But fortunate enough, they're all just so busy fighting each other on the lower ground to get the compound, to get the 4 walls, which SLD, you know what, they mentioned, and they might figure out, you know, it's okay, we don't get into the center, as long we get to shoot them from that distance and that certain angle. Nobody spotted them out. SLD have 4 men just now, but also the terrain on top of the Chumasira, a lot of the players bowing out quite early because of the height just to get on the grounds of the city in Chumasira.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of circle, that high ground is very, very advantageous with that kind of circle. So that's how you can see that why the Infinity is very interested in it. Boom at some point is very interested. Yoodo Alliance as well, they are very interested with that kind of circle. So because that will give them a vantage point against players just below them. And there's almost no way for them to counter. Well, unless of course they overpeak and all that, but that's besides the point. Terrain-wise, it's very, very tough to counter. From the bottom to shoot on the top. We saw what was the most they could get. Was to blow up SLD's vehicle, and that's pretty much it. But other than that, to try to really get those players on top is super, super tough. So that was a smart move to try to force their way onto that high ground.
It has been quiet at first in the first circle. And when it comes to the third phase, I think, it's where everything gets really hectic for most of the players. I'm not sure what's the higher elimination by far, because we saw 4 rivals survive till the end. just seeing this for Alter Ego, they've been skirmishing quite a lot of numbers of eliminations for these teams there. Infinity not really great when it comes to Miramar, 2 games in a row now, maybe because of a terrain, or maybe they just don't like Miramar as much. But back to the other teams there, they definitely have been fighting a lot of number and a lot of farming, especially those coming in late and being the gatekeepers at the shoreline. We're talking at the circle edge, which is going to be Alter Ego, one of it. SLD came in the last minute. I want to see 4 Hours and Alter Ego, how much do they actually secure?
Yeah, we'll definitely check out the numbers after this, once the rankings come up. I expect, okay, SLD, the last we saw them, 11, maybe like 14 or 15 or so. They're about to get 12, and by this time it's only 1 player left, so it's going to be 13 for SLD. Okay, but we'll get the confirmation soon.
Yeah, well, what SLD, that was really ingenious for them, because why? They do know there's 4 teams, 4 to 5 teams that have been having skirmishes just to, flush out 4 rivals, including Bacon Time in there. So they got the extra point just by waiting, not really wait, they hold their ground for the prime spot and making sure nobody gonna backstab them from behind. That was TEM Entertainment Bavi, and being finished off straight away. Same goes for BNU Capone, who got being decimated by the hands of TEM Entertainment. That's the only problem for the side of SLD. That problem finish off is no problem for them to secure double-digit eliminations here. But 4 Rivals and Alter Ego got himself also a huge number of eliminations.
Yeah, that's going to be 12 for 4 Rivals, so that's a fairly good number. 14 for SLD. So now the highest so far is still 14, SLD and also Boom from the previous round, so they're kind of like even up there, but we can expect that to change in the next round when we come back to Erangel. Other than that, all other teams when it comes to eliminations, now no double digits other than 4 Rivals and SLD, so it's kind of okay spread all around in terms of eliminations.
Yeah, but I'm happy for BN United. Now they're not in the bottom anymore. They got themselves a couple of points, so it's more than enough than 0 for now. Slowly they are climbing up, but 4 Rivals April got themselves the MVP with 7 elimination, 800 over damage. But definitely we saw a lot of skirmishes in between there. That's like 3 or 4 teams rushing into 4 Rivals. They've been holding their compound quite long and strong enough, but unfortunately whoever just focused themselves and tunneling vision what's in front, there are a lot of backstabbers and flankers from behind and their sidelines. So it's just unfortunate for 4 Rivals to be finished off quite early. Seeing good for Bacon Time, but just now I have to say, so far we have no double chicken back-to-back, but the point system, SLD from that one match, look how tight the contests are when top 3.
Yeah, 36, 35, 33. Now to be fair, FaZe Clan they didn't play, so it's natural that they'll be overtaken. But then again, SLD, what an interesting comeback. They just needed just 1 round with a couple of points for the previous round, and now they're number 1. But of course, the day is not ended yet. We truly know by the end of Game 5 like who is at what position. A lot of changes, of course. Other than that, 4 Rivals shoot their way up to number 4. Boom, they're number 5 right now, 31 points. Alter Ego, number 6, 31 points. But on the other end, BN United, despite them getting the first 2 points, 7-9 didn't play. If not, 7-9 might have pulled a little bit away from BN United. But despite them getting the 2 points, they are still at number 20.
Well, that's going to be our last Miramar of day number 1 here. Next, we're going to hop into Erangel, which you don't have Group B playing. Infinity, BN United, Alter Ego, and Yoodo Alliance will not be playing. Now, this is going to be interesting as we speak about A, C, D, and E will be fighting against each other. When it comes to Erangel, everybody the most comfortable map for themselves is going to be this one. But before we get into that 4th game, let's just recap again what happened in Miramar. Because of the first Miramar map, the fight path more towards the northern side, right? And this time it's more towards the southern part, even the circle on the southern part. Now, 4 Rivals, they usually drop way further up north, but because the circle popped quite early, they still go towards Christopherville, but they have to yo-yo themselves back into St. Martin or even Graveyard area. But the thing is, this takes them a bit more time to survive.
Yeah, I mean, they're used to playing in the blue, even back then as well. So they're okay by coming in a little bit later, especially when it comes to the Miramar map. That's how they regularly play. Inside Erangel, it will be a little bit different. But for Miramar, yeah, this is pretty common for 4 Rivals, I would say. But what I'm in what I'm impressed with 4 Hours gameplay is that they're playing this a little bit more aggressive, and I think it's also because of the inclusion of Volky inside of this round. Because Volky is the type that, you know, when back in the day when he was a leading Axis, his playstyle is just okay. If there's an opportunity, go for it. Like, you don't hesitate, and his teammates were very in sync with that sort of idea. So now he's trying to bring this idea. What I can see that he's trying to bring this idea in this game today so far, and so far actually it's not bad for 4 Rivals. They're okay. They managed to secure a good amount of elimination points, especially in this round itself.
And I'm looking over the recap here. I mentioned before, TEM Entertainment and BN United is the only problem for SLD. They came in very late if you compare with all the other teams, but they came in at the perfect time, where too many teams are having skirmishes in the center and they can just bulldoze everybody coming up from the sidelines. It's just really ingenious for them, patient enough to be waiting at the rim of a circle, not being too reckless rushing into the center as well. So it's all about the timing, and the key is going to be patience for these players. Next, we're going to hop into Erangel, which we have different teams coming up from Boom, SLD. All 3 different countries and regions are taking the chickens today. So waiting for the only region that they get themselves a chicken, it's going to be Malaysia today.
Yeah, so far it has been different teams, right? So I mean different countries. So let's see if anything changes in the next round. If you talk about only the Malaysian teams, looking at how the gameplay is today so far, I feel that 4 Hours has the best chance based on how they've been playing. They are aggressive. This is the 4 Hours that we know back in like the Dingoes and PX sort of days. So this is the type of gameplay that won them championships before. Now Apo, of course, he is the most eliminations gatherer in this round. Is 7, Gosu with 5 of SLD, and Shirley with 5 for Big Time.
Yeah, I'm looking forward for Shirty's performance here, because Shirty has been quite a number of his names being popped out for the recent games and recent tournaments. But Apo, you know, one of the players that actually rarely plays when it comes to the PMPL MYSGPH, has been popped out quite a number of damage when it comes to the PMPL Southeast Asia. So it just shows that he's more than prepared to take a fight head on. But ShineLikeDiamond, I have to say, that was a really smart call, you know. That was really perseverance at its best. Their patience has been fruitful, and are we looking forward for this team's performance, because they are not the team that always under our spotlight. So maybe they will be the one that actually winning this. Who knows?
Yeah, they could be the surprise package. So don't disregard them at this moment. They are in a fairly okay group as well. Considering that it's Boom, Big Time, and Geek Fam inside that group, it's kind of okay-ish balance. And considering that their performance in that round, I think that Group E may be the most balanced group. And in fact, 2 chicken dinners already from Group E itself. But that's the previous round. Next round, we're going to go on to the first Erangel for Southeast Asia Championship, and Group B this time is going to take a break.
So far, we have 2 back-to-back chicken for Group E teams. Not really about the country, okay? So Boom and SLD both coming out from Group E. So it is safe for us to say the next might be another Group E teams might actually secure another chicken here.
Well, I don't know if that's the way to predict, or there's a correlation to that.
Why not?
Because that is just out of guessing, and there's no concrete data to it.
But it's proven here. Boom and SLD both come out from Group E. But you know what?
Yeah,
what's more fun? It's going to be Boy. Yeah. PUBG Mobile X Bubble Boy, which is going to be coming up very soon in a couple of days, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, we're like, 3 days into October? So today's the 28th, so it's only 30 days. So 3 days into October. So keep your eye in game. You probably might know it before we even start the show. So we don't know what time exactly it will come out, but just keep an eye. It's going to be somewhere in October, maybe not the first, maybe later on. But if it does come out, pretty sure we're going to show it on the show as well. So Bobo Boy X PUBG Mobile, going to be the latest collaboration, and can't wait for this.
And today is Wednesday, everyone. It's going to be the Rabu Padu, or Rabu Padu as our production call it. It's going to be our Wednesday best day ever. And today is Wednesday. This is where the timing is perfect for you guys to see this graphic, because the phase has already begun, and you yourself, by today, make sure you log into PUBG Mobile and get yourself more points to get your weekly prizes, especially during the PMPL Southeast Asia time, because there's a lot of exclusive stuff for you guys to be won over. And also don't forget, if you happen to be playing and get yourself one of the perfect play, hashtag Rabu Padu Menang Selalu for yourself to get your Cooper crate and everything. But that's done for today. I mean, like, not yet. For Mirama, that's it. But Erangel next.
Yeah, the first Erangel for the Southeast Asia Championship for this season. No expectations so far. I think it has been like the team's fairly balanced. Even like the what do you call this again? ShineLikeDiamond. They wouldn't be one of those names that we would say that okay, they're gonna get the chicken dinner, they're gonna do well, but they beat them the odds and they did well. And it's not like they're like, okay, we got the luck of the circle, or like we had to just chill in one area from the start to the end. No, they had to fight their way through. That's why they got like 14 eliminations, so that's fairly okay for a chicken dinner. And it just shows that they work hard for it as well through those rotations that we saw. Means that in the next round, we can't really rule out teams like even like BN United to get the chicken dinner.
That's true. It's all about how much they're willing to put themselves up in the front line to actually get eliminations, their courage and confidence when it comes to firepower and their technicality. But speaking of, it's still day number 1 now. I'm not surprised if it's going to be a very different game when it comes to day number 2, because there will be some teams try to revise the rotation of the other teams who are playing it quite a low profile when it comes to the first week even, or in the first day. But it's great if they can actually push up forward this day number 1, because it's going to be really tough if they're being left out behind, because we do know about our system, currently format system, where we have a lot of bonus point weekly for the rankings.
Yeah, we've seen how cruel sometimes the weekly bonus points can be. There's some teams like, okay, they only perform in the 3rd week, for example. Like we've seen this before back, there are many examples by now. And it's just too late for them. Like there's not enough points for them to gather for them to get themselves into the top 16, into the country finals, or sorry, the Southeast Asia Championship finals. So that just shows that how important consistency is overall. They have to get it from the start. If they leave it to the end, even if they get 20 points, they get the number 1 spot, that might not be enough to save them.
I mean, like, wait, come on guys. Based on PMRC, we learned something big from Infinity. The fact that why would you want to put yourself in a position where you're being pressured in the last minute, give extra pressure, extra burden towards your thoughts, while you can actually try to push as much as possible straight at the beginning here. That's what a lot of teams are trying to do, just to gain earn as much point as they can, just to be sure that they're more comfortable when it comes to the end of this league, so they don't have too much burden to think about. You don't want to have extra responsibility. And the worst part, 4 teams will be relegated out of this equation, and only 16 teams will qualify in the grand finals. Now, what to brag about if you get into PMPL South Asia but not in the grand final?
Well, yeah, what to brag about? Nothing, I guess. It's tough. Yes, you can say that. Well, yeah, we still made it this far, but that also means that if you get eliminated at this stage, it's going to be like what, a 3-4 month holiday. And I can tell you that most of the teams, they don't want that kind of holiday. They would rather like, okay, let's have a tournament after tournament after tournament, especially when it comes to the official tournament. So and they don't want to be like, oh, we sit back and we see other teams who we see every day in scrims or in our local leagues, and they get to go all the way. So that kind of feeling isn't fun. So all the teams just really need to like take their chances and make sure that they try to get that spot in the next round. But at the end of the day, it is a competition. Someone has to bow out.
True. For the teams that actually already got themselves a slot for the PMGC, they don't have that much pressure on them. But it just shows that they have more than a luxury, that they can actually relax for a bit. But you know what? You perform best when you're happy, when you're having fun, and when you're a bit relaxed, you know. And then this is going to be the advantageous start, especially coming from Team Infinity and also Bacon Time, who already got himself a slot in PMGC. Geek Fam and 4 Rivals too, but 4 Rivals still performing stellarly. But Geek Fam, on the other hand, they have been sloping down for a bit. Same goes for the Xaviers. I'm a bit disappointed for their performance today. And Box Gaming, still nowhere to be found here. But the teams that are coming from Indonesia in this league this time, none of them actually still qualified for PMGC, so they really have to grind for it.
Yeah. Good reminder about the PMGC slot as well. It's not only about, okay, like last season, it ends at Like if you're champion, okay, then that's it.
Yeah.
Right. You probably get the slot to the next season for the same stage, but it just ends there. But this time the stakes are higher, right? You got slots into PMGC. So that's the stage that nobody wants to miss. And plus, PMGC will be played in Jakarta, offline. So you don't want to miss out on that experience, right? Especially for the players, they don't want to miss out on that.
And especially for the Indonesian teams, yeah, they definitely want to be in their home ground because you know you have all your fans down there cheering up for you. You got the energy from the crowd and the audience, and it's offline some more. I mean, like, I've been there. The crowd is really one of my favorites out there for Indonesian people. I'm shouting out for you, and the food is excellent. I mean, like, come on, guys. Nobody wants to miss that. But here comes our prediction when it comes to Erangel. Oh, wow. We're taking Gig this time.
Okay, yeah, we didn't really know what we predict. Like, we didn't know each other's prediction before the show started. We kind of like did it separately. So, but I wasn't paying attention on purpose because I want to make it the surprise. But so it looks like it's going to be Geek Fam. How are you feeling about Geek Fam?
I mean, like I mentioned before, if they got it since day number 1, they will get it entirely. But right now, they are losing it. They're losing more. Because always, every single time, when we actually pan over to the side of Geek Fam, it's only UI left. I'm not sure where are the rest of the teammates. Is it the UI and Damru on the flank side? The others, nowhere to be found. That's what's happening for the past few games. Straight off the bat. I'm talking about the first, second phase. You already lost a lot of men here.
Well, in one of the Buriram maps, they kind of like, they fought fairly early, so that gave them some casualties. So that's one reason. The Sandhawk was, I can't really recall the Sandhawk by now. I recall the Sandhawk. So they were kind of like fighting at the hillside, and then they lost that fight. Again, it was just losing fight after fight after fight. But then again, if we look at like SLD as an example, right? We would think the same before the break. Like they didn't really do that well, but all of a sudden coming back from the break, they did superbly. Maybe it's a recharge that Geek Fam needs.
You know, there's some things, the advantage for the teams that's not really under the radar as much, including in this case, it's going to be SLD. Nobody actually tried to have a lot of expectation out of them, and they always surprises us because they don't have this sort of pressure like we used to be the best, we need to maintain our status. There are a lot of, you know, pride in the play. But this is going to be a different map entirely. We do know this is going to be the map where everybody loves the most, but it also depends on the circle.
Yeah, of course. Circle rules them all. So that's going to be the most important element. But of course, before we head into the circle, we'll be checking out the flight path, the first flight path inside Erangel. Let's go!
Finally, Erangel for week 1, day 1, match 4th out of 5 of them. All the matches left here is going to be Erangel for our closing of the day. 2 Erangels back-to-back. Now, the flight path more toward the southern side. We do have teams like Alter Ego, love to drop over Son of Scar Military Base, same goes for BN United. But this time we don't have Group B playing, which is going to be Infinity, BN United and Alter Ego. So there's going to be a very vacant Son of Scar Military Base unless if somebody else wants to snatch it away.
Military Base is one. Pachinki is going to be another interesting area. So we know DZ where they really like their Pachinki, but during the PMRC they let that go to SMG, respecting the Chinese teams for some reason. But let's see if anything changes this time. But looking at the parachute, DZ is heading towards Pachinki. So home sweet home, they say.
Yep, but the one that's gonna be heated up for a bit, we do definitely it's gonna be Chogo Pool in hospital area. FaZe Bacon Time, love to drop there. So I'm waiting if there's any early skirmishes there. Well, we had a couple of shots and maybe a bit of a ring around the rosy with Bacon Time and FaZe trying to spat them each other down, but there's gonna be double. I got himself already a gun. Now that's gonna be Ego Esports taken down by the side of Bacon Time. Now Ego Esports loved to drop on top of Savini, but they couldn't get vehicles fast enough, and the flight path just making it so hard for them to go towards the northern side.
Well, 2 points for Bacon Time, so that gives them a total of 27 for now. But for the Eagles, they'll be playing with 2 players for the rest of this round. It's not all over yet for the Eagles. I mean, we have seen it before, like
Oh,
a duo can
man.
do it. But now it's going to be Damru's turn against Trisme. So it looks like a substitution happening here. So Box Gaming bringing in Trisme.
No, he's been playing
Uh,
now.
Oh, was he? Okay,
Yeah.
all right. I thought it was substituted, but never mind. So, it's about time. Come on. Come on, Yuhai. Come on.
Oh, you
come
are. You
on.
lost to a punch. There you go.
Come
Oh,
on. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, we can feel the players are having a bit of a fun time here.
Splat.
Not really, being dragged over instead.
Oh.
I mean, like, well, they still want to have another go, maybe not. So it will be left to bleed out for the side of Trisme coming up from Box Gaming. On top of Therapy, this is where the usual Geek Fam drop spot here right now when it comes to Erangel. They're taking a bit of a trip towards the northern side a bit just now. SLD and GIDS. Now, this is an interesting prospect because both teams happen to be having a bit of an invisible line in between.
Yeah, that's going to be Milta, but now we move with the Quarry. Vampire against DBD, the nade onto Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw, 30% of health. But then again, Yen, not too far away as well. Ravenclaw resets itself. Flukev, waiting at the bottom, but Flukev is a little bit too far. This looks like it's going to be 1v2 for Ravenclaw.
It comes. Yeah.
Here we go.
Ravenclaw,
Okay, cover fire.
boom, down, Echo, nice rush coming up from DBD. What a teamwork between these two guys. But Boss Gaming having another go against Geek Fam on the other end. Trisme got his revenge against Damn Rude and UI. Oh, we missed that. They knocked him down, didn't finish him off.
Yeah, actually, that was my thought process. Like, okay, they let him,
Karma.
yeah, they let him go, and I was wondering, like, okay, will he be picked up in time, and what will happen after that? And looks like a little bit of a revenge for Box Gaming, but Geek Fam seems to counter fire onto them, and Bensu went down. So now Geek Fam, how many players are there left? Geek Fam, only 2 left. And now Snipes and Mika going in. Trisme, he's the last man. He won't have enough resources to fight back.
Oh man, I have a feeling that Damn Rude and UI definitely regretted they didn't finish off Trisme because he just bit them back, got the revenge. It's okay for Trisme to go down now. He got back what it takes him to do against Damn Rude and UI. You left me bleeding now, and now you got back what you deserve. But for the side of Box Gaming left with Soa, so it's going to be a tough one for him to solo-handedly survive here. But we're talking about 3 teams losing a lot of men too early on in the first phase. Geek Fam, one of them, and Ego Esports here.
It's almost like the trend today, right? Like a lot of early fights throughout our maps. Oh, Gosu, what a nice tap with a Mini 14 onto Booms.
That's a long shot, by the way.
Yeah, it is. It is with a Mini 14, like from the other side to one side to the other. Snissel shouldn't be a problem for him to pick him up. I don't see SLD able to get there in time to finish him off. So that's going to be a little bit of a warning shot. But someone's on the hilltop. So other team members from GIDS, they're actually splitting up. I think they want to like try and enclose SLD and maybe take advantage if they get a knock.
Well, while we're hovering around Quarry, I'm not sure how Soa's going to just play this quietly as much as possible. Still a long time for him to actually to stay alive. But GIDS seems like they managed to secure Boom's survivability for now. Daybot tried to get a different angle intel, or maybe find a couple of vehicles, even maybe boats in this case. Or he tried to get on the flanks out of SLD, which is quite hard here because it's a very open coast of a shoreline and gives away his position easily with a micro Uzi at this distance. I don't think it's going to work at all.
Yeah, not at all, not at all. Doesn't seem to be even trying. I think he kind of realized that as well. Now for Buriram United, actually kind of like they could have done better. They had a lot of try in them. Like they play in a manner of like a typical Thai team that they try to go aggressive, but sometimes it's like where they went in, there are like other teams around them and they try to do that when the circle is really, really small. Now again, another attempt. This is what I talked about. They try, but there are teams around them that they're not aware of. So there's some sort of like a 360 awareness that they need to gather more information, or they need to make the right decisions before even pulling the trigger.
I really want to see what kind of circle we actually get. Definitely it's on the main peninsula mostly. But it feels like a lot of rotation, a bit awkward for these guys to happen to clash into each other, where it's unexpected. We have Empires here on top of Quarry. Fluke is waiting. You guys will wait anything that's going to happen to Fluke or not. You can just scan away with the QR code to join in PMCC, which is going to be Campus Championship. Make sure you are 16 years and above and you are a student to participate in this tournament, where you can have over 40 ringgit Malaysia of prize pool for the win, and also get yourself the career towards professional play in the future, which is going to be PMPL 2023. Back towards the players of Empires lost Ravenclaw early. We have on the top of Shelter, where the circle not in there, it's quite in the blue zone. So I assume it's going to be maybe on top of Fairy Pier now for the circle, or even Pachinki. But here comes Sprays from SLD.
Smap trying to get one for himself. All these teams tanking out the blue at this moment. And again, it's going to be Buriram United being gunned down, and it's not looking good there. Yep, there's going to be a tap done for Snap, and he even used an AK to get that knockdown. So, I mean, it's definitely going to be another point there in the back for SLD. While they tank out the blue, interestingly, they're spending a little bit of too much time there, but okay, let's see what can they come up with. Kengzo managed to get away together with Sky Only. In fact, we don't see where Sky Only is. We only see Kengzo for now. Yeah,
it feels like they're being split into a different angle entirely, different part of the map. Maybe something happened in between being ambushed. On the side of Empires, it's still lurking around Quarry. Feels like they have a clue. There's one more team right across them. I'm not sure which team is it. I feel like it's going to be DBD, was it? Or is it something else differently? Now, well, I did mention about Trio on top of Arabia, but now it's going to be a hard shift towards the left side even furthermore, which is going to be high chances ended up on top of Quarry. If that happens, now imagine the terrain of Quarry for the last circle. Really tough terrain there.
Yeah, it is hard to play inside a Quarry. Plus, you already have like 2 teams there. You got DBD, you got Vampires. You can even count Box Gaming to be somewhere in the areas, strategic areas inside of a Quarry. So if that circle happens to be there, then there's a lot of advantage for DBD and Box Gaming at their own corners, because teams who need to go to them, there's a lot of open area between like going up that hill onto Quarry, and there could be an advantage taken by either of those teams to shoot down while teams drive up against them.
Because of that sort of circle, a lot of teams taking their sweet time to just get into the circle. And FT got himself on top of Quarry just to make sure they park early on. So just in case they won't be gatekeep later, they get themselves in the center and being a gatekeeper themselves. TEM Entertainment going a move. Bacon Time happened to be clashed towards the side of the Xaviers on different entirely angle, yeah? Looking over, Bacon Time don't have that much compound. They're taking the heals instead. And these Xaviers try to open up the angle even further, having a bit of a wider spread, but it's just really tough as Bacon really hungry for their blood here. We're talking about noise. Keep the pressure on. It's a bit hard for the side of these Xaviers to flank. And they're being cornered outside of Bacon. They just really know how to handle this.
Yeah, the moment you mentioned flank, that exactly that's what happened there. Bacon Time against D-Xavier. D-Xavier today so far hasn't been their day. Now they lose this to Bacon Time. It's not going to be good because there's still 16 teams as Rabbits will be knocked down. Duke, double knockdown there for Shirley.
Double down it is. And the thing is, he can't be too at ease, but Frankie managed to get one down on Ice, but it's just not worth it. That's going to be the bait, but never mind. Ice being finished off straight away. That was a clean execution. Shirty, what a guy here. We're talking about, I'm looking for his performance today. He's showing us what he can actually do. And here comes Bacon with Amstal, just going to finish off the rest of these Xaviers. Left with one man there. Definitely the last member of these Xaviers don't want to be part of this business anymore. Lamborghini, take his leave ASAP. It's just not worth it. They need to go for the rank position.
But we just saw Vampires actually on the elimination feed. So it looks like they are up onto Bacon Time. But now it's going to be FaZe Clan this time. A lot of teams around this area. Bacon Time, they know that they're surrounded. They don't want to be caught in the sandwich situation. They immediately move to a different location.
Yep, those teams come out from the northern side or northwest especially. who drop around Jogopol, Gatka region. They're going to cut across to a side of Corey. And now they might happen to spot out a lot of teams in an open field of Gatka. When we mentioned it's going to be the crossfire happen, usually. Ego Esports, they're down to 2 men early on, but they still try to pick a fight against 4 rivals. This is going to attract too much attention by them exploiting their own positions with the enemy surrounding 360 degrees. Definitely, there's so many players passing by here. They have to be extra careful when to shoot and when to not.
Yeah, it is a little bit of an open area, but just depending on the slopes, just depending on the elevation that the geography gives. But other than that, not much of cover for the players to work with. They play around the area. So we can see that teams, if they manage to secure those spots like where Eagle is at, it's a fairly strategic area for them to not only defend, but also to look at rotations, to also kind of get that information to know where teams will be at.
Yeah. Speaking of where the teams are, a lot of them actually on top of Corey already. Big time partners of there. TEM Entertainment versus FaZe. We got halted and hold, denied their mobility by the side of TEM Entertainment all the way. And it's going to be tough for them to regroup. You know what? TEM Entertainment, they shot one down. And they were like, you know what? Never mind. I think there's too much of FaZe right now. We might having another go on a different angle entirely. They try to park themselves another go. The 4 rivals just passing by on the shorelines. We're looking over some teams hovering over the crosshair onto them. Samnang waiting, Dap on the high ground there. As it hard shift left all the way. My God, this is a rare circle actually.
Oh, yes, sir. We don't get this all the time. The 4 rivals versus M9, we don't get that all the time as well as Appy with the M249 now moving over to a Mini 14, tapping it away. But he can't connect those shots. We can see the zigzag coming in out of M9's vehicle, and he managed to get away.
And they're so further up to so far on the left side. Even we rarely got Primos. So this is like, what? There's not even a name for this place. Like Quarry, Shoreline, wait, what? Back to us the teams here. Bacon, Time and Box sharing the same place. So was the last member finish off 1 player of Bacon Time and gonna get there. That's execution and elimination too. Bacon Time, they only have 1 more member left if I'm not mistaken. This is gonna jeopardize the entirety of overall ranking. Shirty spotted out, so was. But the thing is, when we open fire, there's another team entirely right across him. I think it's either I think it's DBD for the entire team, 4 men there, waiting across the hill.
Yeah, for now, everyone's in a good position, at least from what we can see on screen. Everyone has their own area, they secure their own compound, so that's all right. But it's not going to be all right for Boo Boo Hoo. Looks like it's going to be Sam9, possibly getting that 1 elimination. But at the same time, let's remember, we are still 16 teams. But you look at it, 16 teams, so we're already 45 players. So many teams. Tons of casualties.
Yeah, we're talking about 1-man army, a lot of these teams. And GIDS taking on Geek Fam. Oh, that's going to be a split ending coming up from Alan too. But back to us the other side, we have a third party coming in from afar. But GIDS having a bit of a problem here. Tried to actually do a bit of a support fire. Snizzer realizes too far. He tried to finish off Snipes and Geek Fam. Oh, the first one to be out because both of us... Well, we jinxed this team too much when it's double caster predictions.
Yeah, well, we did energize them to get like 4 eliminations, so I'm gonna claim that still. Gonna claim that. Can't get their way. But then again, now we have FaZe Clan. They're trying to defend that area. We saw a nade probably being tossed out, but not in the elimination feed just yet. But Buriram United down to 1 player left to hold on for everything in this round.
So many players left with only 1. A lot of teams left with only 1 player there. It's going to be a hectic ending because there's still a lot of teams with 4s. We're talking about if you're not having 1 or 2 players, it's going to be 4. That's it. There's only 2 teams with 3 players here. GIDS and also the sort of Vampires. Here comes a tap for Tony K. The Mini 14 spotted out in sky towards Buriram. Boom on the other hand. So it's going to be a 3-way war between these guys. And the one that actually stuck in between is going to be Boom. The only spot they have here is going to be a shack for Hexas. And I'm not sure how much longer he can hold his ground. And Sherty with 1 man fighting against Ego Esports, also another 2-man team. Well, just hope he's not sandwiching himself in a tough spot as well.
Yeah, speaking about sandwiching, 4 rivals could be sandwiched. Just look at their position. One team on the northern side, one team on the southern side with the long range coming in from 7-9, putting pressure on the 4 rivals. 4 rivals. Where are they going to look at? They'll be shot at from left, right, center.
Exas. That's a really brutal way to go. But the thing is, the moment 4 rivals get into Hexar's compound at Shack is a shack of grave, where it's going to be Sam9 spraying it out, and they only have 1 shack in an open field. But they can fall back, but they have to take the fight against Buriram behind. They might be backstepping in the same time. Sam9, on the other hand, eager to get them eliminations. They spotted out vampires who are just coming in and crossing the borders of the circle, while Pushra still having his eyes towards the side of 4 rivals. FaZe spotted out Buriram being the backstabber for 4 rivals or Sam9 there. Now this is interesting because we have so many third party coming in. DBD have a full force fight against SLD for the next one.
And Namshin is next to go out, but Yam with an nade tossing onto SLD. It will not connect. 1v2, his teammates behind him though, ready to back him up. Second nade coming in from Yen. This time it will not connect as well. He needs to cover his back. Now the smoke will be popped out, but Zix will be naded down.
Here comes 118 from Ghost's side. Well, on the side of SLD, they don't have enough health agilities. They need to make sure they can save themselves if it happens to be there being rushed in by Mormon. Oh, TEM Entertainment, third party all the way. Coming up from the northern side. Now want to go for a rush against M9 possibly. They spotted out 1 player there. And here comes Eagles bowing out. Another one to go. 13 plays for them. Vampires, Fleerketh gonna survive. M9 got themselves the entire compound. SLD and DBD having a go with Trong rushing in with the buggy, trying to go towards his friends.
Oh,
Yen! Oh, just saved by his own neck last minute there with a flash right in the face.
Oh, that's super duper close. He was almost gunned down. TEM Entertainment currently on the outside of the circle, putting pressure onto the other side. SLD not having a fun time. They have DBD to deal with. At the same time, they're being shot out from behind. DBD on the outside of the circle, 25 more seconds on the clock before the circle closes in onto them. They need to move quickly as that nade from Echo gets a knockdown.
I have a bad feeling with the teams fighting around this corner right now because it's going to be none of them winning here. The spray coming from Jimmy finish off. But the one that's winning is going to be TEM Entertainment. They are gatekeeping this side of a circle. And none of this team can actually make an entrance without any problem. DBD, they try to just rush in here with a buggy and try to park themselves in the center of a circle. But it feels almost impossible how TEM just holding their ground like that right now like this.
Beautiful shot coming from Momo, but the counter fire from Jamie onto Bevy. Does connect, 10% of health left for Bevy. Bevy is still up. He can heal himself. No problem for that. But Zix will need to pick up Yen. Yen will need to move down the zone. We'll put pressure on the DBD.
Lot of players being picked out like flies there slowly because of the blue zone and the circle just too far. Here comes Pamburu. This is a perfect line of sight for him. Like Pamburu just have to spray straight. He got 2 teams in his hands. GIDS have to actually abandon Snissel. Pamburu snatch it away. Ramon trying to clip the last name of GIDS, but the moment he jumps out, he'll be finished off by the side of Box Gaming or Pamburu on 4 rivals. They place at 9 plays. TEM Entertainment, Gatekeep DVD is still on the other end. There's so many gatekeepers if you're late into the party.
Oh, Sawbell with the smoked out vehicle, but the name from Bevy knocks down Yan. Volky takes down Ventoras. DBD, they're currently in trouble. Sisto Zim finishes off 1 more player from DBD.
Yeah, a long spray coming from Echo, but I have a feeling he's gonna go
down.
Oh no! Bevy, what a man here. That nade finish of Echo multiple times. Bevy secure eliminations. Out of the 4, I think 3 is just by Bevy himself. As in the rest of TEM Entertainment now taking a fight against FaZe. He spotted him out straight away, dropping himself off the vehicles and try to force a fire. About 4 rivals on the other end. They need to get into the circle first.
Oh, TEM Entertainment, Bevy, we remember him from the previous SEA Championship. He was one of the top players around. And now he's showing it again why he is still within the team, why the team really, really needs him. Volky now with the long range putting pressure onto the other side. They're currently in the middle of the circle, and the circle still favors 4 rivals.
And at the same time, Bots Gaming on the other end, on the southern part, they're having a very happy day. You don't have quite so many teams here. But happy for Rivals. There's no way for him to get out from here. They got the high ground for FaZe. He's been cornered left, right, and center. So many nicks being dropped down. Sam taking on Vampire, straps on his knees here. Putra, 20k retaliating with another nick, exchanging it to a dab. Spray of Putra, but he almost being obliterated there. Flukev trying to spot out Putra, being such a hindrance, holding the compound for themselves, holding the angle for the right of Sam9. But Stone got cornered. Flukev tried to give extra hand. Stone got on fire. It's going to be him knocking down on the ground as FaZe dominating, but Vampires losing it on this end.
Flukev, the last man standing, gets a knockdown. He gets one, but then again the counter fire coming from Harm takes out the entire of the Vampires. Number 7, one elimination point for them. Sam9 still survives with it as a 4.
TEM Entertainment spray on FaZe, now taking a fight head on. They've been waiting for the right time to start and initiate the fight here. NFT want to butt in as a third party coming up from afar. 4 Rivals taking a shot here, really risky being here because they do know they only got one nade to toss around. It's going to be the end round and 4 Rivals got covered for a bit. We're down to 5 teams within seconds. But where is NFT? We have nobody to spot out NFT. It's going to be down south all the way with 4 men well and alive.
Oh, tapping away as Ades tries to secure another point for his team and for himself as well. Putting pressure on the TEM Entertainment. And we have Ron on the other side. No Ron. Putting pressure on 4 Rivals who's currently playing by the edge of the circle, and NFT needs to move as well. But Ramon's named down so hard that means Box Gaming is out.
TEM Entertainment being pressured by the Blizzard. Moment don't have time to say it's me here. Sorry, but not so sorry anymore. But Lord Harm and the rest of Sam9, they got on the 50% of the circle so far. But the thing is, coming up from the south, NFT butting into everyone's business. TEM Entertainment got caught in between with 4 Rivals. And NFT taking the advantage in their hands there, trying to rack up the kill number of eliminations. But 4 Rivals just have to focus on one in front. There's a lot of backstabbing coming out from the other end. But then explosion, knockdown on Moment. On Zan on the other end, trying to hold the angle. But as Joseph slowly finish off the blue, Moment nowhere to revive. On Zan, but not by the blue. Voki 1-8. He's trying to push.
Whoa!
He don't have time to heal. 4 Rivals losing it as well as TEM Entertainment here.
Oh, Batman from the other side takes down Voki. Voki taking over the blue. NFT, they're still a full squad together with Sam9 as well. NFT and Sam9 just next to each other. TEM Entertainment on the other side. The circle favors NFT.
NFT, you don't have a lot of problem getting the circle. 5 eliminations secured by the side of Sam9 with 4 men as well. But this is it. This is the big piece. Damn! Oh, he found the loophole.
Inside.
He found the he found another one. Yours it with a huge amount of elimination. Make it 8 for Sam9.
Oh, and 4 Rivals, they're still alive. They need to reset quickly. NFT now going up against Sam9. Harm will be got by Batman. Batman will feed off Harm. From afar, we have Ades putting pressure on the NFT. NFT needs to clear the circle. 10 seconds on the clock. The zone will close.
Oh, but Sam9 have to be careful for 4 Rivals as well. And NFT on the other hand, all they need to do is just focus on what's in front. 4 Rivals and Sam9, they are next to each other. But NFT, who will they pick the poison first? Sam9 attracted towards the side of NFT. They forgot about 4 Rivals entirely, who's going to be on their flank side. They have to be extra careful. They'll be cornered here. But Buru towards out the nade. But it's going to be 1 knockdown. 4 Rivals left with only Voki here. But big shot on clear side. For that, that's it for 4 Rivals. We're down to 4v3 here. NFT with the most man. Batman. It's going to be 2 on Sam9. This is it. NFT can secure this chicken for themselves.
Oh, Sam9 has 10 elimination points at this moment. They're currently dominating. NFT starting to move in. They want to finish up the job. Dap, a little bit of elevation for him. Adam's opening up on the right. Dap managed to evade the nade coming from NFT. There was fast movement from him. Dap down to 40% of health. Dap together with Adams. The duo, the nade from Ron onto Dap. It's going to be 1v4. Adam! 1 knockdown. Can he get it? But no, it's going to be tough as NFT Esports from Indonesia get the Erangel chicken dinner.
Wow, it has been a good day for Indonesian teams when it comes to the first day. After Boom shows what they can get in Buriram, at first Erangel, the Indonesians done it again. With NFT Esports, just now, they have the least contest when it comes to coming into the circle, and that just paid them so well when it comes to getting in the last minute with the chicken. Yeah, quite a number of elimination, but secured enough to get themselves in the first page when it comes to end of day number 1.
The Indonesians doing well today. Yeah, we can see that. I mean, NFT as well. They had it even in previous rounds. We do see their potential of. It's just a matter of time for them to get the chicken dinner. They are fairly consistent as well. So NFT coming in today with the first Erangel for our SEA Championship and this chicken dinner. Let's not forget as well, in this lineup they have a SEA Games gold medalist, that's Swavel. So as a team, having him together with the rest of his teammates, they are gelling well, and this chicken dinner is well deserved for NFT.
True. Back to the teams, a lot of, I have to say, the circle plays a big part in this round. One of the main reasons because it's so far left. It's already hard for us to actually get a circle on top of Primos. And then it goes further left towards the coastline, towards the sea area, towards the shoreline. And it's just almost hard, really difficult for the players and the teams to go towards one direction that's left only. A lot of them being finished off on top of field Gatka as we witness here. Because of the open field, because how they drove themselves towards one direction only, and a lot of clashes in between. I mean, like, a lot of players being finished off by the blue zone in the process.
Yeah, it is what it is. If the circle, especially if it goes to the left, that means possibility of spending time in the blue is a little bit higher, so that just had to happen. But then again, you know, it is RNG, right? At the end of the day, you gotta adapt to the circle. You cannot like hope that circle falls onto you. It is part of the challenge of trying to win this tournament as well. And NFT shows that how they do it, and they did it well. Same goes for Sam9 as well. But I think Sam9, because they're kind of like close with the circle. It's not like they're like super duper far. But now with the travel distance on screen, 4 rivals traveled the less, meaning that they're kind of like theoretically the closest to the circle. Out of all these, TEM Entertainment seems to travel the most, and what a beautiful number, right? 1331 just happened to be so traveled the most, and they took the least times in the zone.
But I do want to know how much elimination the most we can get. I don't think there's only one team secure double digits. There's definitely Sam9. With that also secured 3 out of that 10 just now, definitely in his pocket because of the right timing. He picked into the shack the moment the teams of enemy tried to pick themselves up. But NFT, congratulations with the 24 total points this round. Definitely will push when it comes to overall ranking later. But it's going to be painful for the teams that having already a rough start for today and not working out quite well for the next one. Boom got themselves chicken, but the next one, they got themselves in a 15 spot here. These Xaviers have not been performing at all. The teams got the previous chicken SLD also placed themselves right down there. But this time, the MVP goes to the side of NFT Batman. A lot of our MVP got 5 and more elimination, 5 to 7 eliminations by far, with an average of 700 over damage.
Yeah, I think Batman's value was when he tried to stop teams who were kind of like moving, and his long range was really, really on point. So as teams start to travel, try to get into the circle in their vehicles, he's one of those that try to shoot them down, and it worked out for him. He got a couple of knockdowns through those long range as well. So NFT definitely would value him as one of those long range guys, like to stay behind, and he's able to rank in those elimination points.
Oh, wow. 5, 6, 7, 8 there. There you go. There's going to be all Indonesian teams from 5th to 8th place. But we have a bit of swap. And 4 rivals pushing them into number 1 spot. With the last performance just now because of the elimination, they have been consistently getting quite a number of eliminations. Now, 4 rivals and FaZe is actually in the same spot of no chicken, no problem. And both of them are taking a lot of the first 2 spots based off their eliminations only. And but SLD got the highest eliminations by far. But it's just a bit of a consistency. They're having a bit of a hard time to go with. Because if you compare with eliminations, still the highest is going to be taken by the side of SLD.
Well, look who's down there, the Xavier. 3 points difference from BN United at number 19. If anyone were to tell you that, okay, the Xavier is going to be at number 19 in day number 1, nobody's going to believe. This is unusual for the Xavier. It's a sight that is hard to see.
I mean, like, this is really contradicting about how they're performing for the Vietnamese region, because the first half of the year of 2022, they're performing so well, including the SEA Games, right? So now on the second half of the year, it's just really they have been going. They've been disappearing off the chart. I'm not sure what's really happening on the side of the Vietnamese team, but definitely the circle is just so unusual. It ended up on top of Korea at first and just go left all the way. Now, a lot of the teams actually being finished off coming up from Jogo Pool, including in this case Bacon and FaZe. They are being eliminated quite early, but the one that's really a bit of a problem, you saw how much they linger around Gakko region, because so many teams happened to pass by that time as well.
And NFT played with the high grounds of Quarry at first, so that was smart for them. They took advantage of that, and when they come down, it's a little bit easier. Naturally, come from the high grounds towards the low ground, it's better than if you're like at the low ground and you need to deal with those coming in from the high ground. So that's pretty much the theory of it. Now, looking at where the position of these teams, 4 rivals, they went in for survival mode because of their large spread. Some of them might think, maybe they will also be thinking like, okay, we try to fend off teams behind at the same time, try to get into the circle. That's why they kind of have that big split. But that's okay. They still managed to survive up to a decent placement point, so that's okay for them. It's just that when they didn't have the numbers, as teams start to move in, like Sem9 for example, it just overwhelms them.
I really need to revise this match for sure, because the fact that NFT coming up from the southern part, definitely there's not much contest or contenders coming up from that side. But we do know Geek Fam is going to be one of the contenders. They love to drop around very clear, but it's a bit of a slow start and rough start because of, the thing was against Box Gaming at first with Trishme getting the karma back. So that really happened on the side of Geek Fam, who actually will be one of the contenders against NFT. But I do want to see where GIDS was just now, because they're supposed to drop on top of Primos usually or on the outskirts of Farm, but it's just not there. So if only they were there, it might be a different story entirely, and NFT really got it away on the southern part. But before that, definitely we have to thank our sponsors here, our smartphone partner, which is going to be the GT Neo 3.
Yeah, it comes together with a dual chip gaming level flagship and also a MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chips and a dedicated display chip set. And of course, the Realme GT Neo 3 is amazing for PUBG Mobile. We also have to thank our official livestream partner, that is TikTok. #BeTheOne TikTok Challenge, and don't forget to follow our official PUBG Mobile page, that is PUBG Mobile M1 Official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, as well as PUBG Mobile Official PH. And we also have to thank our official food delivery partner, that is GrabFood, with 50% off GrabFood order, promo code PUBGM only for new users. Terms and conditions apply. Scan this QR code away.
I feel like I want to do a new ID for GrabFood just because for the 50% of the voucher. There's going to be a high value if you guys are really hungry right now. But we're hungry for our last match later on, which is going to be back into Erangel. But for the next one, we do have Team A, B, C, and D. So that's the last match for the side of Group E, which is going to be Geek Fam, Boom, Bacon Time, and SLD. They have to just rest it for a bit, but we're gonna rest as well for just a couple of minutes and see you guys for our last match in Erangel right after this.
Fellow PUBG mobile players, along with the version 2.2 update, we have made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Let's take a look at the improvements. First, improvements to the controls and display. We have increased the display priority of the wheel when the throwing wheel is activated. Now it'll be easier for players to select the items they wish to throw. In this update, a countdown will be displayed whenever the play zone is going to shrink. This way, it will be made more aware of the next play zone, and players can plan their routes more effectively. We've improved the feedback effect of marked items. Whenever you tap and hold to mark an item successfully, the feedback will be more obvious when the player is aiming down sights. The markings within the scope have been optimized, so the sight is less obscured. When a player jumps, after respawning or deploying an emergency pickup, it's now possible to mark the battleground with light columns. After a team wins, the buttons for MVP likes and summon statue will be combined. Now players can send a like automatically whenever they summon a statue. On the results screen, we have added teammate numbers, so now players can use the number to identify each other and give likes to their favorite teammates. To make spectating more convenient for players, we have tweaked the button size on the spectating screen. This reduces the chance of tapping the button by mistake. I'm sure firearm balancing is a concerning issue for many players. In this update, we have significantly improved the burst shot of both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Perhaps these two firearms will become your weapon of choice after the enhancements. For airdrop weapons, we have made some adjustments to the controls and damage dealt to better balance the airdrop weapons. In the new version, there are lots of new features worth checking out. When you acquire a firearm finish of your liking, you'll definitely want to admire it from time to time. In this update, we've added a firearm inspection feature. Players can now use this to admire their favorite firearm. During combat, players can tap the emote to enter first-person perspective to inspect the current active weapon. A friendly reminder, never inspect your firearm during combat, or you might overlook the enemies before you. Do keep in mind that this feature is currently only available for certain firearms, but it will be gradually rolled out to other firearms in later versions. The recommended layout feature is one of the many new features. When players customize the controls, it's now easier to apply a custom layout recommended by the system with one tap. We've also added a trunk system. Players can now make exchanges while riding vehicles. Use this feature to exchange supplies with teammates. But remember, the size of the trunk depends on the vehicle type. The visual presentation of profile cards have been improved. Players can now set their gender on their profile cards. On the results screen, we have streamlined the results process and improved on the layout, as well as the MVP results emote. On the new results screen, assists will be included in the stats. In future matches, you can try cooperating with your teammates. Even if you don't make the final strike, assists will help boost your results. We have added stationary targets to the training grounds. After firing, the damage dealt and bullet trajectory will be displayed. This helps to more closely recreate situations that players may face in matches. To make it easier for players to practice shooting, the most recently used firearms configuration will be applied by default when entering the training grounds the next time. These are the major improvements for the basic experience in version 2.2. If you want to learn more about this update's content, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
GT Neo 3, Neo Speed Awakens.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final game for today. This is the PMPL SEA Championship Fall, brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, as well as Livestream and Quantum Studios. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the beautiful Choo Choo. We would also like to thank our beautiful partners, which is one of them, our official smartphone partner, that is Realme. So since today is day number 1, I'm going to read the entire text here.
Please do.
Okay, so Realme is the world's fastest growing smartphone brand. It introduces its latest gaming powerhouse, the GT Neo 3, which is the one right in front of you. The dual chip gaming level flagship boasts its outstanding power efficiency features thanks to its MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset and dedicated display chipset, promising users seamless gaming with an immersive experience. Gamers, upgrade your experience on PUBG Mobile Battlefields with the Realme GT Neo 3. And our official live stream partner as well, TikTok. Yes, hashtag be the one TikTok challenge and follow our official PUBG Mobile page, PUBG Mobile My Official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, as well as PUBG Mobile Official PH, and of course our official food delivery partner, GrabFood.
Now he's literally reading the script from word to word. But back to us, the recap of what really happened in a match before. NFT head-to-head with Sam9 just now. We got Sam9 with the most elimination, but damage output-wise towards more on NFT. Well, I did kind of want to see, I have to revise this later on to see what's really happened NFT on the lower end, because they're coming up from the southern part of the circle. They're having a very clear pathway and definitely can see a lot of the other players with their terrain and a high ground, a bit of elevations, and they didn't spend that much time in the blue. Both teams not spending too much time in the blue zone, but they are not rotating as early as well. So it shows that they're coming in later, being the gatekeeper for most of the teams out there.
And of course, we have to compare the players from two teams, right? So we have Batman, who was the MVP from the previous round, and we have Deb, who played very, very well for Sam9. So we can see that both of them have the same amount of eliminations, 5 each. Is just because Batman, he had 200 more damage as compared to Deb. So that's one of the reasons why he got the MVP award. And of course, with that calculation altogether, it gives him 5 MVP points as compared to Deb. So team contribution, it's a little bit more for Batman because of the amount of damage dished out as well. So we can see that Batman, I believe it's his first time playing in the Southeast Asia Championship at this level, and by making this debut, it's great. I mean your debut and you got your MVP, right?
That's kind of true. I kind of remember a different Batman entirely, but
yeah, yeah. This Batman D4.
Well, we're lucky enough we don't have a lot of names actually the same in this season for South Asia. But for our last match of the day, we do have Group A, B, C, and D battle it out in the last Erangel of the day. We don't have Group E, which is going to be Geek Fam, Boom, Bacon Time, and ShineLikeDiamond or SLD playing. So they'll be resting until tomorrow. So this is going to be the last match between the 4 groups. Yeah, definitely those who want to get themselves more points, this is the time. Now, I want to stand myself a bit corrected regarding what I mentioned before. Regarding the team that going for the PMGC League qualification slot, we have 5 more slots this time based on whoever get the top 5 in Southeast Asia. The one that actually already getting in. So for the side of it, I'll focus more on the Indonesian side now. Bigotron and Evo's got the league. Alter Ego don't, but they are secure when it comes to the grand final. Now the question that I really want to ask, what if the top 5 here is going to be Alter Ego? Do they play the league or not, or straight the grand final? No, that's a...
Oh, you're testing my theory now.
Now, so I think I'm going to check this up later on just to be updated. But you know what? Yeah, you guys have to be updated as well because we have new map. I mean, like, if you don't know about this, I'm not sure where you at all this while.
Yeah, yeah, I know, right? We've been talking about the Nusa map since forever. We even played a show match last week from the PMRC, that one show match, right, on Saturday. So if you missed it, you know, and you want to see how the pro players play, you can check that out again. So the Nusa map, of course, is currently available inside of the game. It is the smallest map, even smaller than Livik, even smaller than Karakin. So it takes about 5 minutes per round. And what's unique about this map is that you have the tactical crossbow. So with the tactical crossbow, you can actually create a, what do you call that, a flying fox. Yeah, you can create a flying fox and to get onto areas that strategic enough, maybe for you.
I'm not sure if you have the stage to play this on, but it's going to be a Clairvoyant Fox set and a Midas Fortune set. which is more towards feels like a Phantom Opera thing going on. And also we have the premium set, which of the swan, remind me of a black swan. I'm not sure. Everything feels like very stage performance sort of set this time. When it comes to our Royal Pass, even for the RPM 15, already out for you guys, available for you to have a grab on it. Just make sure you do all the missions and just play PUBG more, especially today because it's Wednesday.
Yeah, we still have time. Now it's
Yes.
at +8 GMT, it's about 9 o'clock. So you guys still have a couple of hours to play and get that double point for the Rabu Padu moment. But then again, speaking about moments, we have a new ultimate set that is currently available now. This is the Spectral Swan set and the Cosmic Inquisitor set. So this is going to be the first time that we have 2 sets available immediately. And I believe this is relevant to the last week we saw that graphic. It looks like a black hole sort of thing. This is the set that is from that. And we can see that there's this in the middle, there's that crack.
Yeah, but the Cosmic Inquisitor set feels like the one with the Hermit set. Remember that guy?
Oh yeah.
It feels the same vibe from there.
Yeah. I just don't know. I just wonder whether it's whether there's like this. The Hermit one has like some lights on his.
Does it like have a sort of correlation between those? Maybe there's sort of a lore story behind it as well.
Oh.
Maybe this is the grandson or something.
Yeah, I'm trying to read the
There's no
Fast
lore.
Malaysia version.
I love
It's
the
like
lore version of it, but they're not giving us any laws here. I'm like, okay, but definitely you still have like 3 more hours if you're in Malaysia to play for the Rabu Padu Wednesday event. It's already like. It's going to be by end of October for the last day, 31st October. You have 1 more month to go.
Yeah, I know, right? 1 more month to get those freebies. Hashtag away as well. Don't forget to hashtag as well. Be the one. And maybe featured on the official PUBG Mobile TikTok challenge. You never know, right? So don't forget to follow too. Because, yeah, if they do feature and you don't follow, maybe you won't be able to see yourself. So, you want to be famous. You want to know that you're famous. You got to follow the TikToks.
And also, if you've got a really good place, you have to have flashy cosmetics too. I'm like, yeah, you can win or you can lose, but it's always the flashiest wins, okay? The one that with a really stylish ending. No matter how bad or good you are in the game, it's always about the style first. You know what? Fashion always wins. But we're going to jump over to our last map, Erangel, later today. So, I forgot what my predictions early on, so we're going to have a bit of a prediction call later. But definitely, when it comes to this EVE, I'm actually kind of baffled because the fact that BN United, that's going to be the lowest of everything usually. But this EVE is down there next to it.
Well, you asked about your prediction, right? So we're going to see your prediction first about that. Yeah. Okay. I
forgot.
Yeah, both Thai teams, in fact. In fact, if we really wanted to try to predict, right, like Thai teams like that,
the safest ones.
So, yeah. But Vampire, unfortunately, they're somewhere at the end. So, I can say that they're rooting for them. But the Infinity, no doubt.
So far, the top 3 Thai teams are looking at it's going to be Bacon Time, Infinity, and also FaZe. So these 3 teams actually play the PMRC. So I have a feeling because of the vibe coming up from PMRC, how contesting it was, how challenged they were fighting against a different region entirely, giving them sort of adrenaline rush till this week. So it's actually a good warm-up for these guys.
Yeah, it is. We can see that it's kind of transferred into the first few games. Yeah, there were games that they didn't do that well, but it's kind of tough as well because that Miramar game, they had to be backstabbed by TEM Entertainment, but now, of course, that's all pretty much done and dusted. And this is going to be their first Erangel for the Infinity. I look forward to the Infinity all the time, so their debut in Erangel, let's go.
Now, I don't want to jinx too much. It depends on the flight path and circle, especially the circle has been haywire. We talk about Melta Power where Infinity usually drop, but I do want to see when it comes to Group E not playing, we do have a lot of talent when it comes to the Division of community base, but it's always about the problem of the circle these days with Erangel. It's just so skewed towards one direction only. A lot of teams unexpectedly have to go through certain pathways or checkpoint they're not really comfortable with.
Yeah, I guess that's the challenge at the end of the day, right? Like, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the rest. So, yeah, I just came up with that like 2 seconds
I heard that before years ago.
Oh, did I? Oh, okay. All right, so I'm just bringing back like memories, right? Because we captured so many seasons together.
Yeah.
Oh, I know, right? It's fun. But what's going to be fun? Erangel, let's go.
Let's go, our last Erangel for week 1, day 1, match number 5. Whoever close this game with a bang, tomorrow they will have a good start as well, because it's going to be a lot of moral boost. And speaking of the group A, B, C, and D will be playing, it's going to be up from a shooting range down towards the sort of Primos. I have a feeling we might ended up a circle, maybe on the Medusa intersection, shelter farm Milta, because it's a very skewed flight path on the left side. So maybe contradiction of the circle maybe possibly happen here.
Yeah, maybe. I wouldn't mind a different circle. I mean, we have a lot of games to play, so come on, give us like something, something unique, right? Don't give us a typical.
We haven't got
right?
Sonoska at all.
Let's see. Did we get one in PMRC?
No,
right? Yeah,
we got Bridge, and that's very Pier. And also like
yeah,
Milta.
yeah, that's right.
Nowhere near Sonov's community base, especially the junkyard of the flight. Right? So I want to see that more often. It's so hard to have Sonov's community base circle these days.
It's like we're begging for it to happen.
We're begging for it. That's
yeah, we love that kind of circle so much. But okay, let's see if our prayers are heard. What I do see that's currently unique that's happening is that Yoodo Alliance steal a vehicle. Okay, this kind of circle. Yeah, okay, there is a high possibility that it's going to be around Kaka again. Yeah, that's pretty common. But because there's still like some sort of like that on top area, right? Like the shooting range area. So if it just scams all the players and just go up there, that'll be perfect.
Oh wait, Buriram versus M9. The circle just now, I have a feeling it might ended up on Gutcom Mountain, possibly. Also, GIDS drop around where Bacon dropped because Bacon's not playing anymore, so they're dropping on the north side. But Buriram, M9 with the micro Uzi, you know what? They know that this is unnecessary fight. It's not worth it. If they are not inside of the compound, they don't want to waste too much. Buriram, this is a very ingenious move. Actually, a sort of 50-50 risking. But is it really worth it for you to actually jeopardize the entire team survivability just to secure the points too early into the game?
Of course, because Buriram, they're not looted yet. So they, as compared to Sem9, they're in the compound, so they might have an okay loot, so they don't want to take that risk. Anyway, what was significant in that move was that Sem9 now doesn't have vehicles. Those vehicles were stolen from them, basically.
That's true. But I'm waiting to see who's actually on top of Gutcom Mountain, because that's going to be the most prime spot there is. The premium spot that we know everybody wants to chase on. FaZe definitely one of it. GIDS if they want to leave Jogopol, because they used to drop Ramos since Bacon Time not playing. So they're taking Bacon Time's vacancy to a set. And surprising enough, Empire is taking where Primos is right now. So they don't have to go through that far to get into the circle. Still one direction toward the northern side. Zaki? Is it Zaki?
Yeah, it is Zaki.
Wow, there's different team on Zaki. I'm surprised.
Yeah, I guess because the flight path is like towards the left, right? So if you generally drop on the right, like, it's just too far away, let's just, drop somewhere closer, loot a little bit faster. Zaki is actually not too bad if you ask me.
But the circle never there.
Well, okay, the circle is kind of there because you just need to go down south a little and you're in the circle, so not too bad of a choice.
I just want to see Zaki for once. They're the only place. We got Stalber. It comprises of Kamishki, but never Zaki.
Yeah, like Zaki doesn't exist in the circle RNG for some reason.
Yeah.
Like the circle god doesn't acknowledge Zaki as an area.
It feels like it's like Alcantara when it comes to the Miramar map, right?
Miramar map is, where is it?
Alcantara is far left where Zaki is actually at.
Oh yeah, that's right.
The same spot.
Yeah, I know, right?
Spot.
I know, right? It's super duper rare. I mean, the moment you get that kind of circle, right, you gotta screenshot it. Like, I remember, like, out of the 1,000,001 scrims that I host, there's this one circle that's like really, really on the left on Miramar. Like, it's in the unplayable area, and the final circle like had to go like to the really edge of it, and that's where you need to climb a little bit of elevation, and that's where I learned that it is totally unplayable even if you have a vehicle. Because of the kind of circle. But that was really fun.
That's why you need the gliders. That's the reason for the gliders exist, maybe.
Well, there's no glider inside of Miramar. In the first place, to be fair.
That's true.
Yeah. That's why. Maybe that's why.
Oh,
so people don't exploit it.
That's funny, though. I mean, like, it happens. And it happened Not too often, but the moment it happens, we live down a memory lane forever. But back to it, on top of therapy, we do have box gaming around here somewhere. I'm not sure. Well, yeah, Geek Fam didn't play for group this time. They are in Group E, so therapy is everybody's to take. And around the Motown, we have a couple of teams on top of Ruins as well. Yoodo Alliance dropping himself there. So there's a lot of drop spot changes based on the teams and the groups they'll be playing. Definitely will be a swapping of certain drop spot for some teams here, because Group E, all of them are not playing. And there's going to be, I want to see if there's anybody drop himself on the Gatka Mountain, especially in this case, it's going to be FaZe. They are the closest to get it.
Yeah, FaZe Clan likes to go up to the Gatka Mountain. And like what you said, right, considering that Geek Fam isn't playing, they do sort of like the Gatka Mountain as well. But that was during the days where they like to drop in Southern Jogopul.
Yeah,
but
not anymore this day.
Yeah, because they changed to Fairpier, so the distance is quite far away for them. So FaZe Clan still has a better chance. I think FaZe Clan might be interested to go there.
I mean, definitely they already booked himself. I have a feeling as long as they got himself the loot they're working on, because Bacon's not playing. Bacon will be one of the one contesting there as well. But GIDS taking on the North Jogopul side. But I have a feeling they might come in a bit later than FaZe to take over the Gatka Mountains, because it's not one of their most wanted drop spot for GIDS as long that we actually know them. Maybe they used to drop there once upon a time when it comes to the country finals. But back to the teams that have been quiet, we're talking about, okay, the team that I'm really looking forward on today, none other than the Xaviers, you know, to see if they can actually come back and sort of with a single digit. Vampires, the Xaviers. These two teams used to be one of the most fearsome teams once upon a time.
Yeah, Xavier currently at number 19, and even in PMRC as well, they weren't that hard. But of course, PMRC, you have like teams that you're not familiar with, so you can kind of like, okay, yeah, maybe that's why. Or maybe the motivation for PMRC is just not there for whatever reason it is. But speaking of Xavier, you asked for it. So it looks like Ape is going to go 1v2 against this Vietnamese team.
I'm not sure he knows. He definitely knows. Here comes Lamborghini cooking up the nade. Appy will be joining with the rest of Cavalry. Has arrived for 4 rivals. Dirk with the MM416. Dirk and Lamborghini. It's going to be 2v4 here. It was 1v2 at first. Voki taking out on Lamborghini. This is a distress moment for the side of the Xaviers. They have to save whatever manpower they can, but it's a bit too late now. Down to 3. We just mentioned they need to level up their performance, but it's just not working yet for the Xaviers.
Yeah, but speaking about level up performance, like 4 rivals, they've been leveling up, especially since PMRC. And they look on the other side onto Rabbits. Rabbits, 50%, 40% of health left. Gonna be tough now for the Xavier. They're sandwiched between 2 Malaysian teams.
Oh man, I have a feeling the moment the vehicle for Rabbits exploded, he got nowhere to run. Lucky enough, Yoodo Alliance is not doing that just yet, but Rabies managed to flee away with a vehicle, hoping to actually snatch Duke along the process, take a taxi right. But 4 rivals, oh no, where Rabies can go. Pamura and the rest of 4 rivals not happy about it. There goes the sprint, but he got shot down from Duke. That was a nice counter fire. But Duke still got knocked down by the side of Avi, and Frankie tried to do a bit of damage control, not great at all. Like we mentioned, FaZe got himself the high mountain of Gatka, and Box is going in, but look at Ruin, so crowded right now, Cloud.
And look at the circle, the Mata that FaZe Clan is currently in. Yeah, they have a really good spot.
Manka.
The Manka?
Manka, yeah. Mountain Gatka.
Oh yeah, you just shorten it, and that makes sense. But what's happening on top is that we can see the Eagles going up against GIDS, but the Eagles, they know that they want a circle advantage. They moved in first, especially before the circle moves down south or on the main peninsula. They immediately cross the bridge.
Oh, Yoodo Alliance now taking a fight against 4 rivals. I'm not sure where the last few members of the Xaviers just now. Definitely they already flee themselves and have 1 knockdown on the side of the Xaviers. But this time it's going to be the battle between 4 rivals who flushed the Xaviers before And now Yoodo Alliance try to take it away from them. Voki's quite far off. Now he's going to join the rest of the team from the back line. Appy spotted out a perfect view of these saviors. He's still not happy about this. He wants to chase them out for the points. But TEM Entertainment coming out from the other end. Now these saviors have a bit of problem. They're being cornered. Look again on the ground, bleeding out on his knees, being knocked by the side of Appy on the rooftop. These saviors, they should have disengage and get an exit out instead of still committed to this fight.
I know, right? I know, right? They were squashed in between. Maybe it's tough for them because where would you go? It's such an open area. And Duke was eliminated, and that's going to be another point for four rivals. They are ruthless, and I'm actually liking this four rivals. It's very different from PMRC, and you can see their motivation is very different coming into the SEA Championship.
That's true, with April coming in with a few MVPs by today. Now for rivals, Appy taking a bit of a fire against the side of the Savior. Still, they have to be extra careful. We have more eyes than we had before. TEM Entertainment joining in, but Infinity around the got field. We have Sam9 cutting across, but Infinity is literally chasing them to their death here. I'm not sure if that's a good idea because there's so many teams around the corner. Don't forget, Gakka Mountains, we have a lot of tenants there.
Yeah, they would have guessed by now. I mean, if we kind of can guess, okay, FaZe Clan is going to be on top of Gakka Mountains, I'm sure teams would have that same information. They've done their study. So Sam9, they're the ones getting away from the Infinity. They saw Alter Ego, they immediately turned left. And I believe this is the area of a quarry that they're playing with. A little bit by the end of the circle, but I guess they need to be prepared to get into it.
Oh, interesting. Feels like they want to get into the blue zone for a bit. Sam9, they want to loot up as much as they can. Infinity here, spotted out Buriram right across the hills. There goes the spray. Yoodo Alliance against four rivals, the longest rivalry. The four rivals, too overcommitted to this sort of fight. They should have reset themselves and build this one out because TEM Entertainment might join in here. I have a feeling they might park themselves on the other way and just take it and hand down four rivals where they don't have an exit out anymore.
Yeah, we've seen TEM Entertainment before doing the backstab thingy from afar against the Infinity, so won't be a surprise if they try to do that against four rivals. Yoodo Alliance moved into the compound. Now four rivals, Yoodo Alliance sharing the same compound. TEM Entertainment looking over at them. They could butt in any time. Ripple Boy tossing a nade onto the other side. Appy is waiting for the right moment, down to 50% of health. Are they look with the DBS?
Oh,
definitely Appy is not going to get away from that.
That's really a close arm. Like that's an easy elimination for Audit Look. Four rivals slowly. They've managed to take away this compound from the Saviors, but not enough to hold it down as they will be wiped out. The first one to be out too soon is going to be tomorrow for them, the next one. But we mentioned before, Jogo Pool and Gakka Mountain. Now, FaZe still kind of lurking around the corner there. Still thinking whether to build this one, Gakka Mountain, or not. Because it feels that Hospital will be the center. And if they're not inside of the compounds, inside of the buildings, it's going to be a bit hard for them to build the mountains later. But for now, it's a really good place for them to rack up the elimination points.
Ooh, still some amount of Gakka Mountain that FaZe Clan is waiting. We can see that MR5, Tony K is waiting behind. Despite Leica and Venturas, they're on their vehicle, but they're holding it back because they have a lot of information right now. They see teams moving in, so they know what sort of decisions to make. They can make better decisions from this. FaZe Clan just holding it. They can even shoot from this distance if they want to try, but of course that really depends on what they want to achieve at the end of the day. So far, the position that they're currently at is prime enough for them to get information, for them to decide what to do next.
Yeah, for Gakka Field, though, it's going to be a lot of crossfire for these guys. You know, FaZe, I have a feeling they should park two of their members, or at least one of them, to be on the lower ground, just in case if things go really south when it comes to the circle later on. Infinity coming in very late, and they are crossing over the Gakka Field as well. Box Gaming just at the foot of a hill of the Gakka Mountains too, now trying to take down BN United.
Almost.
Mount really so close. Trisman being shot from afar. Infinity hurt this one. They want to be the third party taking a part of this fight as well. Feels like there's four teams around the corner here.
And they know where Capone is, so Capone's not really safe as well. Nade by nade on the Capone. It does connect, but not enough to take him down. The Molly will be tossed out by Capone onto the other side. Will not flush anyone out just yet. But we have Zunos coming in at the forefront, together with Silence as well. So now the nade from Silence. That will silence Trismare. Benzu goes down to Capone as well.
Huge one for Capone, and finally, BN United start to make a go. But the thing is, we do have other teams parting in here. BNU, they have to be finishing this as fast as possible. And lucky enough, we're not playing in Nusa, Matt. If not, the entire house has been burned down by now.
Oh, I know, right? I know, right? But Soas 1v4, can he do it? He gets one, but just too much for him to handle. BN United, finally, I think this is their first fight that we see them win.
And the first one, they initiate it first. It's always them waiting the fight to come over. Instead, this time they are the one that bringing it over there. FaZe now have to share this compound with Yoodo Alliance, having a bit of a neighborhood there. The Xaviers, I have a feeling that he's just going to swim a bit more time because they don't have that much man anymore. With only last member surviving, TEM Entertainment, on the other hand, after the business, they're butting in the last minute, they lost baby along the process. Or they try to secure themselves coming up from Jogopol's side. While we have GIDS has been there since the start here. And also Ego Esports coming down from the side of Savani towards Jogopol area as well.
Oh, the Infinity, they're starting to move towards GIDS. Alan together with Nusa just back to back with each other, next to each other in fact. Alan tries to get onto the other side. Nusa on the right side. His teammates starting to come in to give him backup. GIDS now has information, but they have FaZe Clan to deal with.
Oh, FaZe, the moment they knocked on this warehouse's door, they just came down from the mountain to go into the center. Infinity take the advantage, wiping down one by one of them. GIDS, FaZe got a hand between two. Infinity and GIDS just making it too hot for them. Tony K trying to reset by the nade. The nade will explode. I'm not sure how much. Is that the smoke? It's actually the Molotov and the nade. Hit a bit on Tony K. Now how Tony K plays around the corner. Daybot. Oh, so close. Oh, man.
Oh, Tony K coming in. He gets one for himself onto Alan. But then again, he's not done yet. Tony K needs to win the fight. Tony K is the last man standing. Tony K, 2 knockdowns back to back.
This guy, right now, he's one of the biggest players coming up from FaZe. And MR5 can be safe, whilst Nissel, with Booms, trying to work things out which way to go because they're being cornered by not just FaZe, there's also Infinity trying to bulldoze them from behind. Infinity got their best plays to reset, not so much. BN United, this is what we're talking about.
This is what we're talking about from the high ground, putting pressure on the Infinity. But they need to move anyway. They're currently on the outside of the circle. Now Capone is starting to get into his vehicle. Could it be going towards the Infinity? But they don't have an advantage just yet. Zuna still pinning the Infinity down. But then again, BN United, they seem to be going for it.
Oh, they want to go for the Infinity. They don't care whoever actually fighting against or they are fighting against. They just try to shoot everything that moves in the smokes right now. The moment the smoke dissipates, everything will be clear for the side of BN United, but they are a bit more careful than they used to be because they do know there's more than one team around the corner, so they have to be extra careful because we're looking around the shacks. In the center, which can be Capone, will be out-cornered by the side of Infinity. All of a sudden, there's one Infinity, 3 Infinity members coming out from the back line of BN United. How does this actually happen?
Tony K! Oh. Taking out Nissel. FaZe Clan Tony K, 3 eliminations in the bag, and he's currently the hero for his team. And because of that, they secure this compound.
He clutched it.
Oh,
he
yeah.
was that close of losing it. But for the side of Infinity, this is just incredible coming from Infinity. They were cornered by BNU, but it's the reverse now as they park themselves a different angle of approach. Capone really low. Look at the pressure coming out for Guttani. Right in front of him. He found Capone. He didn't see it. It's on his right side.
Right. Oh.
He misses.
Oh man, oh no for Gatuni, can he still survive? But Logan's there to bail him out. But unfortunately, Gatuni still goes out. Anyway, it's gonna be the Infinity. You do not challenge the Infinity like that. They will punish you. And the Infinity secured us as 4 elimination points, and BN United had to pay the price for it.
But I'm loving how BN United start to take a fight aggressively. It was well worth it, and but still valiant effort coming out from them. But the saturation of the pool is just too much. With a lot of teams in the center, Alter Ego striving, trying to park themselves from this fight, but it's not possible for them to actually take down on DBD. But they're doing such a good work here. So much work done by this guy. Double down. Jimmy and Yen right in front of him. Potato cooking up the nade. Now going to toss over with 50 meters ahead. Fingers for Pombit. The rest of Alter Ego coming up from the back line. Split one. And another second one to step down. Yen and trading out with the side of DBD. But that's a big win for Alter Ego.
But what a big beat as well coming in from Alter Ego. But they still win. That's what's matter. But now we move over to the city. We have Vampires, we have Samnai, we have the Infinity currently inside of it. TEM Entertainment on the other side as well. Yoodo Alliance, where everybody is in the same area.
You got a house. I got a house. Everybody got a house. There you go. Bit of an Oprah moment there. Yoodo Alliance, they're having a bit of a more space than the rest of the team in the center. Alter Ego, they got themselves the victory just now. We're down to 9 teams only. But the one that coming in very late is going to be the most advantageous as they slowly wipe off all the ones at the rim of the circle. NFT will actually gatekeep Alter Ego coming into the scene, but definitely so many teams in the center. Look at that cloud. It's so saturated.
I know, right? Alter Ego is having a hard time trying to find an entry point into the circle. NFT just right in front of them, inside of the compound. They're in a prime position to stop Alter Ego. Alter Ego taking a little bit of a risk, moving towards the left, and there's an opening there to slide into the city.
I have a feeling we might end up Alter Ego versus NFT at this point. They are the ones that are not too busy skirmishing in the center. And Ego Esports also fighting against the other team. NFT taking advantage towards the one in the center, which is going to be Vampires. That is smart coming up from Alter because they don't want to fight against NFT. Might as well dish their damage into the center as well. Try to steal a couple of eliminations along the process.
Oh, Suavel put the pressure onto the other side. NFT, they are still a full squad team. Together with Yoodo Alliance, only 2 teams. Vampire needs to reset and they'll be the 3rd team with a full squad. Batman put the pressure onto the other side. That was so close. But Mela 1v2 against Vampires.
Oh man, Mela, can you clutch this? This is a huge task for one person for Infinity. But there's another one coming up from the back line. Mela tried to just put up as much smoke as possible, and Nusa tried to do another angle at this point. 1Z and the rest of Ego Esports slowly encroach towards the side of Empire. They got the circle, but how to hold this much of challenges and the stake, because there's too many teams surrounding Vampires at the same time.
They look currently by the edge. There's one player, I think it's D-Xavier. D-Xavier's on the north. Somehow managed to swim into the city and he's still alive. The last player of D-Xavier managed to survive up to the top 9 at least. Yoodo Alliance is just going to go in straight into the middle of the circle.
Frankie still survive. TEM Entertainment, SO, and the rest of them try to figure out how to get into the circle untouched. But we do hurt a couple of preemptive shot towards the Yoodo Alliance. Ego Esports spotted them out. Infinity Nusa sharing the corner with Mela, making sure nobody breach in. This is going to be a bit of urban warfare as we have so many buildings on top of Jogopol. Moment taking it out on GIDS Booms. We're down to only 8 teams there. And center of it is going to be Vampires holding the ground. But NFT with a micro Uzi sprays one and 1 to go. And it's going to be NFT having a bit of a problem here.
Oh, they're just going in for it. Alter Ego now shooting on the NFT. They're playing in the circle at this moment. Now they have Vampires to deal with as well. Vampires are starting to move in. And Vampires looks like what? Wait, what? Okay, D-Xavier got eliminated unfortunately on the northern side. Couldn't survive any longer.
Oh, nice try for Frankie, but Vampires, they need to reset as soon as possible. They are the center of attention right now. Infinity Nusa will help Mela at the time, being lucky enough nobody rushed into this compound at this very same time. While the other teams are trying to fight themselves, including Vampires, fighting NFT still. And we have Yoodo Alliance slowly closing into as a TEM Entertainment side. Ravenclaw cooking up the nade. Tried to toss over within 15 meters of reach to his NFT's place. They got one! Finish off Ramon straight away. Ravenclaw, what a nice play there. Pombit spotted NFT. NFT, everywhere they got to be hunted down. Slowly but surely.
NFT, the team with the chicken dinner at this moment, looks like they'll be targeted. SO Zip takes down Twanzi. Twanzi will be gunned down. SO Zip still maintained in the compound, still healthy and alive. While the Infinity, the duo, Mela and Nusa, they are still in this.
We talked about Nusa in the early of the day today, but Alter Ego taking out on Yoodo Alliance, Repo Boy from afar. TEM Entertainment still have their compound, their slot around the corner, but the one that actually being saved by the circle is going to be Ego Esports. Namshin and Chua can actually just be safe here for now, as long as they know how to hold. As long as they still have 5 grenade and 2 Molotov, it's going to be okay. Nusa cooking up the nade, tossing over towards the side of Nuka, but it's just cooked a bit too long.
Oh, the circle moves up north. So it's going to be the Infinity. They need to move. The only team in the circle at this moment are the Eagles. Everyone else is on the outside of it. And the Eagles, they have a compound. They have a good distance between other teams. Looks like the Eagles, if they can defend it, if they can hold on to any siege, they could win this. But the Infinity might lose Mela.
TEM Entertainment spot out Infinity. Nusa giving a bit of a retaliation there with the DPS. Already secure in his hand. And Mormon cooking up the nade. It's just next to each other. And there goes. He made it first nade. A second one. But not enough. Nusa, it didn't work for the second time of the same trick with that DBS.
I mean, it's 2 players back to back just right in front of his face, so it's going to be tough for Nusa. But anyway, the Infinity managed to get themselves 4 elimination points and a 7th place finish. And now it's going to be dominated down. Looks like one nade for NFT will take down 2 from Vampires. And now NFT, they're moving in to wipe them all out.
Can they get a back-to-back? Chicken dinner for NFT. They got just now. They might got another one here. Eagle Esports still secures their circle for now. The one encloses first is going to be on the side on NFT. Like it or not, they have to cut across TEM Entertainment first with Yoodo Alliance earlier on the other end. And it's going to be NFT fighting TEM Entertainment with Vampires in the center here. NFT spot out moment, tossing out the nade. Well, Ray will take it now on one of Eagle Esports. Chua on the ground bleeding out. It's going to be Yoodo Alliance taking out by Vampires, who got one of the most highest eliminations by far.
Oh, that was a close one for Olio. He almost got that elimination point, but then again, shot down from the other side. Thrawn now starting to move in with M249 in hand. Swavel as well. Looks like they are starting to close in NFT players. The duo Swavel with Michael Uzi. One knockdown for him.
A foul, and now Flukas putting over the tower. It's going to be down to Ron, cooking up the nade. Or Ron is going to be on straight. Vampires out. NFT can get a double chicken back to back. Day number 1 here is going to be 2v2 v1 as Namshin, the last member of Eagles to survive.
This is likely to be the day of the Indonesians. Looks like it's going to be Alter Ego. The Eagles is West NFT. NFT could be the first team to get a double chicken dinner back to back. We have Alter Ego now. They have a compound of their own. The circle out in the open. None of them have vehicles. They need to fight to the end.
Fel and Oron try to figure out how to cross over there. Do they have enough smoke? Definitely not on the side of Throne side. But do Fel actually have the utilities needed to cross over? Renal Ray just have a couple of smokes left. 4 of them actually to be precise. And down to 3. 1 Molotov, 1 flashbang, and 1 hand grenade. If he toss a low toss of hand grenade down on where he's at, he's gonna get 1 more elimination towards the Eagles there.
Oh, Renare, okay, close. If he missed that, then it could be a little bit of a bummer. He could be overly exposed. They know exactly where NFT is at, but they don't know that Namshin is in the building still. They don't know. Namshin could backstab out the Eagle. Namshin could be the game maker. Pompe with a nade on the Swavel. This could be an opening, but then again, behind them, Namshin! Namshin!
What?
Namshin! Oh!
Namshin! He almost secured that backstab chicken dinner. My God, Namshin! What a play!
Close one. It wasn't a close one.
It was such a close.
It was a close one.
My God, Alter Ego secure another chicken for the Indonesian teams. We have almost NFT back-to-back, but that nade coming up from Alter Ego. What a huge play. And if only Namshin clutched that one, that's going to be our highlight of the day.
Yeah, that would have been like insane. That would have been like the biggest backstab ever from Namshin, or from anyone in fact. But then again, it almost happened. But overall, right, it's like the day of the Indonesians.
That's true. It's major Like we do have one, Infinity got himself a first game for the recap of the chicken. We have Boom on second, SLD on the third, NFT and Alter Ego for the fifth Erangel. So it has been a great day for Indonesian teams. They have really good morale today. But for the teams that didn't make it, it's okay because it's only the first day. We still have no clue what's going to happen tomorrow because it's always about a teams playing low profile at first and revise and do it better for tomorrow.
Yeah, 3 out of 5 goes to the Indonesians today, so they're doing really, really well. As a nation, they'll be very, very happy. Of course, again, the goal is to get top 16 to the next stage, but then again, it's still day number 1. But what a day it has been. But I can't say the same for D Xavier though. I mean, D Xavier, very, very poor start for them. They were sandwiched between 2 teams and they had to just depend on placement points most of the game.
I agree. And when it talked about the Xavier, the entire team of the Vietnam region as a whole, I have to say it's really tough for them to make any play at all because we're looking over the only team coming up from Vietnam is performing quite well and adapting quite faster than the rest of them. It's going to be just SLD so far. We have talked SLD, the 5th on the country finals, actually plays himself way better in the first and second one. The Xaviers and also Vampires, and they're like not really great, but this time Vampires really quite well this time. I mean, like they got in the center for the longest time there is. They try to defend as long as they can. They try to hold their ground. But you know what? It's just the fight. It's just the circle is another thing. Eagles, they got a circle, but it's just that one nade knocked down on Namshin at first, making it just hard for his teammates to hold the ground.
Yeah. It was also the circle kind of like, well, I guess at some points the circle kind of favored the Eagles. It's just that they were a little bit unfortunate when
The moment the
Altego
circle
come.
favors, they got knocked down. That's the worst part.
Yeah, Altego just charge in, but because once they got their knockdown against one of the Eagles players, that was their opening to get into that compound. And the moment they did that, that's pretty much business. Except for Namshin almost got that backstab. It was just like so many plot twists, right? Like in that small little window.
I mean, like that's close enough, but still secure with 11 eliminations. Alter Ego really shows us by end of day number 1 what they made of. But still, very good play coming up from NFT and Ego Esports. Definitely almost clutched that one close enough. I think that was just Chua in the last minute just now who tried to clutch it over. But Vampires, I salute them because they actually defended that place, hold their ground, the longest in the center of a circle for the longest time.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, they really like teams coming in left and right onto them, and it was tough. NFT, despite not getting a chicken dinner, they get an MVP again. Yeah, they almost got it. They got an MVP in this round, drawn. 4 eliminations, so that they have at least 2 players with an MVP.
This is 4 elimination, but this is the highest damage output dished out by this player by today. I mean, like, they're so close of getting a double chicken back to back. We're talking about they got themselves in the first Erangel down, they got themselves a second. It just shows as a really supreme when it comes to Erangel by itself for NFT.
Yeah, they seem to be really comfortable. And I realized that Tony K has a new hairstyle. I noticed that his picture was a little bit different when
from the PMRC.
PMRC, and it was a different hairstyle. Like his small picture was like
Tony K actually clutched against one team just now. It was DBD, was it? Or is a Indonesian team as well?
Yeah, testing my memory now.
Yeah, I think it's between those 2 teams, but he actually clutched for the entire team.
It was definitely one of the Indonesian teams because DBD played on the outside. Yeah, but he won a 1v3 fight in the warehouse. In the warehouse, so that worked out for him. But Mela, the Infinity, I mean, despite their last round was an okay round, Mela still number 1, no doubt about that. Drawn. Renaure without a MVP award, and Shirley as well, and Apu without MVP award today, but they're still in the running because maybe averagely their MVP points are up there. But Mela has a 2-point gap at least with Drawn, and everyone else is just 1 point.
Yeah, but this is what we want to know. Like, these are the players that the teams should look out for when it comes to the battlefield, because they will want to maintain their consistency performance to get the MVP race going on. But so far, we'll finish off the day with a bang, starting off the Thai teams, but being pushed down, and it's a reverse entirely by Alter Ego and NFT from Indonesia, taking the top 2 teams here, with 4 rivals pushed down from first place to third within the last few moments, and FaZe Infinity TEM Entertainment plays at the 4th, 5th, 6th respectively. But BN United, these saviors are not budging. There's actually on the second page. We're looking for their performance tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised with the top few teams there. They are amazing teams. But the Xavier number 19, it's super unusual to see them down there. It's so weird. Like, come on. Like, we kept talking about it's either the Infinity or the Xavier, like one of the top teams. So Infinity is up there, so that's fine. But the Xavier down there is, I'm living in a multiverse.
Yeah, it feels like they lost something. I'm not sure what, but they really need to figure things out as soon as possible. If not, they might be left behind, because we're talking about there's only 2 teams that secure double digit by end of today, and those 2 both are coming up from Vietnam region, the Xaviers and BN United. I mean, like BN United, we see them improving by end of today. It's just that things didn't work out when it comes to certain aspects of a fight. But for the side of the Xaviers, it's always them running away from somebody. They feels like BN United is a better version of the Xaviers for now.
Yeah, I know, right? Despite only 1 point difference, and the Xaviers like on top by 1 point, but I do agree with you that I feel that BN United is the one doing better.
Yeah.
Like the Xavier is just there, right? They're not growing.
I feel like they're very lost right now.
Yeah.
I don't know what they lost before, but definitely like we missed the performance of Lamborghini, like how they played. They used to be playing like Infinity back in the day. It's just how good they are. I'm not sure what really happened for the entire lineup. Feels like they're so lost. They have no clue about what to do next, because always they're running away from somebody else in a certain compound. They're so confident back in the days. They can take Pachinki whenever they like. Not anymore.
Yeah, it's not that straightforward. Even when they come out of Pachinki, it feels like they're lost. It feels like they don't know how to position themselves. Then they're not aware about their surroundings, like the backstab from Yoodo Alliance onto them when they were so focused on the 4 rivals. And even the 4 rivals moment was like 4 rivals just enter their compound. Like they had no defense at all. So it was kind of surprised for me that, I was expecting a little bit more from the Xavier, but it is what it is. They really need to go back to the drawing board for tomorrow.
And definitely true. But congratulations for the team that performed really incredible today. And definitely the one that never let us down, still Infinity, still consistently getting themselves in the top chart. But even though they're not number 1, we're definitely loving the fact that Indonesia is really having a strong performance on day number 1. Speaking of Boom, NFT and Alter Ego. And SLD, the only Vietnam team that have a better performance than the others.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, good point.
Same goes for the Malaysian teams. Only 4 rivals doing better than Geek Fam. And it's just like the other one, it feels like the SM9 nowhere to be found at all. And speaking of 4 rivals, they're usually the late bloomers, but this time they are quite early to pick up the pace.
Yeah, which is great to see, right? And I think maybe that's the refresh that they need, is to let Apu play instead of Jumper. Maybe there's a little bit of fatigue there from last week's PMRC. I don't know. It's very hard to
There's
tell.
a very long fatigue.
Yeah, well, maybe.
They need a fresh view.
I mean, okay, we just move away from 4 rivals before we talk things that are maybe too internal.
But
yeah.
you know what? Anyway, we do have an interview later on, so we get to ask about the performance when it comes to the players, especially coming out from our local scene of Malaysia. We get to actually interview the teams that are playing this season for PMPL South Asia. I wish we can actually extend more when it comes to the interview later on for the other teams, but unfortunately, there are a bit of a technicality issues. It's kind of hard for us to reach them. But at the same time, you know what? I really want to know like what they have in the future. If you were to ask, if there's the interview going on, you know what? We're going to jump straight into it right now. Let's get into the interview.
What's up, Pemburu, my man? 4 rivals. Okay, Pemburu, boleh dengar?
Ya, saya.
Okay.
Boleh.
Alright. So, Pemburu, last week's PMRC result and today's result is very different.
Cakap bahasa Melayu
Yeah. Nanti saya translate lah. Jangan risau. Kita kena bagi tahu English dulu, nanti saya translate. Okay. Last week PMRC result and this week's PMRC result. Today's result is so different. What has changed? Jadi minggu lepas PMRC kita pun tahu result dia macam mana. Tapi hari ni 4 rivals macam mantap sikit. Lain daripada minggu lepas. Apa beza minggu lepas dengan hari ni?
Kita orang main sama je. Tak ada apa beza pun. Kita orang punya gameplay sama je dari dulu sampai sekarang. Tak ada ubah pun. Cuma hari ni rezeki kita orang lah.
Okay, so he says that nothing changes from last week to this week. It's just that today is more. How do you translate rezeki?
It's more to a blessing for him today.
Today he gets more blessing.
Okay.
Right, there you go.
Pemburu, walaupun aku cakap English, kau angguk je macam kau faham.
Angguk
Angguk je, itu yang penting. Okay, for Pemburu, I want to ask today's performance, right? It's a bit of a problem for the other Malaysian teams that's not performing as good as you are, at least today. Do you think there's any words that can actually reach out to them for them to actually have a bit of better view? Pemburu, saya cerita kan, korang punya team ialah Malaysia nampak macam mantap sikit sekarang, padu Hak lain tu, cerita pasal Sam 9 ke Geek Fam, kenapa dia macam gitu, kenapa begitu? Apa yang terjadi? Ada apa-apa kata daripada Pemburu untuk dia orang bagi semangat sikit?
Okey, kata-kata saya, korang tetap bila usaha dan semangat, jangan down. Sebab mungkin hari ni bukan rezeki korang, mungkin besok rezeki korang. Dan saya nak cakap sikit pasal Yal. Kita orang tadi restart sikit boleh?
Boleh.
Tadi kita orang cuba lari pada tim diorang, tapi diorang tetap kejar kita orang. Okey, so jaga-jaga Yal. Kita orang memang takkan bagi muka lepas ni.
So that's going to be for DVD. So basically what he mentioned about the other Malaysian teams out there, don't give up yet, because today is their day, maybe tomorrow is your day. We have no clue about what may happen in the future, but definitely you want to mention something about against DVD, Yan. I think you know what,
Yal.
Yan?
Yal, Yoodo Alliance.
Yoodo Alliance. So yeah, they're chasing neck to neck. So basically, you know what, Yoodo Alliance, watch out, because we'll be looking out for you as well.
Yeah. Okay. So today, Ipoh played more than last time. Like, what difference? What did he bring to the team that improve? Okay, hari ni Ipoh main lebih sikit daripada sebelum-sebelum ni lah. Kita nampak dia lah kan. Apa kelainan yang Ipoh bawa dekat team?
So, Ipoh memang hari ni dia perform gila lah. Dia ambil fight semua menang lah. Sebab dia lama rehat. Kita orang lama rehat dia bagi dia kumpulan skill dia.
Kumpul power.
Kumpul power. So power dia dah limit, kita orang bawa dia keluar.
Secret weapon ni.
Secret weapon.
So he says that, you know, they've been resting Ipoh for a reason, so that he charges, and now that he's in here, he's like, he just let it go.
Okay, I have one more question which coming out for Pemburu. Outside, like in the PMPL South Asia, we do know how strong Infinity is, but we put Infinity aside now. Who are the others in your mind that you feel like really hard to fight against? Okay, mana kita tahu daripada PMRC pun kan, Pemburu. Memang Infinity kuat gila lah kan. Tapi kalau kita letak Infinity kat tepi, siapa lagi yang Pemburu dengan Forever rasa macam ini orang yang susah juga nak lawan juga?
Bagi saya adalah semua tim lah susah. Bagi saya semua tim lah.
Aduh, Pemburu jangan jawab macam tu. Tak payah.
Okay.
Boring lah.
Okay, tim yang paling susah saya nak lawan adalah tim ni lah, tim apa nama dia? TEM.
Sebab apa?
TEM dengan DX. Sebab tahu lah diorang ni makan buaya, memang keras gila lah. Dia suka ambil risiko yang macam mana nak cakap macam tu lah.
Tapi DX kat bawah.
DX dia nge-prank. Dia selalu mesti hari kedua mesti dia nombor 1. Saya cakap saya.
Tambah sikit Pemburu tak cakap Yoodo Alliance sebab Yoodo Alliance senang kan? Easy.
Yoodo Alliance saya tak nak cakap lebih-lebih lah. Kena kejap.
Tu nak punya jujur boleh tak?
Jujur.
Pancing jujur.
Okay, tak apalah. Sebelum kita translate, nak Pemburu kata-kata akhir lah untuk peminat ke luar sana.
Okay, pada peminat-peminat semua tim yang Malaysia punya, korang doakan kita orang buat yang terbaik dan tetap support kita orang walaupun kita orang jatuh ataupun naik lah. Kita bukan selalunya di atas.
Okay, thank you so much. Alhamdulillah, inshallah tomorrow will be your day again.
Alhamdulillah.
Thank you so much, Pemburu, and the rest of Forever's. Good luck, all the best, and we wish you all the best for day number 2. See you guys tomorrow. Bye, thank you. Okay, so we're gonna translate that
Okay,
at
that
first.
last one.
Which one? No, there's 2 questions we haven't translate. I did ask him at first, aside from Infinity, who he think is one of the hardest, toughest challenges for them.
He said
when it comes-
TEM.
He said TEM Entertainment and the Saviors. So what I asked why, he said that TEM Entertainment is just so hard to fight against because they're really good when it comes to taking the fight long or short range. But I mentioned about the Saviors at the bottom why you still fear about fighting against them because they said the Saviors love to
Prank.
outplay them or prank them, like playing it low profile at first and just suddenly in the second day really good. But yeah, the last one, what was it again?
Since you didn't mention about Yoodo Alliance, right? So
Yeah.
I just had to ask, like, so you didn't mention that Yoodo Alliance is difficult. Are they easy? And then he just laughed.
He said, I don't want to talk about it. Okay. But he really wish all the best for all the teams out there, especially the Malaysian team, since they are in the same local scene. Anyways, but let's recap what really happened on last Erangel map. Wow, this is really fast, by the way. But we mentioned about the circle today has been really tough, right? This Gatka Mount is always like the fast. Usually this kind of circle, people would think about maybe it's Gatka Field. But who would have thought we ended up right on top of South Jogopur?
It's not a common area. I'm not going to lie there. It's not a common area. But the Gatka Mountain definitely a hot spot. Who was there again? FaZe Clan was there. And that's their natural hotspot in this kind of circle. So they kind of like put a little bit of a challenge to these teams trying to get into the circle, but somehow they managed to deal with it. I think it was also because that they were challenged by Yoodo Alliance. Yoodo Alliance at some point wanted to get up to the high ground as well of the Gatka Mountain, so that's why they were kind of like stuck there.
That's kind of true. I mean, like, at first I was thinking this might be a FaZe's game because one of the reasons they got Mountains, right? But the moment they climb down, because of the circle just happens to be around the South Jogopur, making it so hard for the players. Now, I really want to mention about Vampires. They've been defending it the best way possible, but this is a real close call for Chua and Namshin. Now, Namshin managed to survive. It's actually Namshin the last one to actually survive. Chua actually being knocked out first. The moment they save it, being saved by the circle, it's just not enough time for them to comprehend about what's happening. But this is the moment where we have one more Ego Esports player. Nobody actually noticed this one. That is a big nade from Pombe and Renalre that caused the entire team to lose that one. And after almost clutched himself a double chicken of the day, but also for Ego Esports Namshin, he didn't know the one that's on the rooftop. That's it.
Yeah, the one on the rooftop was still there, right?
It was Renalre.
Till the end, yeah. If that one went down as well, then maybe he could have, pull off a miracle move. But yeah, if one's on the rooftop, one's at the bottom, then there's no way that you're gonna deal with that. You're gonna be able to deal with it. At the moment you step out that shack, and that's it. The rooftop one can shoot you down.
Yeah, but it's basically a very good how do I say placement and positioning coming up from around Ronaldo. He knows he was the one actually on top of Namshin. If only, I mentioned in previous, like, if only he dropped one nade or one Molotov in the smoke down there, that might be just the end for Eagle Esports. But he didn't know because of the smokes. And he jumped over. But that was really a good day for ending of day number 1 here, Cloud. We have no clue what's going to happen tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. But what we do know is our official smartphone partner, Realme. Thank you so much for being together with us, and our official live stream partner, that is TikTok. Don't forget to follow our official TikToks as well. And thank you so much to our official food delivery partner, that is GrabFood. So that will be all for us today for day number 1. We'll be back here for day number 2 as usual. Same time, same channels, wherever you're watching this. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the wonderful Choo Choo. We'll be seeing you again tomorrow. Da!